Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1469 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news. We are getting word that a U.S.-backed armed invasion of Iran is imminent, possibly using Kurdish forces in the western region. We're also hearing that B-2 bombers have returned to strike Iran and have done so already. And also, Tehran's been devastated by some of the largest airstrikes of the Iran war so far. And we have major news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, and most particularly the ongoing war in the Middle East, as U.S. armed forces have been able to land significant blows once again against the Islamic Republic of Iran and the ongoing actions of the regime within their own borders. We have gotten significant information today that the United States of America has announced that a planned ground invasion will be happening imminently, as the CIA has been arming Kurds via driving guns across the border to be able to prepare them to be able to try and inflict combat damage onto the IRGC and besieged forces within the Islamic Republic of Iran. The hope is that this will lead the groundwork for the Iranian people to then see a large amount of the militant pressure taken off of them and allow them to be able to seize the government, considering that their combat forces will be largely fixed in position due to them being engaged in firefights by the Kurds. We've also been able to hear additionally that the United States Air Forces have been able to land a deadly blow to the Iranian government once again, as the Iranian government, much like lemmings do, gathered into a singular building within the city of Qom, and the United States hit it with several 2,000-pound JDAM bombs. We now understand that the entirety of the top council of mullahs within the country were killed today, with all 90 of them currently buried under the rubble of that building within the city of Qom. Additionally, the United States Navy has confirmed that now 17 Iranian vessels have been destroyed, upping the number 6 from the last report that we were able to get. The United States Navy is stating that it is continuing a high tempo of operations at sea and against the Iranian forces on land, and ensuring that they will not be able to pose any significant threats to the United States in any maritime capacity. security. The United States is also attempting to see the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz to traffic, as the United States Navy is currently exploring the option of sending Arleigh Burkes into the clutches of the Strait of Hormuz to generally fight their way in and fight their way out, allowing for oil tankers to now start making the incredibly arduous and dangerous passage through the gauntlet, the Strait of Hormuz. We've also heard that while that is being considered at the moment, the President of the United States has announced that the United States of America will be beginning an insurance program to see that if any vessels are hit, any crew members on board these vessels are wounded and killed, or the vessel is completely lost due to sinking, the United States of America will financially compensate the companies for the loss of the oil tankers, once again trying to encourage them into sending their oil tankers through the area, even with the major danger that's present and the questionability of whether or not there will be naval escorts, which have not been guaranteed, at least at this moment. Further than that, we've also been able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran has continued its return fire against U.S. and Gulf state forces, although this fire is starting to significantly decrease in volume day over day. We have also been able to hear from the U.S. CENTCOM commander, General Brad Cooper, that it does appear that the Islamic Republic of Iran's air defense capabilities have largely been destroyed, and it has been affirmed once again that the United States, at a minimum, has achieved air superiority over the Islamic Republic of Iran. We've also been able to hear that significant numbers of transport-erector launchers and drone launchers have been destroyed within the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is the additional reason why we are seeing that the Iranian attacks are becoming smaller in volume on the 24 to 24-hour basis from a day-to-day schedule. We have also noted that at the same time, the United States has opened up attacks on Iranian proxy forces, which are currently operating within the far reaches and countrysides of the nation of Iraq, while at the same time, the Iranians have attempted to hit U.S. forces within the area of the country as well. Unfortunate news did emerge today that we were able to hear the names, which have been published, of at least 4 of the 6 U.S. service members which have been confirmed killed over the course of the entirety of the war, which we will be giving a moment here later in air to be able to mention their names and their ranks individually of those that we do know have heroically sacrificed their lives in the name of the country and its national security interests and the safety of the citizenry here in the United States. Further than that, we have also heard that a Russian shadow tanker has exploded within the area of Malta, and we've also seen that the People's Republic of China, as far as diplomatic willpower, has generally folded, and they are now currently begging the Iranians to not conduct any attacks on oil tankers transiting out of the Strait of Hormuz, as this is going to start causing irreparable damage to the Chinese energy markets if the price of barrels of oil begin to skyrocket. We're already seeing that they're slowly rising, and the price of gas at the pump within the U.S. has already risen 11 cents overnight. We've also seen that major U.S. sustainment airlifts are underway, and outside of the news in the Middle East, we've also gotten some wildly crazy news, and that isn't even all of our news that we've got out of the Middle East. There's a lot more that we have to cover over the course of the day. For example, the French are sending the Charles de Gaulle, and the French are now involved in defensive air operations over the United Arab Emirates, but we've also heard shocking news today that the Polish government has confirmed that they will now be beginning the path of nuclearization to attempt to be able to possess some form of usable nuclear weaponry within the next few years. The Russian Federation has also seen that Ukrainian armed forces were able to land significant hits deep behind their lines in locations like Volgograd, and the Russian Federation, in the midst of an air defense scenario around the area of Rostov-on-Don, identified a Russian helicopter right overhead of the air defense battery as an incoming Ukrainian drone. The visual markers for those are very different. They look wildly different from the ground, but the Russians did shoot down the helicopter, and all of the crew members on board were killed over the course of the night. The Ukrainian armed forces have also been able to hold the line and inflict significant casualties onto the Russian Federation armed forces, and are generally seeing that the battlefield tempo and momentum largely remains within Ukraine's favor. We have a lot of news to cover over the course. Go ahead.
So also, real quick, just a side piece of breaking news. Apparently, the United States has just started anti-terrorist operations inside of Ecuador, apparently, in coordination with the Ecuadorian authorities. We are seeing footage coming out appearing to show a lot of forces actually deploying on the ground in Ecuador. So it looks like the U.S. is also extending themselves in the South American region as well, interestingly enough.
So we can confirm that the United States is now involved in limited ground operations effective immediately within the nation of Ecuador, as we do understand that the Ecuadorian government has been waging a significant war within their own borders against cartel forces and other groups which have attempted to overthrow the government in Ecuador over about the past year. So we now can confirm that within U.S. Southcom Command, U.S. armed forces are now involved on the ground in Ecuador and are apparently involved in combat operations within that country. We'll be trying to get y'all more news, as that just happened while we went live on air right there, and we'll be trying to get any further details and updates that will be provided by U.S. Southcom's AOR as the situation develops. But with that in mind, mind, it is time for us to get on into the major news that we have coming out from around the world. And I have to say, folks, that a new war breaking out in Ecuador and the U.S. joining it is not really something that I expected here going live on air. I mean, we have a war between Afghanistan and Pakistan, and then Iran versus basically everybody in the Middle East. It's about to become everyone in the world. And then we have Thailand and Cambodia. We have the Burmese Civil War. I mean, we have so many things that are going on. And then we just, grabbed Maduro about a month ago to the day. And now we're seeing that apparently the U.S. is now going to be involved in a war in Ecuador as well.
Also, by the way, you might want to go ahead and show this real quick, unfortunately. I know we're jumping right into our Iran news here for a second, but I just reposted it. It should be at the very top of our feed right now. Some crazy footage showing what appears to be U.S. joint forces working with the Ecuadorian forces. We don't even know who they're going after. This is very fresh news right here, completely unexpected. We don't even know what they're doing, but it's a pretty decently sized operation, whatever this is. So let's take a look.
Here we can see an Ecuadorian Super Puma taking off.
Music.
Also, they have music. Can you believe that? But we can also see what appears to be a Gazelle scout helicopter of the Ecuadorian forces. We can now see them using a infrared camera, or a thermal camera, correction, to actually show the Ecuadorian and U.S. forces boarding the Pumas after they have conducted ground operations within Ecuador. That was the end of the very short clip, but it is generally denoting that at the moment, U.S. forces are now also on the ground within Ecuador and are assisting the Ecuadorian government against terrorist organizations within the country. Those terrorist organizations are actually cartels that exist within Ecuador, as we were able to report around a year ago at this point, that a cartel within the country actually attempted a government overthrow of the nation, and they actually took over the central broadcasting headquarters of the Ecuadorian television agencies within Quito, and actually started to broadcast their message across the country. Since then, the country has largely been in a state of what we could describe as a major insurgency or even a civil war between the cartels and also the central government, and we're now seeing that the United States is now apparently getting involved in that conflict, while we are also waging a major war against the Islamic Republic of Iran in the Middle East. We don't have a lot of information on it at the moment. Only the Southcom confirmation of armed action has been put out at this moment, but we'll have to see if we can get any further developments for all of y'all on air as we continue to cover the news of everything else that's happened over the course of the day today. So with that in mind, it is time for us to move on into the news. And a big shout out to Civdiv. Hello, welcome. I just saw you in the chat right there. Good to see you here. And we will probably be addressing that here in a little bit about the Kurds, because it's actually a big part of our news tonight. But moving us on and into our major news for the night, we are going to be moving into the Islamic Republic of Iran and the ongoing major war generally spanning the entirety of the Middle East, meaning that we'll be covering the whole of the Middle East as one large block, as it's largely been enveloped in a singular war. We can understand that over the course of the day, the U.S. Armed Forces have conducted significant strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran once again, causing major damage to government, military, and also political apparatus throughout the entirety of the country. One of the most significant hits that we have been able to confirm over the course of the day was a strike within the city of Qom. In the city of Qom, they have the Assembly of Experts. They always name things very cutely within the Islamic Republic of Iran, but the Assembly of Experts is largely the gathering of the mullahs who come together to either speak about religious or theological laws, or generally, I guess you could say, edicts that were to be issued to the Iranian nation. And in this particular instance, in this situation right here, generally, they were trying to elect a brand new supreme leader. It appears that as of today, we were able to confirm that the U.S. landed a bomb on the Assembly of Experts. Once they gathered everyone once again into a singular building, they had all 90 mullahs within this one building in Qom. We hit it with a 2,000-pound bomb, and we're largely now understanding that most, if not all, of the mullahs have been killed or so significantly wounded that they have been incapacitated indefinitely at this point. This video here actually shows the building where the Assembly of Experts was held, and I have to say that while they may be experts in some degree, it doesn't appear that they're an expert in terms of operational security, because once again, gathering every single top person within one part of the Iranian government into a singular building, when that already proved to be absolutely devastating in the literal opening minutes of this war, didn't really seem to be a smart idea. And it appears that once again these sorts of unwise acts have unfolded in Qom, and seen that the entire Assembly of Experts have now been killed. We can see the debris of the building here and the general remnants.
Yeah, also, by the way, apparently a small correction here. This was actually the Israelis that carried out the strike, and not the United States. The Israelis found out they were going to be meeting here, and they're the ones who actually pulled it off. The U.S., according to what I know, didn't have any part in this one.
Interesting. Sorry about that correction, everyone. This was actually an Israeli strike that took out the Assembly of Experts today. Not necessarily the wisest experts I've seen, but we'll have to, of course, give it a little bit of time and see if they wise up and become experts in any other degree. That might be fairly difficult to see, however, considering that they don't really seem to be getting the whole operational side of things, at least at the moment in terms of security. Moving us on out of the city of Qom, however, we can also move ourselves further on and down towards the area of the ports near to Bandar Abbas, as we are also getting a major developing situation within this area, which is showing us that the Strait of Hormuz is becoming a larger and more significant ongoing crisis, or a developing crisis at the moment. As many of y'all will know, and as many of y'all have heard over prior days, the amount of shipping traffic that is passing through the Strait of Hormuz has started to enter non-existent figures. From what we understand right now, as of today, around 90% of the passages through the Strait of Hormuz have completely ceased, and at the moment that we're looking at right now, it actually appears that 100% of all traffic in and out of the Strait of Hormuz has completely stopped by literally every party involved, even including the Iranians. This means that at the moment, while we have been able to assure that the Islamic Republic of Iran was not able to lay a minefield, which I have to say is a very big sigh of relief from my end, they were not able to actually achieve laying a minefield. The threat that is posed by Iranian anti-ship missile batteries and the smaller remnants of the Islamic Republic of Iran's navy near to the area is still dangerous enough that most, if not every single oil tanker and general vessel attempting to transit the Strait of Hormuz does not want to take the risk of being fired upon. Right now, we understand that the U.S. Navy is not willing to provide escorts at this moment, as threat assessments has most likely shown that anti-ship batteries around the area are still most likely lying in wait for ships to try and make the passage. Considering that the Strait of Hormuz is an incredibly tight passageway, especially in modern naval terms for naval weaponry, and the fact that the Iranians probably have the coastline dotted with anti-ship missile batteries that may be hidden within some tunnel networks or caves and may be pulled out at the last minute to attack a ship that has made it into the strait, this is still going to pose a significant risk and danger not only to the U.S. Navy, but all of the commercial ships that would try and transit the area. We're already hearing that the price of crude oil is beginning to rise, and we have been able to see over the course of the day that it has now risen from its war figures of about $67 a barrel to about $75 a barrel, generally showing that the global oil markets are already being affected, even in the short term, by this situation. And it does appear that while the price of the commodity is attempted to remain low, it is gradually rising day over day, once again, due to the fact that the large lion's share of Middle Eastern oil, all of it except for about 5 million barrels a day from Saudi Arabia, currently are not able to exit due to the larger threat that is being posed of the Strait of Hormuz to commercial shipping traffic. The Iranians have actually
That's actually not that bad, actually. Is the Iranians were claiming that if they blockaded the strait, that instantly the crude oil price would jump up to like $120 a barrel or something, which is, that's crazy. Like, it's not going to jump up to 120 a barrel just because there's some, some slow or some holdups in the Strait of Hormuz. That's not going to be the case. Even in some of the worst case scenarios, that's not going to be the case. So it's sitting at $75. That's not that bad of an increase compared to what it could have been, or at least what the Iranians were hoping it was going to be.
Well, it's more so of kind of a ticking time bomb sort of a thing, because it would never instantaneously rise to $120, because across the entirety of the world, there is crude oil currently sitting in the processing tanks at most, if not every oil refinery, which are still being processed at the moment. But once those tanks, the processing tanks at these refineries, begin to run low, that's when you're generally going to start seeing that the price starts to skyrocket, because a lot of these refineries, much like any other heavy industry, generally operate off of a 24/7 operational schedule, meaning that shutting down these refineries is usually incredibly expensive in itself, and these refineries, much like many other heavy industries, are designed with the concept of continuous 24/7 operations. If anything shuts down, the cooling process involved and a lot of the heated or constantaneously heated elements at refineries may begin to become brittle and may suffer breakages and other issues once the refinery is brought back up to speed once they get oil inside of the processing tanks once again, which could cause significant issues. So for this reason, while the oil prices are not skyrocketing right now, if this situation continues to permeate for about the next 2 weeks, we could start to assume that the price per barrel of oil will easily start to surpass about $100 per barrel of oil. It's already risen about $10 in just about 4 days, with basically no immediate impact on supply chains, at least for right now. But once it actually starts to affect supply chains, then oil is about to have to be refined basically on a precision schedule to where the oil arrives and is then refined immediately, this is going to start heavily affecting the price per barrel of oil. It's not too bad right now, but this is a serious situation demanding that the Strait of Hormuz be reopened and the flow of oil continues out of the Middle East, meaning that this needs to be logistically, as a concern, a top priority for the United States Armed Forces to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and continue the normal flow of international traffic. But before we get on into further analysis on the situation within the Strait, we actually have breaking news coming out of this moment right now. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so let's stop our normal coverage here for just a second. We're currently seeing, of course, we're seeing more explosions between Iran and also the Middle Eastern states. That's, of course, expected. We'll get into that in just a minute, but we are seeing an emerging situation right now out of Asia. It appears to be that South Korea's stock market is having a major crash. Not entirely sure why that is. I would assume that it has something to do with the regional war breaking out in the Middle East, but I am not confident enough or familiar enough with what would be causing that directly. But in fact, it's having such a bad crash in the South Korean stock market, a circuit breaker, which basically means trading has been cut off temporarily, has been activated in South Korea. So we don't know why that is. But Enforcer, do you have any speculation about it? Because I'm kind of at a loss right this second.
At the moment, I couldn't really tell you exactly what's going on. We actually saw something very similar happen back in the early 90s. It was actually around the time of the Soviet Union. And if I can remember correctly, that actually was a very significant issue back then that led to a great deal of instability. But it does appear that right now we are seeing that the South Korean stock market appears to have entered what is a crash. Out of 6,300 points in the South Korean stock market as of just about a few hours ago, the South Korean stock market has plummeted about 1,000 points just over the past day, meaning that around 18 to 17% of the market value in the entirety of the South Korean stock market was just wiped out in a financial crash. So it does appear that we're seeing a major financial, I guess you could say, crisis actually developing right now within South Korea. And considering that most Asian stock markets are heavily interlinked with each other, it is highly likely that we're about to see a very similar 1990s era East Asian stock market crash permeating throughout Japan, Taiwan, and multiple other allied Western nations, as this will most likely start to cause a ripple effect throughout the entirety of the area. And not only that, this may even worsen the already difficult economic situation which is currently ongoing within the People's Republic of China, as South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan all do have significant trade relations with the People's Republic of China for goods that China must have for its own domestic production and facilities, and that may also start to hit the Chinese stock market as well here soon. So we may see a largely regional economic collapse at this moment within Asia if this situation continues to worsen.
Yeah, it looks like also, by the way, it looks like the Japanese index is also having a bit of a problem as well. It's not nearly as significant as this South Korean situation, but we are seeing what appears to be a 4% dip, which is pretty notable actually, in the Japanese stock market index. So there's something that's causing a major issue right now inside of Asia's markets. We'll have to do some research in this and figure out why that is the cause or what's causing that. But right now, not entirely sure, but we'll do some more research in the meantime.
It does appear that this is heavily similar to the 1997 Asian financial crisis, where we also saw a fairly similar dip, or largely a crash, actually, within the South Korean and also Asian stock markets at large. You can actually see here that when this crash occurred way back in 1997, it actually affected most, if not every, ASEAN country within the Asian, Southeast Asian nations community, or the ASEAN community. So we may see that this starts to have a shockwave effect throughout the area. This will probably not affect the United States all too much. Generally, the stock market crash in 1997 really didn't have a lot of an impact on the United States or the greater world at large, but considering how we are a little bit more interconnected to Asia these days, there might be a slight impact, but it's going to be nothing compared to what South Korea is currently going through at the moment, which is quite truly a stock market crash, which has just happened live on air. So we'll be getting further developments out of the Asian economic situation now, on top of the ongoing conflict that the U.S. is now involved in with Ecuador, which we just heard about a little while ago, and also the major war within the Middle East, and the Pakistan-Afghan war that we have not been able to cover at all since the war in Iran started, and also everything else that's going on around the world. I gotta tell y'all, folks, we literally do not even have enough time in the day anymore to even cover everything that's going on right now. We're kind of having to start to pick and choose a little bit of what we are covering and what's going on. This is absolutely insane at this point. Literally, the world's on fire and exploding in every way.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think we're going to be on here longer than usual tonight because, there's so much stuff happening, folks. Like, it's no lie. Like, this, we're not saying this just to, like, make people stick around. Is the world falling apart? Like, the world's having trouble right now. I think that's obvious. That's kind of common sense, just looking at all these things breaking out. These are wild times right now. So many different things popping off. Even tonight. Tonight's supposed to be covering the Middle East. We're covering Asia's markets right now and also Ecuador. So, Enforcer, I'm going to let you take it from here. Otherwise, we'll be here literally until probably 3 in the morning.
And of course, we're going to be getting back into the news in the moment. Now, of course, I do have to say, and I'm not even saying this sarcastically right now, this is actually serious. It might come off sounding like it's sarcastic because of how absurd this is going to sound. But if the world economy begins to explode in Asia or elsewhere, we will be covering that as it happens live. Or if another war breaks out on air, we will also be covering that live as well. Or if anything else happens, like, say, someone uses a tactical nuclear weapon anywhere, that we'll cover that live as well. I mean, the world, right, like, I can't, like, it's hard to even put it in the words right now, folks. We are just seeing the entire world explode at this point. I mean, there's economic collapses, major wars breaking out. I mean, we couldn't have had a more packed week at this point because the whole thing in Ecuador would have been a short war video in itself on any normal day. Today, it's going to be a footnote because of how many other things are going on at this point. So with that in mind, I hope that you all bear with us. Unfortunately, we won't really be able to get to exactly everything that's happened today, but we're going to try our best to get to as much as we can. And we actually are going to be moving on back into that right now. So moving on from the South Korean market collapse, we're now going to be returning back to the Strait of Hormuz, as we are going to be talking about the larger situation that we are hearing within the area. As the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or an Iranian general, did state today that we will not allow ships to pass, and that they expect or are hoping that oil prices will rise to $200 a barrel here soon. Oil prices are never going to rise to $200 a barrel. They're not going to be able to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed long enough for that to happen. Now, oil prices are going to be rising, but if we handle and manage the situation well, it's not going to rise. And let me show you all the highest figure that we ever have. It's not going to rise to the peak that we saw in 2022, which was around $120 per barrel of oil. It's never going to get close to that if we manage the situation well. But I do have to tell you all the situation that we're seeing right now strategically and what the good move to make right now would be. Right now, the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed completely. Nobody's even trying to pass through the area. We've already seen a positive step made today where the U.S. government is willing to offer government insurance to oil tankers that try and pass through the strait. But to be entirely honest with y'all, we're basically setting ourselves up to make massive payouts to a whole bunch of companies that aren't going to get their ships through the strait. The Iranians do have anti-ship missile batteries that are operational right now around the Strait of Hormuz, and that does mean that if an oil tanker tries to pass through the area, even if they do not have a navy, they are going to be able to fire upon those oil tankers and cause somewhat significant damage to them, once again meaning that they're not going to be able to make it through. Those ships will sink. We will have a larger ecological incident on our hands at that point due to the oil slicks, which could start to create even larger situations and issues within that area, and also for future operations of safe passage through the strait. And those ships are still not going to get their oil out to the open markets to lower the price. So what we need to do right now, if we were speaking honestly, is that the United States Navy and Air Force needs to begin a massive campaign around the area of the Gulf of Oman and the Strait of Hormuz to see that every single anti-ship battery and every air defense battery within that area is destroyed. Once we are able to achieve that over the next several days, considering that they've already taken significant damage in both of those regards around the area, after a couple of more days of that, the United States Navy needs to start sending in destroyers into the Strait of Hormuz to test the gauntlet and not go directly in, but generally get close enough to see if the Iranians will fire an anti-ship missile. If they do, we'll bomb them a little bit more, which will take a couple of more days. Once we see that there isn't any significant resistance to the U.S. Navy needs to send in a couple of destroyers into the Persian Gulf. We need to round up as many oil tankers as we can that are loaded with oil and then escort them in a convoy through the Strait of Hormuz and out. And then all of the waiting oil tankers that are on the other side of the strait, we're going to gather all of them up that are empty, and then we're going to escort them into the Persian Gulf and let them go pick up their oil. That's the only way that we can see that the situation will remain stable within the global oil markets right now, because if we do not start to act and take action on the larger global oil market situation, this situation is going to start spiraling rapidly out of control. Proactive measures are much better than reactive measures, especially when we're speaking about major global oil markets like this one that we're looking at right now that could could start to turn into a crisis within the next several weeks, and we're already getting indications and signs that that might be the case. A lot of people are currently talking right now about the insurance that the United States has provided. And I do want to give you all a little bit of additional information right now that was issued by the President of the United States today before we get into this poll. The President did mention that effective immediately, I have ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation, the DFC, to provide at a very reasonable price political risk insurance and guarantees for financial security of all maritime trade, especially energy, those are the oil tankers, traveling through the Gulf. This will be available to all shipping lines. If necessary, the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. We do not know when that's going to be, and right now the Navy isn't escorting tankers, to make that clear. No matter what, the United States will ensure the free flow of energy to the world. United States economic and military might is the greatest on earth, more actions to come. So it does appear that there is an insurance now being provided to oil tankers, although there is no guaranteed of armed protection in the form of escorts, meaning that the passage of the Strait of Hormuz would still be fairly arduous, but if they do take damage or a loss of a vessel and crew, they will be financially compensated for the loss, possibly encouraging them to try and take the risk at the moment. But Matthew, what are people currently thinking about that situation right now? Are they thinking that people are going to be jumping at the chance to try and get through the Strait of Hormuz and see if they can lose a major tanker, or are people thinking that that's still going to be leading a lot of companies to be wildly hesitant until they can be provided some form of a naval escort and a convoy? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so the U.S. has taken a somewhat rare step of offering low-cost government-subsidized ship insurance to sort of facilitate these ships to go on through the strait. But the problem is, though, it is insurance, and it sounds like it's going to be coming out of the taxpayer's pocket, which is kind of interesting as well. So we're not getting into all that, but the idea behind this is to hopefully make these companies feel safe enough to risk their ships and go through the strait, and maybe that'll fix the problem with this fear blockade that Iran's currently conducting on the strait. But it looks like about 38% of the audience says only a few ships, even with this insurance, will dare to pass through the strait. 28% said most ships will start sailing now that the insurance is in place, and 23% said the ships still will not pass, and none of them will actually. So here's my thing. Right now, the ships are scared to go through. Number one, because they'll lose the money. If their ship gets taken out and sunk, they'll lose all their money and their entire investment. That's a huge issue. So they're solving the financial side of things. But at the same time, though, are the sailors going to want to risk their lives by going through the strait? I would say there's probably a good bit of sailors that are not going to want to risk that. The companies may try to, not coerce them, but more like pressure them to go through the strait. But that seems to be getting into kind of sketchy territory. So I'm not really sure if this is actually going to fix the problem. U.S. naval escorts might, but I'm not sure if the insurance will on its own. I think they will want the U.S. Navy there to protect these ships going through. So I'm with the 39%. I think only a few renegades will dare to pass through, even with the insurance. But Enforcer, what say you?
A couple of companies that might be a little bit more adventurous or risky might try and make the passage, but the reality is, folks, is that they're basically sailing their ship and crew into most likely imminent destruction. If the Iranians, and they do, have operational anti-ship missiles near to the coast, those vessels are going to get hit if they try to pass, because they're not armed and they cannot defend themselves. So while the ship will be financially compensated for when they lose it, the valuable oil on board, which is what we're trying to get out of the area, will not make it out of the area. It's just going to end up becoming a slick on the surface of the Persian Gulf and the Strait. So generally, it's not going to be doing much of anything to just try and provide some insurance, because a lot of these ships aren't going to be making it through. And not only that, we do have to consider, like Matthew was saying here, that the captain of a vessel is in charge of the responsibility of the safety of the ship and its crew, meaning that even if a company tells the crew, hey, we want y'all to send that through basically the gauntlet and see if y'all can all make it out uninjured with the ship intact, the captain may actually refuse that order from his company and say, due to the safety of the crew and the safety of the vessel, I do not deem that it's safe at this moment to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And generally, while a company could try and fire and replace that captain, it would have to go to a port of calling, for one, to where a new captain could be taken on, or an entirely new crew could be taken on that would be willing to take the venture. And then the problem with that is that nobody can even fly into the Middle East right now, or any of the countries where those ships would be able to dock or moor or take on some sort of a replacement crew, meaning that there isn't a replacement crew, meaning that if the company even wants the ship to go through and the crew doesn't want to go through, that ship is not passing. And you have to remember, everyone, that right now we're basically asking a whole bunch of sailors on board these ships to put their lives on the line and possibly never return back home to their home country and their families to try and pass through the Strait of Hormuz with no armed protection whatsoever. No one's going to do that. Like, very few people are going to be willing to take on that sort of a risk, because if they're sitting there and saying there's a chance that we might see that the superstructure of the ship is hit and a large amount of the crew is wounded or killed in that incident, or we could sit here and possibly get fired from their jobs. A lot of people are going to pick getting fired from their jobs over what might be a certain death. The U.S. is going to have to clear out the Strait of Hormuz of the existing anti-ship threats within the area and the air defense threats within the area, so that way these convoys can be escorted by the United States Navy with the insurance in place then as a secondary measure instead of the primary measure, and then see that they have armed protection. That will guarantee the highest percentage of ships to make it through undamaged and the crews unharmed, and that will also allow for the companies and the crew to be safe in the idea that they will be passing through under the protection of the United States Navy, which generally has worked incredibly well in most hypothetical scenarios with a situation involving the Strait, once the proper amount of anti-ship and SEAD actions have been conducted against the Iranian surface batteries and air defense batteries that are near to the Strait. So that's generally what I would say at the moment. And that's not to say, however, that the Iranian Navy has largely been well, actually, before I even get into the situation with the Iranian Navy, I also do have to point out the risk that is posed at the moment with the situation with these tankers. We already heard from the UK MTO today that one tanker has actually been directly hit by an Iranian anti-ship missile, as the UK MTO has received a report of an incident 7 nautical miles east of Fujairah, the United Arab Emirates. The master reported the vessel being struck by an unknown projectile, which is an anti-ship missile or a drone, causing damage to the steel plating. There's been no fire or water intake, and all crew are reported safe. But this is already showing that the Iranians are taking pot shots at tankers that are even close to the Strait, basically anchored off the coast of the UAE, and the risk would be incredibly high if they attempt a passage. Moving us on out of that, though, the U.S. Navy has been able to confirm that the damage to the Iranian Navy has been substantial, to say the least. They have now stated that 17 Iranian ships have been destroyed, and we also got an additional satellite picture out today showing one of the ships, which we believe to be another Mouj-class corvette, on fire and burning rapidly after a direct hit from the United States Navy. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that Iran's sub, a Fada, has been destroyed. This one right here. It's not a Kilo class, it's actually a midget sub, but one of the most active subs within the entirety of the Iranian Navy. From what we know, it was actually hit within one of the Iranian ports before it was ever even able to set sail, and the vessel now has a large gaping hole that extends all the way from the outer hull and into the inner hull of the sub, meaning that the sub is not operational and will not be able to dive or even operate on the open sea. It most likely is taken on water and capsized at this point within the harbor. We do not have any information on the 3 Kilo class submarines, and out of the 3 of those, only one of them are operational. The other 2 are under refit or inoperable at the moment. So right now it does appear that Iran's submarine force has largely been decapitated as well, along with most of the service fleet of the Iranian Navy, and they will not be able to conduct any sort of armed operations within the Strait of Hormuz to directly interdict shipping and also naval activities of the U.S. in that area. Moving us on from that, we have also been able to see that the U.S. and Israel have conducted operations against Bushehr International Airport, and this was actually one of the pictures that came out of the damage at the Bushehr International Airport after the Israeli airstrikes that were conducted today. We can get a pretty clear idea that if the Russian scientists and construction workers down at the Bushehr nuclear power plant are still here, evacuation will no longer be a likelihood for those personnel. Moving us on out of that port, we've also been able to see, moving us further on up and into Shiraz, that there were confirmed hits and airstrikes that occurred within Shiraz over the course of the day. Here's the clip. We see the explosions off in the distance inside the city. You know, I think, Matthew, the assemblies of experts didn't expertly assemble the idea that the resistance from the United States and Israel was going to be this tough. I think the Iranians in their mind said they were going to destroy everyone on day 1, and it's now day 4, and they're still getting slammed everywhere in Iran.
Yeah, I don't think they were experts at dodging the bombs. I think they were considered pitiful. They were considered novices when it comes to actually staying alive. So I don't think the expertise helped them too much.
Man, inside of Qom today, man, I actually heard that when they were all going into the building, one of them said, wait, Habibi, what about the designated survivor? and then the top model said, oh, my brother, inshallah. there is no such thing. Let's all gather together in one building. Like, and then they all went into the building. But anyways, moving on from that, we've also been able to hear in other major news that while the Assembly of Experts was completely wiped out today, it does appear that the United States is preparing other schemes to see that the Iranian government will eventually be brought to a rapid end, at least here within the near future, as we have been able to hear, according to U.S. officials, that the CIA has been working to arm the Kurds to spark an uprising inside of Iran. And this is actually something that is quite significant, at least at the moment, because U.S. officials have put a lot of credence on this idea, at least from what we've heard in the public, and it appears to be one that is quite unorthodox, if I could say that at the minimum. The plan right now is that the Kurds will be armed significantly with U.S. weaponry, and the Kurdish population generally exists around this area of Sanandaj and also Maravan in this general area, but apparently they're somehow going to spread out across the entirety of the country and start fixing into position IRGC and besieged forces throughout the country by putting them under fire. Once IRGC and besieged forces are fixed in place due to them being under fire, the idea is that the Iranian public will then rise up, seeing that there's basically no resistance against them, and overthrow the government on their own, and then bring forward a new government by that sort of a design of a greater strategy. It's something that I'd have to say is quite I'd say fanciful, perhaps, because the Kurds aren't that big of a group within Iran. It's not like they can create an army. And also, generally, on top of that, the Kurds are fairly localized within the western area of Iran, really along the border regions near to Turkey and Iraq. I mean, it's not like they make up like half of the country or anything like that, or even a quarter of it. So I don't really know how they're supposed to be able to mass the manpower and also have the coordination to conduct a nationwide operation like that. But it does appear that that's sort of the plan, at least at the moment. We've also been able to hear that at the same time, really able to hear, I'll just tell you all the truthful analysis. I don't really know if the Kurds are willing to go along with this whole thing, because the U.S. did just backstab all of the Kurds within northeastern Syria by allowing them to get steamrolled by al-Jilani's regime, and then Jilani released thousands of ISIS fighters back into Syria that they had been dutifully holding in prison for about a decade. So I don't really know if the Kurds in Iran are going to be that big of a fan of possibly getting backstabbed by the United States as well, because if I listed all of the times that the U.S. government has backstabbed the Kurds after their dutiful and diligent alliedship with us in the region in multiple different conflicts over the past 20 years, it would be an exhaustive and endless list.
The Kurds are almost treated as disposable, actually. Like the Kurds have been done wrong by the United States so many times. I'm personally doubtful about that myself. But the U.S. is serious about it, by the way. We've seen job postings actually appear, I believe, for the U.S. State Department. I think it's a State Department or it's some U.S. government agency. They're posting job listings for Kurdish translators, apparently, or linguists. Actually, there's one right here that you're looking at. So they're wanting people with active top secret clearances for these positions, which does indicate it's obviously something that's very sensitive, which is likely the situation we're seeing right now with the Kurds. So I think the U.S. is working on it. I don't think it's just simply a rumor. I think this is a real possible operation that we could be looking at that could actually be imminent.
It could highly likely be. And there are a large amount of companies out there that are now hiring Kurdish-speaking translators, and it seems as though this might be a serious consideration at the moment. But I just got to say, folks, I don't really know if the Kurds would be willing to really take this up, because the truth of the matter is, and I mean, this isn't even political, folks. This is just the truth. The current administration just betrayed the Kurds in Syria literally just a month or two ago. They got steamrolled by Jilani. They had been an American ally in the Syrian civil war basically since the inception of the STF way back in 2013 and 14. And then at the end of it all, we basically just ignored them while we allowed Jilani to steamroll them. As a matter of fact, we even started to cuss out and scream at Kurdish officials in the SDF in those last days, telling them to just grow up and get with the program while their country was being steamrolled in the northeastern part of Syria. So I don't really know how the Kurds in Iran, especially considering that the Kurds are basically a wider sweeping cultural group within this area of northern Iraq, northeastern Syria, southeastern Anatolia, and western Iran, how they're going to be taking the idea of the U.S. basically kind of using them again and then possibly disposing of them once their purpose has been served. I mean, you can't sit there and treat the very same cultural group like they don't matter 2 months ago and then act like they're supposed to lay down our lives for our grander plan inside of Iran and then expect that all of them are going to be going along with that. So a lot of people are currently talking about this plan at the moment and whether or not that even has a chance of succeeding or working. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so we are hearing the reports, like we just mentioned, about the U.S. trying to arm the Kurdish forces. Apparently, arming the Kurds is already underway, according to the reports. So this is not something they're thinking about doing. They're actively shipping arms to the Kurds as we speak. And the plan is that the Kurds are going to invade Iran from the west. That's the plan. So will the plan work successfully? And also, I do find it interesting that apparently the plan is leaked already, which is kind of disturbing. But that's how we're able to hear about it. It's been reported by mainstream media already. So it looks like people are all over the place on this one. 31% said it will succeed partially, but not all the way. 30% said no, it will likely fail to work. And 24%, that's a very few people actually, only 24% said it actually will work and the IRGC will be helpless. So, first of all, the Kurds. I'm not entirely convinced the Kurds are going to be able to pull something like this off. While we will probably give them very good munitions, I would imagine, of course, we'll probably give them the best. That doesn't make up for training necessarily. So, I'm not sure if that'll work. The IRGC is not a super formidable force, but you have to know what you're doing a little bit. You can't just go in there all willy-nilly and think you're going to take the country over. So, it might destabilize Iran further, but I'm really doubtful that this will actually result in a takeover of Iran. And we did hear today from some lawmakers that sat in a sensitive briefing today that apparently the odds of boots on the ground, U.S. boots on the ground inside of Iran, is going up. So that might indicate the U.S. is not very confident in the Kurds' ability to pull this off, which I would tend to agree with. So it might be more about destabilization than actual takeover of Iran. That's my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I think this is more so a means to an end more so than an ends to a means. I would suppose is the best way to say it, because I've heard some people say today, and I've seen some people say this in the chat, that the Kurds are deeply planted in Iran and they've kind of spread out, but I just don't really see them being a viable force given the kind of situation that we're seeing right now. It's a wider sweeping area that they would have to cover. They'd basically have to cover everything from central Iran all the way over to the west. That's basically where most of the population is. That is an incredibly wide area. And generally, at that point, the best that they could do, probably with the forces that they have available, which may be in the low tens of thousands, maybe to 20 to 30,000 guys, is maybe hit and run insurgency tactics. But as far as having enough overwhelming firepower to fix besiege and IRGC forces in position, due to them being pinned down by fire for such a long period of time that the Iranian people are able to rise up in the power vacuum and overthrow the Iranian government, that is a little bit too fanciful of an idea. I would have a feeling a lot like Matthew's saying, that it will be more so hit and run insurgent style tactics that will further destabilize Iran internally, which might make the groundwork for the U.S. to then come in and take over the major ground operations with the actual U.S. armed forces on the ground instead. I just don't really see it to where the Kurds could succeed on this sort of a wide sweeping operation entirely on their own with the kind of actions that at least were alluding that we had planned for them to take according to official government statements. So yeah, I don't know about this one. But moving on from that, we have seen that while we're not really sure about the U.S.'s plan to use the Kurds to really destabilize the country or overthrow the government, we can say that the United States military operations within Iran are still going wildly, incredibly well. We were able to see that launchers have been hit again today by the United States Air Force, as more footage from what we describe as the LiDAR cam, or the super duper high def ultra 8K high definition cameras, were once again showing that transporter rector launchers and battery commanders were being hit and destroyed. We can actually see the ordnance right there. Can't really tell you what it is. Might even be an AGM-114 Hellfire. We're not really sure. But it did slam into the battery command vehicle, and it did knock it out.
Yeah, that's what you call a big one right there. That's a big one.
And we can also see a transporter rector launcher getting slammed here as well and destroyed. And also see another transporter rector
left and right. You know, the interesting thing is we obviously see here that the U.S. Air Force is hitting these things left and right. The U.S. is claiming that most of these launchers, and also Israel is claiming it too. They're claiming that pretty much all these launchers have been destroyed for the most part by the U.S. Air Force and the Israeli Air Force. But we're still seeing that Iran is launching attacks on the Gulf states and also Israel and the partner regions as well. So I'm not totally convinced that they're all taken out. I think that might be a little bit of wishful thinking on the part of the United States, a little bit of jumping ahead of the situation, because we haven't seen a cessation of the missile launches yet.
We haven't seen a cessation per se, but we have seen a significant decrease in the number of air raid alerts given over allied nations. And right now, I think the figure for most everyone in the region right now is roughly averaging the ballpark around a 60% decrease in air raid alerts due to incoming threats of missiles and drones, which is showing that we have been able to knock out, at least by the fourth day, around 60% of all of the transporter-erector launchers and drone forces of Iran. But that still leaves 40% of them operational, and with 40% of them operational, strikes are still continuing. At this current rate right now, it probably would take us another 2 weeks at this point, the famous 2 weeks, to see that all transporter-erector launch, well, not all of them, but most, the wildly large majority, probably over 80 to 90% of the transporter-erector launchers and the drone forces would be eliminated, because I can't really explain it too well at the moment. It would take a long time to explain, but there's kind of a bit of a reverse exponential curve in the sorts of successes that we see. Successes on day one were huge. We understand that about 30% of all TELs and drone launchers were knocked out on day one, but with each passing day, the percentage of them being knocked out will become less and less. So while they only have about 40% of their forces left, it's going to become a lot harder to find them and knock them out, meaning that it will still take a longer time to see that most of these forces are completely eliminated. We did get to see these Shahed launching bunkers also hit and destroyed as well in the midst of preparing launches. We can even see a Shahed right here being vaporized by a U.S. airstrike. And another one. You know, I gotta say, folks, I feel like the air defense situation in the Middle East was woefully under-equipped for drone warfare, like we kind of knew. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to drop a 200,000-pound bomb on a $30,000 drone. Like, I just got to say, like, economically, that does not make sense at all. The Ukrainians have it down pat, and we should be trying to implement Ukrainian machine gun-based air defenses that they're already using in Ukraine to wild effect, because they're incredibly cheap and wildly efficient in intercepting and shooting down these style of drones. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so unfortunately, we're getting some bad news. It does appear that the turmoil in the Middle East has sparked a prolonged sell-off across world markets. We are seeing that across several different markets as of right now. So a very bad developing situation right now. We're currently seeing that Hong Kong stocks are sinking 3% on fears over the Middle East situation. South Korea is now down 12%. We already heard about the circuit breaker in South Korea. That situation there is probably the worst of anywhere around the world right now. We're also seeing that the Japanese, the South African, the German market, the Spanish market, the Italian market, the United Kingdom market, the French, the NASDAQ, sort of China, not really, but we're seeing a lot of different markets have major, not really crashes, but pretty large dips for right now. So it does appear to be pricing in what appears to be a prolonged war in these market situations right here. That I do know that much, that they're pricing in a pretty long war in the Middle East, and it could expand from the sounds of it. So investors are getting worried, and we're seeing what I would consider a panic sell-off around the world right now. So that is quite disturbing to see.
Its epicenter appears to right now be based in South Korea, and it's going to start expanding outwards from that area because the Hong Kong stock market is already seeing a pretty significant dip. It's not a crash like we just saw in South Korea, but it's also seeing a significant dip, which is going to be giving us an idea that another 1997 East Asian financial crisis might start to develop as this war continues right now within the Middle East. Moving us on out of that information and on back into the Islamic Republic of Iran and the current developments there, we've also been able to see, moving us on down and towards the area of, actually moving us on up towards the area of Isfahan, there were further airstrikes conducted today over Isfahan. We were able to see some smoke rising in the area, and I got to tell you folks that the Iranians are truly one to be reckoned with. I mean, they are truly scary. They finally have been able to shoot down their third drone. It's another MQ-9 Reaper. They shot one down Right now, from what we understand, the air losses right now between the coalition and the Iranians is that the Iranians have lost about 60 to 70% of their entire remaining air force that they had after the 12-day war since the opening of the war, and the U.S. has lost absolutely no aircraft to enemy fire. We've lost 3 to friendly fire, though. We've also seen, outside of that, speaking of manned aircraft, that the Iranians have lost, at this point, hundreds of drones that they've attempted to use in kamikaze attacks against most of the Middle Eastern nations, and the United States has only lost 3 MQ-9 Reapers. So currently we're running an incredibly good ratio in losses compared to the Islamic Republic of Iran in most every metric, but here is a confirmed loss of an MQ-9 Reaper over the city of Isfahan today. We see the drone plummeting to the ground. It appears to be a fireball at this point. And we believe that this may be one of the few successful uses of a surface-to-air missile within Iran as well, which it only seems that they're effective against slower-moving, high-altitude drones like the Reaper.
Occasionally to get 1 or 2 right there. I wouldn't say that that's anything too crazy right there. And of course, it is unmanned, so it's just money. You know, we just print it. Just replace it.
Yeah,
of course, I'm being a little sarcastic, by the way.
Well, I mean, the loss of a Reaper isn't too bad. I mean, we do have hundreds of these, so it's not a wildly bad loss, and there's no personnel that could be lost or captured as a result of this. And Reapers are not too expensive, at least compared to other aircraft that we operate. So losing 3 Reapers so far, I mean, that's not too bad. And then we can see it crashing right over the horizon right there.
It's only about 30 mil. Like I said, about 30 mil falling to the ground right there. But, you know, in the scheme of the U.S. military budget, what is 30 mil? It's like 30 bucks.
That's nothing, really. But moving on out of that, we have also been able to hear, moving us on out of Isfahan and on up towards Iran, we've also seen significant airstrikes that have been conducted within this area as well, including earlier in the morning, massive airstrikes that were conducted on northwestern Tehran. Thick white smoke was rising from most of these impact sites, which suggests that some sort of munitions were hit, as munitions explosions usually billow out a large amount of thick white smoke like we're seeing here. Moving us on out of these clips and on into our next ones, we have also been able to see that some people have been trying to chant pro-government statements, well, actually anti-government statements. I have to make sure to state that really quickly. Things like long live the Shah, death to Khamenei. Well, that one's kind of dated, like that happened. But beyond that, they have been shouting anti-government slogans. Unfortunately, we did get to see that the Besieged and the IRGC are now not even giving people the chance to say slogans from their balconies. They're now actively firing with the intent to kill at people who are trying to chant anti-government slogans. A clip of that could be seen right here.
Oh, wow, look at that. A lot of people yelling. Holy shit.
So now it appears that they're firing into people's apartments, multiple floors up. You see the tracers right there.
Holy moly, man! That was wild. That tracer like struck right above that guy's balcony that was filming.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite horrendous. And where are those people again saying that the Islamic regime is a just and righteous regime and it's wrong of what America's doing to it? I don't see U.S. law enforcement, you know, busting caps in people because they just say stuff like, I don't like the war in Iran. You know, like, I gotta say, there's a little bit of a difference here, you know? Like, and everyone likes to always act like there's, you know, because some wars were started, I say, under the left and some were started on the right, that just because it was of the political leaning in which the war started under, some wars are good and some wars are not. How can you look at this for the people who say that this war is bad? How can you look at this, the Iranian Internal Security Services attempting to shoot and kill people just chanting slogans outside of their apartment building, and then say that it's wrong that the U.S. government is going in and trying to clear out this Islamic regime? Where in the world is the outrage for this? I mean, if this had even been done in the United States of America, there would be nationwide riots about this endlessly for a cop trying to shoot someone just because they said something. I mean, but when it happens in Iran, everyone acts like, oh, that's a part of the culture and whatnot. There's a lot of people in Iran who are not for this at all and are tired of living under this sort of oppression. Just on the humanitarian side of things alone, what we're doing largely makes sense for the Iranian people and ourselves for national security interests. Additionally, we also were able to hear that they did pick Khamenei's son right here as the new leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This was right before the Assembly of Experts were all obliterated today in an Israeli airstrike. They did elect him as the supreme leader. So,
Correction, actually, he has not been elected yet, but it's assessed that he will likely be announced as the successor. So he has not been officially elected as of right now, but it's expected he will be. Also, by the way, just some information about Mujtaba. This is the second eldest child of Ali Khamenei, the deceased Ayatollah that died in the bunker. This is his second eldest child right here. So it was assessed for a very long time that Mujtaba would likely be the likely successor, and it turns out, it sounds like he's going to be taking the spot. But there's still a problem, though. The IRGC is trying to weigh into the situation, which usually they should not be weighing in. So that might cause some problems with that. But the formal election actually has not taken place because, of course, earlier when the election was supposed to take place, those 90 senior clerics had the roof come down their head because the Israelis blew the place to smithereens. So it's suspected he'll be it, but it's not official.
And so, with that clarification in mind, sorry everyone, I must have misunderstood what I was reading earlier. Moving on from that, we were also able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran has now pledged that they're going to be attacking Europe. These were some statements today from the Iranian Foreign Ministry's spokesperson, Ismail Baghei. He stated, "They must stop the war. We did not start it. Our choice was diplomacy. The international community must decide to fulfill its responsibility before it's too late. The process that has begun will soon engulf Europe. The fire that the U.S. and Zionist regime ignited will engulf the entire world." So now they're directly stating that they're going to start attacking Europe soon, unless if everyone tries to get, everyone to back off of the Iranians that they've already attacked so far. This is what we call everyone here where we grew up. Well, back where we grew up in Alabama, this is called pissing off the whole street to where they all come and jump your ass. Like this isn't really the smartest idea to just start threatening to literally beat up random people in the street. That's how you get everybody to jump you and just start beating the hell out of you. Like, this isn't good.
Yeah.
This isn't good sense.
And what's crazy is Iran is literally making the case for the U.S. attack on their country. They're literally making the case for it because they're literally saying they're going to burn the world down because their regime won't be allowed to exist. And that's the exact reason people were saying that Iran cannot be allowed to get a nuclear weapon because they will burn the world down with it if they can't have their way. So, I mean, this is literally proving the case right here. That's really crazy.
And I see some people, I gotta say something here. I see some people saying, "Oh well, no, the Israelis, the Zionist regime started this war." Let me give you all a little bit of a refresher here. Let me remind you all of the timetable we've been working with over the past 3 years. On October 7th of 2023, Hamas conducted an attack in Israel which killed about 2,000 people, which is about the same amount that were killed inside of 2001 in the United States in the attacks that happened then. Then the Israelis started a war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Because of that, Hezbollah then joined in and started attacks on Israel in the north and across most of the central area of the country. As in response to that, the Israelis then began a limited ground offensive into Lebanon and then killed Hezbollah's leader at the time, who was Nasrallah. Because of that all happened in 2024. The Iranians then fired a barrage of hundreds of missiles and drones into Israeli airspace in the middle of 2024, which the Israelis did not respond to, but that was the official act of war between Israel and Iran right now that has led to what's happening right now. Is that the Iranians actually went out of their way to attack Israel first. Iran's claim till the end of the days was that Hezbollah was not at all associated with Iran, and it's just this group that they kind of like, but they don't really have anything directly to deal with. And then as soon as Israel killed Nasrallah, they said, "We're going to avenge this great martyr of Iran because he was trying to fight the evil, wicked Americans and Zionists, so we're going to bomb Israel now." And then they conducted the missile attack. And then from there, that's when we saw that everything else went and hit the fan. Then in 2025, the 12-day war started, which was Israel's response to the prior attack from a year before, and then this extension that's happening right now is basically just a continuation of everything that's happened since then. That's literally how it went. Like, if you disagree with me, you just don't know what's been happening. That's exactly how it went. You can't sit there and fire off missiles 2 years ago at a country like Israel or anyone else, and then when they get bombed this year, and then Khamenei gets killed and everyone else gets killed, you can't go, "Oh, this is terrible. Oh, the Iranian regime is just a bunch of victims here. They've just been attacked. They were so innocent." I mean, that's stupid. That's like saying, "Free my boy, he only robbed a gas station and held everyone at gunpoint." That doesn't really work. But moving on from that, it does appear that they are now threatening to attack Europe. And a lot of people are wondering, Could that really happen? And the answer is probably no. But moving on from that, we've also been able to hear that the Russians are now stating that the U.S. and Israel's actions are probably going to push Iran to make a nuclear weapon. I didn't get the direct statement of that today here on air, but it was made by the Russian government and the spokesperson for the Foreign Ministry, Sergei Lavrov, and the actual Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so Russia is now claiming that the U.S. actions by attacking Iran could force the Iranian government to finish the development of a nuclear weapon here at the last final hour. And is it still even possible? That's the question. 40% said no, Iran cannot realistically pull it off. They're too distracted right now with trying to survive. 34% said yes, nuclear weapons is still a real threat and they can pull it off. And 19% said we don't have enough info right now. So I would say this. We truly, honestly, just being totally transparent, we don't have enough info to make this assessment right now. It's simply too many unknowns about it. But based on what we knew previously, we do know that Iran has 800 kilograms of highly enriched uranium to 60%. They have to get it to 90% to be able to develop a nuclear weapon. So that takes about 14 days. That's what I've been told, about 14 days in the underground bunker to make that happen. And they can develop 5 nuclear warheads from that material. So I would say it's still possible. I've heard people today sort of go on a bashing spree saying that's not possible. It can't happen. They're too distracted. They're fighting. But you got to remember, though, not everybody's fighting. There are some people that are still down there in some of these nuclear sites like Pickaxe Mountain, and they are working and they're doing something, and we don't know what they're doing. So they're right now, they're saying they're going to burn the world down. I'm not sure how they're going to pull that off unless they have a nuclear weapon. So they could be racing to enrich it. They could be. And it takes them about 2 weeks to pull that off. And right now they might have the 2 weeks if they can hang on for that long to actually pull that off. So I'm going to say it's still a real threat. It should be taken seriously, but we don't know if it's a certainty or not. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I would say that we don't have enough info. I'd have to agree with the 19%. I'm kind of leaning in all directions at the moment. It's really hard to say right now. They could be working on one at this very moment as we speak. But it's always going to be hard to say until we see something actually happen. But one thing I can say it's going to be very hard for them to do is conduct a successful nuclear test to see if they actually have a working nuclear weapon. And to answer this really quickly, no, they're not going to make one and then immediately fire it at someone. They don't even know if it's going to work at that point. Everybody's always got to test it to see if the recipe works. You know, you don't ever bake a cake and then you don't dip your finger in the batter to see if the mix is good. That's the same sort of idea with a nuclear weapon. You have to make sure to blow the first one up and test it to see if it actually works or not. And then if it doesn't work, you got to go back to the drawing table. And then if it works, then you can announce we're a nuclear armed country. And then you could just lie and then say we have like 3 of these things ready to go right now. And then at that point, then everyone's got to back off because now they don't really know if you have 3 of them or not. They just saw one of them clearly is working. And then they've got to all sit back and kind of start planning what the next move would be after that. So that's generally what would happen. And they wouldn't be able to conduct a nuclear test in the current environment that exists right now over the skies of Iran. So with that in mind.
Yeah. And also, by the way, there was a earthquake that occurred today in Iran. It was toward the southern part of Iran. But that earthquake, by the way, I did some research into it because I was also like, hey, wait a minute, is that a nuclear test? You know, earthquakes usually get triggered sometimes by nuclear tests that are underground. China did that. They've been doing it. We found that out in a new report about a month ago that they've been using a secret technique to test it and generally sort of conceal it to a certain degree. But the magnitude 4 earthquake that took place in Iran today was deemed to be a natural earthquake. It happened at a depth which usually a nuclear test would not be conducted at. So there's no evidence that the earthquake today was a nuke test. So I saw many people mentioning that. Just wanted to put that one to rest.
And so we will be moving on out of that bit of news right there and on into just a tiny bit more of internal news that we haven't been able to hear out of Iran. We've now been able to hear that apparently there's murmurings within the Islamic Republic of Iran that they're very dissatisfied with the performance of the HQ-9B, which is basically China's equivalent to the Patriot. Oddly enough, all of them got blown up. Not a single one of them is operational. They all got blown up basically on day one, and they didn't even get to intercept or really even fire off a shot at the ordnance that was coming in to try and knock out the batteries. So right now we understand that apparently they're wildly unhappy with them. And I got to be honest with y'all, folks, the Russian and Chinese military industries are taking fat L's these days over the past 2 years, really ever since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, because it's basically shown that all of their weapons only work in advertisements, and they never work as advertised when you're actually in the middle of a war. They didn't work for Venezuela, they haven't worked for Russia, and they haven't worked for Iran. They've literally worked for nobody at this point. We've never seen one of these things successfully work or survive to even see if they work. So that's a little interesting. Moving us on out of that, we also saw that there were more bombings happening throughout the entirety of the city of Tehran. We actually got to see Azadi Square, which is a fairly famous location, completely enveloped in smoke in the midst of the ongoing airstrikes that have been conducted. We've also been able to see as well that there have been major airstrikes within Tehran in additional clips throughout the course of the past 24 hours, which we can see right here. We can see the explosions in the distance there. This guy seems to be a lady.
That's got to be a B-52 or a B-2.
Is that Grandpa Buff? Oh!
Now, I think it might be. This is heavy.
This guy's getting a kick out of it.
Whoa. This guy might be insane.
I think this guy's watching the collapse of the government he doesn't like. I think that's why he's giving a good laugh at this.
Hope this thing doesn't, take a turn or something. Jeez. Don't you think this is probably like a large bomber? This has to be like a B-52 or something like that. Because I mean, this is heavy. Like this seems like heavier than a fighter jet for sure.
Could have been a B-2 strike, or it could have been because crazily enough, I mean, F-15EXs can carry a load of ordnance. This could have just been two F-15EXs just taking a dump on this middle area in Tehran.
Yeah, it could be. This is some of the biggest strikes I've seen so far.
I mean, they are huge, and the ordnance is massive.
Holy moly. What are those, like 2,000-pound J-dams or something? I mean, those are some crazy explosions.
They're fairly large. Like, I can't tell you exactly what they are. They're probably 1,000 or 2,000 pounders, but they're huge at this point. We also got to see some other airstrikes that were conducted earlier on in the day as well.
I think this is probably the best argument I've ever heard for Israel telling the United States what to do, because Israel always drops those 2,000 pounders whenever they attack, and I think they've passed a few tips to the United States. It looks like
right now today. Hello. Yes, is this Donald? Hi, I was wanting to tell you, you like Burger King? Anyways, I need you to hit them with 2,000-pound bombs right in the middle of Tehran, please. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to move on out of at least the destruction that happened within Tehran. And the Israeli Air Force also mentioned that they hit a nuclear facility within the northeastern area of Tehran, which is actually not too far from the Lavazan neighborhood right here. So we also were able to hear that there were airstrikes conducted within that area. Moving us on out of the internal situation within Iran, the strikes, damage, and also everything else that's gone on within the area today, I do have to bring y'all over here briefly for a moment into something that we do have to mention. As many of y'all do know, the United States Department of Defense has announced that, unfortunately, there have been casualties and killed. We do understand at the moment there have been 6 killed in action in the U.S. Armed Forces who have valiantly laid down their lives in service of the United States, its national interests, and the safety of the citizenry here on the home front. And we do have the names, which have been publicly released, of 4 of the 6 individuals who have died in the line of the service. We'll be reading off those names for y'all and showing their pictures here as well on air. We have been able to confirm within the 4 U.S. Fatalities, which have been mentioned to the public, along with their pictures and their names, that Captain Cody A. Cork, aged 35, of Winter Haven, Florida, has been deceased, along with Sergeant First Class Noah L. Teachins, 42, of Bellevue, Nebraska, along with Sergeant First Class Nicole M. Amore, age 39, of White Bear Lake, Minnesota, and Sergeant Declan J. Cody, 20 years old, of West Des Moines, Iowa. Those are the 4 names that we do have public at this moment who have been confirmed killed in the line of the service of the United United States of America, and it's an incredibly unfortunate thing to know that at this point we are hearing of 6 fatalities within the U.S. Armed Forces, with 4 of these being among those 6. I do have to say that while it's always incredibly unfortunate to hear of the loss of service members, these service members have heroically laid down their lives in the service of the United States of America and the safety of the citizenry on the home front. We hope that by their sacrifice and the continued efforts and hard work of those living who are currently within the armed forces, we'll be able to see that they bring victory inside the Middle East for the United States of America and a safer future for the United States and our interest within the Middle East, ensuring that we are able to keep the strategic situation largely to our advantage globally. It's always an incredibly sad thing to see. But Matthew, do you have any comments that you would like to add as well?
All I got to say is, honestly, when I heard this earlier today, like I was looking at their pictures and also looking at their names. I was thinking, geez, I was like, this is sad. It is true that in war you lose people, but it's always tough. Like I've never even served. Like I'll make that perfectly clear. I've never served, but it's tough to see the folks losing their lives like that. It's something I guess it is necessary. We have to deal with the Iran threat, but these folks did sacrifice their lives here, and they did. Unfortunately, their lives came to an early end because of the situation right here, but they did die very honorably, and also may they rest in peace.
And we hope that they will be honored quite significantly here in the United States. We do understand that the fatalities and largely the bodily remains will be returned to the United States here soon, and we do hope that they are given a hero's welcome, as once again they did lay down their lives in the service of the nation. Regardless of whether people agree with the war or not, I do think that everyone can agree that one who lays down their life for their country is someone who should be respected regardless. But nevertheless, these are the names and faces of those who have been killed so far in the conflict, and once we get information on the other 2 deceased, which have been confirmed by the U.S. Department of Defense to be dead at this moment, we will be making sure to publish their names and faces on air as well, to make sure that everyone of the United States of America can know of those honored dead who have laid down their lives in the name of the United States of America. But with that, we are going to be moving on out of that unfortunate news for a moment, and moving on into some other significant news that we have also been able to get from inside of the Middle East. We're going to be making sure here really quickly, folks, to wrap up the Middle Eastern news before we move on, as there's not too much more to go, and it largely has to deal with our Gulf state allies and also the coalition that we have. In a bit of positive news, we have been able to hear that the United States of America was able to see that airstrikes were conducted today on Iranian militias and militant forces within Iraq. We were able to confirm that some airstrikes were seen within the area of Al-Qaim, which is along the area of the Syrian-Iraqi border, which we were able to see in this clip right here. We believe that that might have been a Lucas one-way drone that was used in this attack inside of Iraq. That's the end of that clip. But moving on out of the Islamic, well, not the Islamic Republic, the Republic of Iraq, as it is technically called, we have been able to hear a little bit more unfortunate news today coming out of Kuwait, as we have been able to confirm by satellite photography that 2 ANTPY-2 radars of 2 THAAD missile defense batteries have been knocked out within the Middle East. Radars are the eyes and ears, for the larger part, of air defense batteries, meaning that if they're knocked out of action, the air defense batteries that they are connected to have largely gone blind, and their missiles are not, well, their missile batteries and missile transport erector launchers are actually not able to work at 100% efficiency. From what we understand, according to 2 satellite pictures, 2 of the ANTPY radars have been knocked out, meaning that 2 of our THAAD batteries are currently out of operation at the moment due to not having working radar systems. We do not know if they can get replacements into the area. We know that, at least publicly, only 10 of these radar types do exist, and these are specifically purpose-built for the THAAD missile batteries. They might be able to integrate into a larger network system to where they can use the radar systems of Patriot batteries, but the ANTPY-2s were largely custom designed to be even more finer-tuned and longer range, to be able to see that the THAAD missiles are used at their best and fullest potential. So this is a rather unfortunate loss for the United States. It's not going to be a doomsday scenario, but it's not great to hear that we have lost 2 Patriot, 2 THAAD batteries at the moment and their fire control capabilities. We've also been able to hear that within Kuwait, in a bit of a silver lining in a sword, I do have to say that this is absolutely crazy news. We have been able to hear a little bit of additional info as to why the 3 F-15 Eagles were shot down in Kuwait. And crazily enough, it wasn't the ground air defense batteries that got them. It was not a Hawk, and it was not a Patriot air defense system that the Kuwaiti army was using. It turns out that it was a singular Kuwaiti FA-18 Hornet that ended up engaging and shooting down all 3 F-15Es within minutes of each other.
Holy cow. I guess you can call that guy an ace pilot. He was fighting for his life. Can you imagine that? A Kuwaiti pilot shooting down 3 of our jets, and not just our jets, but a pretty high-end variant of that aircraft right there. That's wild right there. That guy must have really thought that it was going down. He was literally fighting to the end.
So to explain to y'all why this happened, because I know a lot of people are gonna be like, "How the hell did this happen?" I do have to say that this is a bit of a comical situation at this point, because we luckily have heard none of the airmen were even really wounded as a result of their ejections from the aircraft after they were stricken. But from what we understand, at the time that this happened, the airspace of Kuwait lit up, and I mean quite truly lit up, with dozens of Iranian drones and missiles entering the airspace, along with the U.S. apparently communicating a little bit earlier, several hours earlier, to the Kuwaitis and the Kuwaiti Air Defense, also identifying that Iranian aircraft were operating around the area and may enter Kuwaiti airspace at any moment. In the midst of this massive barrage that was being seen, the FA-18 picked up the 3 F-15s in the midst of the clutter on its radar system, and the Kuwaiti pilot, apparently assuming at that point that the prior reports of Iranian jets possibly entering Kuwaiti airspace were true, apparently fired upon all 3 of the F-15Es and was able to successfully splash all 3 of them as a result. This guy almost ended up becoming an ace, by the way. To become a ace, you would have to take down 5 enemy aircraft. This guy ended up taking down 3 Allied aircraft, but nevertheless, I do have to say that this guy must have thought that he was fighting for his life against 3 Iranian aircraft. And I do have to make it incredibly clear, folks, that the fog of war is fairly difficult to parse through, and Kuwaiti air defense and air forces have proven to be quite effective at the moment. But in the midst of literally dozens of different enemy contacts coming in, it's very hard to parse through enemy contacts on the radar system and friendly contacts, with the 3 F-15s being in the midst of the missile and drone swarm that was coming in and the possible Iranian aircraft that were off in the distance. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we are currently seeing a very large missile attack, and apparently it's missiles. So like we mentioned earlier, the TEL launchers are not completely obliterated inside of Iran, or otherwise this attack that we're currently seeing would simply not be possible. So we're currently seeing the target appears to be mainly Jerusalem right now. That appears to be the main target, and we don't know how many missiles have been fired as of right now. I haven't heard the sirens go off in Jerusalem yet. I'm currently listening for that, and we'll be keeping you apprised of it. But it looks like mainly Jerusalem. It appears to be the most alerts are in that city right now, and we will be keeping an eye out because it looks like this could be a pretty decently sized attack right now.
And also, really quickly, I got to pull this up for some folks, because I see a lot of people saying, "Oh, that's not how IFR works, like friend or foe identifiers." Generally, there was, from what I understand, a decent amount of losses that were seen in the Gulf War as well due to friendly fire, which I'm quickly trying to find y'all at the moment, so that way I can show y'all that, because no matter what, there is going to always be friendly fire that happens in war, and this is one of the larger incidents that we've ever seen in modern history, but it does happen from time to time. Also, I don't think a lot of people would really understand like what it would be like in the cockpit of an FA-18 in the middle of that sort of scenario. There is a load of sensory overload that's going on that pilot at that moment. One, he's seeing dozens of contacts pop up on the radar. Two, he probably has the RWR receiver going off as well, which creates a audible beeping noise. There's a whole bunch of other data being displayed to them at that time, and then in the midst of that, there's 3 F-15Es out there in the clutter of incoming drones and missiles that are coming in, and he ended up firing on them on accident. I mean, that's what happens. I mean, it's not like this Kuwaiti pilot has something out and he's joined the jihad against the United States. Like that didn't happen. The Kuwaitis love us. We liberated their country in 1991. You could tell how much they liked us by how they treated all the pilots that went down to the ground, and how they were about to wring out the neck of one of the pilots because he thought he was an Iranian.
Yeah, well, let's jump off of that for a second and jump back to the breaking news for right now. Let's see. We're currently hearing apparently about 10 or 15 minutes ago, apparently there was a direct impact being reported in Israel, and the area is Beit Shemesh. I'm not totally familiar with where that area is. Enforcer, can you give us a location on that and see where that area is? Is that it right here?
Yes, this is just to the west of Jerusalem and southeast of Tel Aviv.
Okay, so we're being told there was a direct impact there. I currently haven't seen that on the live cameras yet. I am watching those on the side screen, but I'm not seeing any footage of that coming out yet. So they're claiming there was an impact, but I don't see anything really happening in Jerusalem right this second. So as far as I'm aware, there's more missiles inbound that we're currently hearing about. We're hearing that Iran just launched them, so we're expecting the next 10 to 15 minutes or so that we could see some possible interceptions or impacts over Jerusalem. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that. But in the meantime, I'm trying to look for more footage of the situation, but it looks like we're kind of a little bit scarce at the moment.
It appears that they might actually be trying to target this larger IDF munitions facility that's just to the west of Bet Shemesh. As you can see, a large amount of it here, and it's generally blurred out. But that looks to be where most of the air raid is coming in. And also, there is the Ort Telnof air base right here as well. So that all generally is within the air raid alert area. So it seems like they're now actually trying to prioritize hitting military targets in Israel instead of wider population areas like Tel Aviv metropolitan area or Haifa.
Yeah, it seems like it. It certainly seems like it. Also, by the way, I've noticed, I have noticed, like the enforcer mentioned earlier, that generally there has been a decrease in the amount of missiles being fired by Iran, but they're still firing them nonetheless. Like we're seeing the alerts right now about missiles being fired. So it appears to be most of the recent attacks on the Gulf states and also the oil fields and the oil refineries in the regions of the Gulf states. It appears that drones are being the primary munition being used by the Iranian government to strike those facilities. So the drone launchers, they're obviously a lot cheaper and a lot more mobile than the missile launchers, so that might explain it. But they're definitely able to launch drones, but their missile launching capacity has been reduced.
And so that is, of course, good news to hear. Hopefully we'll be able to see that this incoming wave is a lot more manageable and will be shot down before we could even make landfall. Go ahead.
I just got it right now. I just got the video apparently showing the missile impact in Beit Shemesh right here.
This is Beit Shemesh or Jerusalem?
Well, I think they're calling it Jerusalem, but I think this is Beit Shemesh.
All right, so let's take a look, folks, and see what we have here. We hear the birds chirping. It is the early morning hours over there right now. And we hear several explosions in the distance. Those sound to be ground impacts. We hear further explosions in the distance. And that appears...
I only really heard one impact. It seems like it was just a singular impact out of all those different sounds we were hearing.
It sounded like two to me. Let's take a listen again and see what we can hear. And we're going to pay really close attention this time, folks. I'm not going to comment in the middle of the clip.
Okay, that was two.
Three, actually.
I want a secondary explosion on that first one. I think I just sounded almost like a secondary explosion.
It would have been pretty quick afterwards. Like usually like the secondary explosions come a good bit later, like maybe 30 seconds to a minute, and that was like literally like a second or two. So I think that might have been a third impact, possibly. But there's at least 2 to 3 like that we're counting right now, and it could be either. It could have been a reverb off of a hillside that made it sound like a snap. But I think there was 3 independent explosions that hit the area, at least from what I could count. And we also saw some smoke rising from the surrounding area as well. Sadly, I won't be able to do a lot of geolocation on this in the moment because we actually have a lot more news to go, and we want to make sure to be able to get into that at the moment tonight. But it does appear that there have been impacts at this moment around the area of Jerusalem, or more so towards the west of Jerusalem at this moment. So we'll be waiting to get further information at this time, but it does appear that Israeli air defense did not intercept all incoming missiles, and there were at least 2 to 3 impacts that did hit the ground. So with that in mind, before we move on out of the Middle Eastern news, we have just a few more things to cover in this area. I do want to make sure that we take a quick moment to thank everyone who has been watching so far. Over the course of the past hour and a half, we've actually had about 39,000 people here, and 210,000 people have watched this show since it started. We're always entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all come here to get your news. And we hope that many of y'all who are new here tonight will stay with us as we continue to cover this news of the war. If you would like to, please do make sure to subscribe. We're always very honored to know that folks enjoy the show and want to hear more news from our channel. And we would love to have y'all here and have y'all as permanent members of our amazing community of the channel, the LSA. And so with that in mind, before we move on into the rest of our news out of the Middle East and then on into the smaller periphery news that we've got now of the rest of the world, including the news of the war in Ukraine, I do want to make sure that we get a couple of questions here. We're going to be getting 3 of them and then moving into the rest of the news right after that. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so before we get to our 3 super chat questions real quick, I want to go ahead and address a poll that's been running right now. This is a question that we've already covered, or generally a topic we've already covered, but I asked a question about it specifically. We are hearing the reports say that Khamenei's son, Mojtaba, which is his second eldest son, will likely be Iran's new leader. So do you believe the United States will work with him, or will they fix him up? 74% said no, he will be removed or fixed up or patched up or possibly something else. 8% said yes, they will negotiate. 9% said I'm 50-50 on those. So I would say personally, I would say that I think he might be fixed up by the United States. I think they might fix him up. I don't think they're going to work with him. I think they are sick of the Khamenei regime. And I don't think the Khamenei regime has any flexibility whatsoever with negotiating with the West. Of course, this is the guy's son, so I really doubt the son is going to negotiate with the killers of his father. I really doubt that's going to be the case. And also, I would imagine the son, obviously, we don't know the son. We've never heard the son really speak very much, but I would imagine he's probably as extreme as his father. So I really doubt that this is going to go anywhere. But Enforcer, what say you?
He will be removed through ordinance. Generally, I would say I would be with the 74% on that. He's not going to be around for long. We already know that the other guy that they kind of said, oh, he might be the guy. He already got blown up, I think, yesterday or the day before. So he's already out of the picture, and this guy isn't going to be around for much longer either. I have a feeling they're probably trying to track down exactly where he is right now and get him before he can even become the supreme leader, I would assume. So we'll probably be hearing about his death here soon. So I hope that does address that well, at least best I can in my opinion. And before we move on into the rest of our news, also really quickly, folks, I was able to do a little bit of sleuthing here while Matthew was reading off that poll, just to give you all a little bit of an idea of friendly fire and how bad it can be sometimes. During the entirety of the Gulf War, the United States friendly fire accounted for 35 U.S. battle deaths over the entirety of the conflict. A Black Hawk was shot down by an F-18. A-10s actually attacked British armored elements several times, and as a matter of fact, Apache attack helicopters from time to time incidentally conducted friendly fire on U.S. armor on the ground as well within Iraq during the offensive. So friendly fire does happen. I don't really want people to start permeating the idea that the Kuwaitis are secretly enemies plotting for our destruction. They quite truly are amazing allies. We have more bases in Kuwait than most every other country within the Middle East, and I can tell you all that what that pilot did was an honest mistake. Really impressive work, I would say. I mean, shooting down 3 F-15Es is not easy even for an ally, but once again, an honest mistake by that pilot, and I'm sure that the Kuwaitis are deeply sorry about that incident, considering that they consider the United States to be a dead-on, die-hard ally of theirs, and they're a die-hard ally of ours within the region. But with that, it is time for us to get on into some questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's get that first of 3 super chats. Our first one here goes to Kopioterix, who puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Kopioterix, for supporting the channel and helping to keep it running. And they said, you guys cover everything so well that I don't even have any questions in LSA.
Oh, well, I thank you so much for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. We're always honored to be able to try and cover the news the best we can, and I hope that it has been up to spec again tonight. I got to thank you massively, Kopioterix, for the support. Because support like yours from the viewers who watch this channel help this thing to be possible each and every single day, and we're massively appreciative to you and everyone else here watching tonight for spending your time here, and also in some regards, even supporting the channel directly through money in helping us to keep the lights on, pay our bills, and focus on this thing as a full-time job. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Truckin' Chef, and thank you very much, Mr. Chef, for that support. He said, I enjoy the hard work all the time, and thank you.
And thank you so much for the support, Truckin' Chef. And we are happy to have you here tonight, and we thank you so much for enjoying the show and supporting it and helping it to keep running. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night.
And also, by the way, I think your test word, BC Skyman. It looks like the super chats are back to working, thankfully. I'm not sure what's going on with that, by the way. I've heard a couple of people say they're having a problem with the super chat, but thank you very much, BC, for that support. We also have a 50 from Chris Feilbach, and thank you very much, Chris, for that support. He said today's orb word is orbicarulus. Let's see here. It's used in things like the eyes and the mouths, apparently. A little bit of a muscular control. I don't think it applies to any others.
And a big thanks to you for support, Chris Fieldbach. And that is apparently the orbicularis. Very interesting word right there. And I gotta thank you massively for the support, Chris Fieldbach, and helping this channel to keep it running and keeping the orb words of the days rolling. So big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that in mind, folks, it's now time for us to move out of this question segment and on into the rest of the news. By the way, folks, we will be addressing every single super chat before the end of the night. So if you have thrown one in right now and it hasn't been addressed, do not fret. We get to each and every one of them. You just have to be a little patient for a little bit because we have to get through the rest of the news that we have, and then after that we have to get into the questions, and we generally organize the way that the questions are answered, starting with the largest ones first, and then we work our way on down into the smaller ones eventually. But moving on from that, we have been able to hear that the French and the British are getting very close to getting directly involved offensively against Iran. The British will be deploying a Type 45 Daring class destroyer, seen here. I actually got to say I'm a big fan of these. They look really nice. But they're currently deploying one down towards Cyprus and the overseas crown territory of Dhekelia and Akrotiri to be able to try and defend the RAF base there in that area. Currently, they're relegated to only defensive actions, but we're believing that offensive actions may be taking place at some point in the future. The French have also announced that they are going to be conducting aerial defensive measures over the United Arab Emirates, which is now showing the first direct French armed involvement in the conflict defensively. We are believing the French are heavily likely to be involved offensively, as the French don't really play around once they get bombed. They generally go to bombing whoever bombed them first, so we're expecting that the French will probably get involved in the conflict at some point here within the next following days. The Charles de Gaulle is actually outbound to this area. It does appear that that was confirmed today, which is also giving us a significant idea that they're trying to bring in further air power to start their own air campaign, joining in with the U.S. against the Iranians. Moving on out of that news, at least pertaining to that area of the UAE, we also heard that the U.S. consulate was hit within Dubai earlier in the day, which we actually have video evidence of here. We can hear the drone flying in right there, and then slamming into the consulate in the distance.
Oh my God, it was a direct hit?
A direct hit, yes.
Shit. Oh, dang, I didn't see that earlier.
Yes, unfortunately, it does appear the drone was able to make it through the air defense at Dubai and was able to hit the consulate.
Move.
We don't really know if there was any personnel within this building at the moment, so we're trying to see if there will be any casualty reports coming out. Unfortunately, we're having to wait and see if that will be the case.
Another drone. Well, leave from there. Leave from there.
But that's the end of that clip, showing another unfortunate impact on another U.S. consulate. Moving us out of that news and on into the area of Qatar, we also were able to confirm that Iranian missiles did hit Al Udeid once again overnight, according to the Qatari defense minister, as they are still trying to work diligently in Qatar to try and shoot down all of the incoming air threats, which continue to threaten Qatar and U.S. forces within the area every single day. Further than that, we've also heard that there was Royal Air Force operations last night over the Kingdom of Jordan. This footage was actually provided by the British Ministry of Defense, showing their Royal Air Forces engaging and shooting down aerial threats posed by the Iranians over the Kingdom of Jordan's airspace. And we can see that the British absolutely obliterated that drone. It's nice to see the Royal Air Force down there. The Royal Air Force is a very cool one. Moving on from that, however, that is generally all the developments that we have at the moment inside the Middle East, inside of Iran, and also our Gulf state allies. But we do have a little bit of additional news to tell you all about the maritime situation. Right now, we have seen that the U.S. did put out some more pictures of the air operations. We got to see another picture of the B-2 in flight, and also the B-52s that were preparing for their own air operations against Iran a while ago, most likely in a standoff capacity if we were to take a proper assumption. And we also were able to hear that right now, the U.S. Navy has told industry officials in the oil industry there's no availability for naval escorts at the moment. So it seems as though while we're providing insurance, the Navy has not assessed that they'll be able to provide escort and convoy duties to be able to get tankers in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, at least for now. That might change as the days pass or the weeks pass. Now, with that all in mind, it is time for us to move a little bit on out of the Middle East and towards Malta. Now, last night we did get to see that there was a beautiful sunrise over Malta. It did appear to be quite fantastic, and y'all would actually be a little bit shocked to know that that's not the sun rising. That is actually a Russian shadow tanker, which appears to have been hit by naval attack drones, possibly of the Ukrainians, within the Mediterranean.
Oh man, so much for being a shadow tanker. It looks like it came out into the light today. In fact, it is the light.
It is the light. I mean, it's crazy because that really does look like a sunrise or a sunset right there. That is a tanker that is on fire. It's a liquid natural gas tanker, the Arctic Metagas, which was hit and is currently on fire. The crew is evacuated, but it appears the fire will continue to rage out of control until the vessel's structural integrity is compromised. It'll then take on water and most likely sink. But there you can see the actual fireball right there for once. But if you look at it from a distance, I mean, that looks literally like the sun rising on the horizon. So moving on out of that clip, kind of crazy to see the Ukrainians landing a hit like that. We've also been able to hear out of U.S. CENTCOM today in Tampa, Florida, which is where their headquarters is at, that the first 24 hours of the war saw bombings at twice the scale of the shock and awe campaign on the U.S. bombing campaign that opened the 2003 invasion of Iraq. I have to say, like, this is actually a clip of the shock and awe campaign here. I think, like someone said for context here, it does look like a wider spread, but I think this time around, the reason why it's twice as large is because they're using an unholy amount of munitions against each target. Like, for example, the presidential complex that Khamenei was in when he was killed, it was hit with about, I believe it was something like 30 bombs during that individual strike. So, I mean, it's not like, it's not shock and awe. I mean, we're just shock and awing on pinpoint targets.
Yeah. And also another big point to make as well, back when shock and awe happened, the U.S. military budget was like 400 billion or something like that. It's now well over $1 trillion now, or it's like at $1 trillion. I think they're trying to raise it to 1.5 trillion is the word on the street. So it was much less, even adjusting for inflation. It was a lower military budget then than it is now. So we have much more larger weapons at our disposal, and also a lot more of them too.
I would definitely have to agree. And, so shock and awe is going on in Iran. I mean, there's no doubt about that right now. I don't think anyone can even say that that's not happening. So, I'd have to say CENTCOM's reports are pretty impressive with that. Moving on from that, we've also been able to hear some additional statements out of Washington, D.C. One we were able to hear is that there are already rising prices at the pump. The average price per gallon has rose about 11 cents overnight to about $3.11 in the United States. That's according to AAA. So it does appear that at the moment we are already starting to see rising gas prices at this moment within the United States as a result of the slightly rising crude oil prices globally. Moving on out of that, we are going to be moving into the central and North Atlantic. Matthew, you're making it very hard for me not to laugh right now. I heard you start laughing.
Oh, I wasn't laughing because I was endorsing it, by the way. I was laughing because I looked up and I was trying to get done typing something important. And I looked up and I saw that goofy meme right there. And I was like, what the hell am I looking at? But anyways, carry on.
That wasn't there earlier, by the way, folks, when I actually put that on the map. That apparently showed up right before we went live. We're not endorsing any political comments, by the way. The rising price of gas was expected to some extent. But I got to say, when Matthew started laughing at that thing, it almost made me start busting out laughing as well. But anyways, moving on from that, we did get to see that there is still a massive conga line of airlifts that are being conducted by the United States into the Middle East and out of the Middle East over the course of the day, once again showing us that major sustainment operations are underway. And now, moving us on out of the Middle East and on into Europe, we probably have some of the craziest news that we could ever tell y'all. Poland has announced through its government today officially that they are now going to be seeking the path of obtaining their own nuclear weapons. So the Republic of Poland has officially announced that they will be starting a nuclear weapons program and will be attempting to develop and field their own nuclear weaponry. Now, where in the world did that come out of? Well, it came out of left field. Have they been planning this for long? I mean, I don't really know. But one thing I will tell you is that this is absolutely insane. Generally, we all support here in the West the idea of nuclear non-proliferation, meaning that we don't want everyone in the world having their own nuclear weapons. So the Polish pursuing this sort of a path isn't necessarily the best idea, at least in my opinion. I think that the higher number of nations that do possess nuclear weapons, the closer we will get to a nuclear exchange. I mean, we're already at the point to where nuclear warfare is always kind of on everyone's minds here and there, with just a handful of countries having them. If everybody in the world has nuclear weapons, a nuclear war breaking out somewhere and then opening up that Pandora's box of nuclear weaponry being used in warfare is completely acceptable, begins to become a higher likelihood, at least statistically and percentage-wise. And then we could see nuclear war breaking out over most of the world as a normal conventional tactic at that point. A lot of people aren't talking right now about whether this is a good idea or not. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
So it looks like 46% of the audience said yes, it's a good idea. Poland must be nuclear armed, while 30% said no, that's a bad idea. It'll cause major issues, specifically with Russia. And 17% said I'm 50-50 on this one. So to explain why Poland is currently making this move right here, and we'll get into exactly what move they're making in just a second, because there's a little bit of a detail to it that's pretty important to make. But the reason why this is the case is because Poland is not confident in the NATO alliance anymore. This is what that indicates. They are trying to create a nuclear umbrella for themselves, along with Germany and France, and they're trying to extend that umbrella over toward Poland, which is obviously butting right up to Belarus. So that's why they're doing it. But here's the catch. We don't know if this is going to be a nuclear sharing program or if it's going to be a nuclear development program. We don't know which one it is. It could be simply maybe Germany's going to lend Poland some nukes to have in their territory, or maybe France will do that. We're not really sure yet. But here's the catch. This is the big catch right here. Russia is going to use this for a pretext for war. I am very confident about that. Russia is already like acting crazy. They're already threatening to like invade the Baltic states. They're already doing crazy stuff, and they're losing the war in Ukraine also as well. And also Ukraine's retaking a whole bunch of ground right now. And unfortunately, we haven't had time to report on it, but Ukraine is continuing to advance against the Russian forces in their territory. So it's not going good for Russia. And also their economy is on the brink. It's still on the brink. So I think Russia will say that this is a pretext for war because now Poland, obtaining nukes, is putting a nuclear-armed state right on the border with Belarus, which is a Russian-aligned state, a very heavily Russian-aligned state. So it's going to lead to some probably strong situations. That's putting it mildly. But I'm actually 50-50. I'm not entirely sure if now is the great time for that. Poland's already protected by Germany, by the way, but at the same time, it seems to be kind of bringing us a step closer toward a really bad global situation. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I would be with the 30%. They should not have a nuclear weapon. That would be a pretty bad idea. Nuclear proliferation is a not solid idea generally at all. I mean, the fact that nuclear weapons exist means that it will be a necessary evil, that nuclear weapons have to exist at a minimum in the world to some extent. But nuclear weaponry is not something that we would want to see proliferate to every single country in the world. If Poland gets their own nuclear weapons, for one, that's a huge pretext for non-proliferation activities by the Russians, meaning that a war with NATO could definitely begin at that point. By international treaty, the Russians actually have a legal precedent at that point to do that, much like we're doing with Iran right now. So, you know, that could definitely cause a greater escalation inside of Europe. And also, I saw some people say nuclear weapons means that nobody attacks you. Oh, really? Well, then why did the Taliban attack nuclear-armed Pakistan, and why did nuclear-armed India attack nuclear-armed Pakistan, and why is Ukraine bombing nuclear-armed Russia deep within their territory, even flying over some of their nuclear sites to go and hit strategic targets in Russia and counterattacking? Because if nuclear weapons completely provided a shield, then we would see that the war between Pakistan and India, and Pakistan and Afghanistan, and the war between Ukraine and Russia, for one, the war in Ukraine and Russia would have never continued on farther than, say, a couple of weeks because they would have been scared of getting nuked. So clearly that shows that nuclear weapons are not some sort of a holy shield that stops you from being attacked. Wars can still happen, but because everyone else has nuclear weapons, now the chances of nuclear weapons being used in a war is a lot more likely. So I'd have to say this is just, in my opinion, not a great idea to see. I wouldn't like the idea of Poland having nuclear weapons. I think if they wanted to coordinate with the French to have French nuclear weapons forward deployed in Poland, that's totally fine, because that's not technically nuclear proliferation. That's just nuclear weapons sharing or forward deployments of nuclear weapons. But Poland having its own nuclear weapons program and its own nuclear weapons only increases the risks of nuclear warfare happening at some point in the future. And not only that, opens up the door for Russia to make the point point on international treaty that a war with NATO is necessary because they're allowing Poland to violate the non-nuclear proliferation treaty. And that would cause an actual third world war. I mean, the war right now in the Middle East is regional, and people are already scared about this thing passing on into a third world war. It would be an absolutely horrific idea to give the Russians an actual international treaty invocation to start a war with Poland that could then start a NATO Article 5 declaration.
And you also had to factor in that, obviously it's a regional war. The U.S. is attacking Iran, and right now it's confined to the region. So you're seeing that break out. The entire region right now is in pure chaos. That's clear as a bell at this point. But you have to remember the effect that's going to have on Russia. Russia is losing another key ally. They're going to lose Iran. That's a pretty big ally for Russia, believe it or not. It seems like not really a big deal, but for Russia and the state they're in, it's a very big deal that they're losing Iran. Also, they just lost Syria, too. Like, remember that. Before Iran, they lost Syria. So Russia's losing allies left and right. So that's putting strain and also pressure. It's putting Russia further into a corner. And now, adding on top of it, this whole situation with Poland perhaps getting nukes, I mean, that's going to also add another situation. It's going to put them even further into a corner. So we have to be careful here. I am all for NATO protecting itself. Everybody who's been here on the channel for a long time knows that we are highly in support of NATO. We 100% believe that they should protect their territory, but we should not try to accelerate, like stomp on the gas toward World War III. We should not do that because it's not necessary to do this. It's not necessary to put nukes into Poland. Poland can be protected without putting nukes there and letting Poland actually possess them. We ought to be careful. Like Poland has done a great job helping Ukraine out. They've done a great job protecting NATO at the front because, of course, they're in the front lines right now. They're right butted up to Belarus. But I think they might be taking a step too far with this one. They might be going a little bit too overboard.
Yeah, and I see some people saying the analysis is dubious. Well, I mean, if it's dubious and the idea of people getting nuclear weapons is fine, why are we bombing Iran right now? Why did that whole war start? It started because they're still trying to go towards getting a nuclear weapon. So, there you have it. I mean, it's like, if the idea of people getting nuclear weapons is no biggie, then why are we killing every single government official in Iran right now? Kind of brings around the point, people going for nuclear weapons generally invites people bombing you to stop you from getting a nuclear weapon before you actually have one. So with Poland announcing that right now, I think they need to make a clarification that this might just be for deployment of French nuclear weapons, because if they don't, I mean, this is literally just inviting the Russians to go, we will not allow Poland to have a nuclear weapon. NATO is supporting nuclear proliferation. For this reason we bomb Poland. And then when Poland gets bombed, at that point, it's a defensive situation. Then they invoke Article 5, or they invoke Article 4, and then that invokes Article 5, and now we're in a legit World War III. Nuclear armed powers versus another nuclear armed power on the battlefield across the whole of Eastern Europe.
There is one more possibility that we haven't talked about yet. There is a slight chance that maybe Poland really doesn't mean this. Because also remember this, by the way, it's a bit strange that Poland publicized this information because you typically wouldn't want to go out and say, hey, we want nukes. We're going to be getting them here shortly. That's probably not a good thing to say in the midst of this situation right now with the global tensions. That's probably not wise to say that. It could be that Poland's trying to put pressure on the United States to redeploy forces to the NATO front. That could be another possibility here. It could be a pressure tactic to get the United States to sort of jump back in to prevent Poland from getting nukes by offering some type of concession, so that way they back off that idea. That could be another reason as well.
Also, I see some people are like, Poland is not the same as the terrorists in Iran. You're not getting it. Let's think outside the box here. Russia hates the West. They don't care if Poland's a terrorist state like Iran, which is their ally. We're bombing their ally because they're trying to get a nuclear weapon, and we're not going to accept that. They aren't going to allow one of our allies to get a nuclear weapon in violation of an international treaty. It doesn't matter if Poland is comparable to Iran internally, politically, or not. The Russians will say they're trying to get a nuclear weapon. They're directly doing that because they want to kill us in Russia, just like we're saying about Iran. So we're not going to let them have it. And it doesn't matter if there is a Khamenei in Poland. They're going to make that claim because it's the open world, and there's nothing stopping the Russians from making that claim. It's not like if they tried to make that claim with all of us saying, oh, that's not true, like a zipper just appears on their mouth and like a cartoon, it just zips up where they can't make the statement. They're going, No, they're going to make those claims, and then that's what's going to happen. that's not a good idea. I mean, there's no way to make that a good idea, because while I say that the Russians are absolutely about as strong as wet paper in a bowl of water, they do have nuclear weapons, and we generally do want to avoid as much as we can a third world war with them, unless if it's completely unavoidable and they attack us first. But we don't want to give them a reason to attack us first like that. I mean, that's literally a reason anyone would attack anyone for. But anyways, with that, we have breaking news coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so let's jump out of Europe for a second. Leave Europe in the background for a moment here. We have some big news coming out of the Middle East right now involving an Iranian attack on a couple of different air bases across the region. So we're hearing that Saudi Arabia is now reporting that it shot down a pair of Iranian cruise missiles near the Prince Sultan Air Base, a massive complex currently hosting numerous coalition aircraft. So this is a satellite view of the base, and we're hearing that Saudi Arabia used their air defense to shoot down a couple of Iranian missiles. So they have successfully deterred an attack on this airbase. So that's good news right there. But unfortunately, though, we've gotten visual confirmation that a drone, an Iranian drone, has hit a U.S. compound near the Baghdad airport. We have gotten a video of that, actually. It's in our second post above this one. And let's take a look.
And we're going to be taking a look at this clip right here when you hear the drone coming in. And we see the explosion right there as well. Seems as though the locals are quite shocked by this, I believe. That actually appears to be in the very same location at the southern end of the Victory base that we saw last time, as we were actually able to see one of the same structures that was seen then. Now, this is actually the Victory base. You can actually see some U.S. Air Force C-130s based out of here when the satellite photograph was taken, and it appears to have once again landed a hit somewhere around this general area down here on the southern end.
Yeah. So that does appear to be a confirmed hit near the Baghdad airport, so that's not good to see, obviously. But we have seen also simultaneous attacks on Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Israel as well. Let me check and see here what the areas in Israel are. Apparently, the areas in Israel is apparently right outside of... Let's see, it's at the very northern end of Israel, it appears like. There's a small alert toward the northern end, not really seeing too much crazy there happening. But we are also getting an interesting announcement from the U.S. State Department, by the way, and this involves Cyprus. The U.S. State Department is now allowing non-essential employees to leave Cyprus immediately. So it sounds like they're expecting more attacks on Cyprus, most likely from Lebanon, I would imagine. And so they're trying to get non-essential employees out of there to get them out of harm's way. So we have seen, of course, the attacks have been ramping up against consulates, U.S. consulates in the region, and U.S. embassies. We did hear the Saudi Arabia Riyadh embassy had the entire roof cave in. That's how bad a strike was from Iran on that facility. Luckily, there was nobody in the building. There were no casualties, but it sounds like Cyprus is going to be another hot target for the Hezbollah forces or the Iranian forces.
And so with that breaking news now out of the way, and a huge thanks to Matthew once again for breaking that news for all of us, we are going to be moving on and up into the area of Ukraine, because we actually have a little bit of additional news to cover that came out of Ukraine today, because everyone, we do not forget about Ukraine. We're not viral news chasers. We do have to cover the biggest news coming out, but I do have to say that we always try and keep as much attention on all of the news and the conflicts that we try to cover, although sadly we were not able to fit any updates on the Pakistan-Afghan war, or the situation in East Asia right now, or the cartel war going on in Mexico. We had to completely redact those news segments today because we just simply didn't have enough time to get to all of them in extensive detail. So moving us on into Ukraine and the limited amount of information that we were able to get out of this war today, we were able to see the Ukrainian drones did make it pretty deep in Russia again tonight, and it made it over the Volgograd area. You can actually see one of the refineries glowing on fire in the distance right here. And here comes another Ukrainian drone right there.
Isn't it crazy how the very sort of reminiscent of a Stuka sound, or like a similar sound like that, or engine sound, is like now the most horrifying sound in war again? Like it's come back.
Yeah, it has come back. It's really crazy, honestly. And they apparently landed some significant hits on the Volgograd refinery once again overnight. We also were able to hear, folks, today. Now, this was probably one of the funnest ones that we were able to cover. Now, I will say this, folks. Friendly fire does happen from time to time. The Russians have this tendency of making friendly fire happen all the time, like every day. And we got one of the more comical ones that I've ever heard of or seen today out of Rostov-on-Don. A Russian helicopter was flying directly overhead. I mean, literally just several hundred feet up above a Russian air defense battery on the outskirts of Rostov-on-Don. the Russians looked up and saw a helicopter and apparently misidentified it for a Ukrainian Liudi drone. Now, you can tell the two of those apart pretty easily, especially with the naked eye. And not only that, they make an entirely different sound. A helicopter's whooshing rotors sounds totally different than the propeller of a Liudi. I can just tell you, everything about the two of them are completely separate to the point that you just can't really mess them up. You can't get them wrong. The Russians ended up firing directly at the belly of the chopper right overhead and shot it down. We actually have a clip of the helicopter after it got obliterated by the Russian ground air defense. And apparently, from what we know, the entire crew was taken out along with the helicopter when the Russians shot this thing down. So here's the clip that we have. That up there is the helicopter, which is now a roaring inferno. And you see parts of it now falling towards the ground after it's been hit.
Listen to that thing.
It's literally still moving through the air, this giant glowing orange orb.
Да не сюда она летит.
You can even hear the
thing's,
rotor
look at that
whoosh.
thing. It's like,
Блять, ну
it's literally a flying fireball.
ебать.
Человек, уйди нахуй!
And we see the fire kind of dissipating a little bit. We hear the rotors apparently sounding like they're going into a spin.
Блять. Ебать, падает, ложись. Охуеть.
And we were able to confirm, folks, even by the Russians' accounts, that this is the aftermath. By the way, the helicopter did finally go down after a couple of minutes, but this was a massive friendly fire incident. We believe that 5 Russian crew members on board the helicopter were killed in the incident, and this was in the midst of an ongoing air defense scenario in Rostov as drones were coming into the area.
Yeah, that's wild right there. Honestly, that thing flying through the sky like that, like a huge fireball, was almost biblical looking. Actually, it's like, look at that thing just flying through. That's a shock they were able to fly it with the thing on fire like that. But it didn't fly for long though. It looks like it ended up splatting right over here.
Yeah, it didn't look like it lasted long at all, and unfortunately for those Russian crew members, it seems as though they really can't count on their air defenses on the ground. Now, here's the difference between the friendly fire that just happened down in Kuwait versus what happened here. The friendly fire down in Kuwait may have been caused by miscommunication and a quick overreaction by the Kuwaitis, and then the U.S. not properly communicating with the Kuwaitis about the air assets we have in their skies in the midst of that ongoing attack. So generally there's a little bit of a force-to-force communication gap that might have happened there. This, however, is a Russian helicopter flying over Russia with Russian air defense, all in the same armed forces and in the very same country that they're all based out of, shooting down their own helicopter. This sort of communication error here is actually one that has happened a million times at this point in Russia. We've actually probably seen the Russian air defenses shoot down about as many of their own aircraft and helicopters as the Ukrainians have shot down over Ukraine itself. So, you know, I gotta say, the skies in Russia just aren't safe no matter what, whether you're Russian or not. And they're also, by the way, I forgot to mention everyone that one time over Moscow, the Russian air defenses actually started to fire at what was clearly a commercial airliner that was attempting to land. You remember that clip, Matty, when they were firing like gush guns at the Aleutian that was trying to land at the international airport? Incompetence reigns supreme in Russia. I mean, like, to an unbelievable extent. We also were able to see, speaking of which, inside of Ukraine, that we were able to see that while hell has broken loose down in the Middle East, the Ukrainians, which have now become quite familiar with the war, it's basically it's now into almost the 5th year of the war right now. It appears that they have spent the time to take a wild boar of Ukraine, and domesticate it. We see this domesticated boar here.
I didn't know that was possible with a boar.
Me either. Looks like he's giving it belly rubs with a stick. This guy has
He's not actually touching it though.
Yeah, I mean, you might get gored, you know. But I mean, it looks very calm and very nice. It's not really doing anything crazy. And it's following him like a dog, actually.
I wouldn't trust that thing right there. What do they call the thing? Pumbaa? Simba? What was the thing?
Let's see. I think it was Pumbaa, yeah.
Yeah, was that a boar or was that something else?
This is, I think it was a warthog. Like the actual warthog.
Oh, yeah,
animal.
that's it.
Yeah, but
it's not a boar. It was a warthog.
This thing is a wild boar. So, you know, while man, I gotta say, like, the difference in between the Middle East and Ukraine is crazy. Like, in the Middle East, it's literally it's like a fight of unbelievable proportions right now because it's the beginning of the war and everyone hasn't settled in yet. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, it's just become so familiar, like the concept of war, that the soldiers even spend spare time domesticating wild boars and treating them like dogs almost. I mean, it's really crazy. We might see this thing turn back into a pig. Look, it's even hanging out with a dog. Like it's hanging out with the dog like it is a dog.
Imagine if you could train that thing, like if you could train it to charge, like that would actually be pretty decent right there. You know how like police in the United States have the K9. They usually like get like a German Shepherd, or they get like one of those other hyped up dogs like that to be their like sidekick. They could probably make this thing right here pretty potent too.
Yo, the war boar. Dude, that would be sick.
Man, now that would be something right there. That would be a good propaganda tool.
Man, imagine if you're a Russian soldier and you're hiding in a dugout and they say, "Come out and surrender." No, F you. Okay, send in the war boar. The what? Like, and you just hear that thing like screeching as it's running into your elbows. Bro, that'd be terrifying, honestly.
That would be great, honestly. Honestly, like if you just sent that thing in first, like if you just sent that war boar up ahead, like on its own accord, and you had it like trained to snort and like scratch its feet and stuff like that on the ground, that's enough to scare most people off. Like they know, like, oh, go back inside. That gives you a chance to get right into their territory, and they won't even see it coming.
Man, honestly, that would be crazy. We also got this clip, also before I move y'all into the clip, the only clip we got from the front today, we also got the Russian casualty report for the past 24 hours, and according to Miss DC, keeper of the records, 1,529 Russian drones shot down is the 8th highest daily loss. Now, this is actually something crazy, folks. I think over the entirety of the Middle East conflict that's going on down there right now, how many drones have they said were launched, man? I think it was like 700 or so.
I think so.
Yeah, it's 700 or something over the past 4 days, which sounds like a lot until you consider that the Ukrainians shot down twice that number in just 1 day in Ukraine. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of how good the Ukrainians have gotten at air defense, and that's right now the Ukrainians are averaging about an 85% to 90% air defense rate or shoot down rate, which is very comparable to what coalition forces are doing right now down in the Middle East. So I mean, you can kind of get an idea as to how efficient the Ukrainians have gotten at specifically dealing with Shahed one-way drones. The U.S. and everyone else ought to take a page out of the Ukrainian book on how to fight drones. They are the masters of drone warfare on the offensive and defensive. But we've also seen that 235 supply trucks were destroyed today, which is the 3rd highest loss, tied with the 11th of February 2026, and 6 air defense systems is tied with others as the 5th highest. 20 APCs is the highest since mid-December, and the Russians also lost another boat. Sadly, I wasn't able to get y'all any information on the boat that was lost. We've been focusing so much on the Middle East that seems to have passed our radar, but good to hear that they did lose another boat. Now, going over the entirety of the losses, we were able to confirm that the Russians lost 790 wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 20 APCs, 235 supply trucks, 5 main battle tanks, 47 artillery pieces, 1,529 drones, and 6 anti-aircraft warfare systems, along with 1 boat. So the Russians have been taking some pretty significant losses over the past day. We've also been able to see that up in the Kupiansk area, the Ukrainians were conducting their usual anti-forces drone activities, using drones to be able to slam into Russian transports and supplies, along with Russian forces that could be found sporadically throughout the front in the Kupiansk region. We see them slamming into UAZ 469 right there. We can also see this Russian retrieving one of his drones, which the Ukrainians always take note of, and they always seem to dispatch them rather quickly after this sort of thing is observed. And there's the Ukrainian drone, which is going to be doing a special delivery. Right there. There you go. Special delivery via Ukraini Prime. We can also see them knocking out a relay as well. And actually a fiber optic drone. Pretty impressive day for the Ukrainians. We didn't get a lot of footage out of the front, but the Ukrainians are still holding the initiative on the front lines ever since the Russians banned Telegram, WhatsApp, and also lost Starlink all in the same week about 2.5 to 3 weeks ago. They have never really gotten the upper hand again, the Russians at least, and the Ukrainians have been able to keep the initiative on the front on their side. So with that in mind, folks, sadly, we also were not able to get the speech from President Zelensky for tonight because the news segment was forecast to be exceptionally long. So for that reason, we had to cut that part out as well. But with that in mind, everyone, we have actually, surprisingly, Matthew, made it through the news in a fairly reasonable amount of time today. It's not going to be another 6-hour long show with another 6-hour long show right after that 6-hour long show. So luckily, folks, we've been able to get the news managed today and covered. I hope that you all have enjoyed this so far. We're about to be moving on into our question segment where we will answer each and every single super chat that we've gotten over the course of the show, and we'll also be trying to answer as many live chats as we can as well. I can tell y'all that tonight, while we've gotten a massive amount of support from the viewers, and we thank you all massively for your support in super chats to the channel, we do not have as many of them as we've had in prior nights. I think tonight, right now, we are hovering around, let's see, about 80 of them or so, it seems, somewhere around there. We actually have enough room tonight, though, where it's not like 300 super chats where we can, where we're like very pressed for time. We'll actually be able to get this live chats tonight. So if you have a question in the chat, make sure to address it to Enforcer Matt. Put @Enforcer Matt at the beginning of your message and then write your question. And Matthew can actually put it down in the spreadsheet, and we will probably have a pretty good chance of getting around to answering it. So with that in mind, Matthew, what do we got?
Honestly, not a bad change, I'll say. I love running breaking news streams, by the way. Those are very, very interesting to cover. But at the same time, though, we've done so many of them. And when did this war start? It started on what day? February the what? 28th, was it?
Oh, let me see here. I don't think it was the 28th. I think it was like the 27th or something. Let me go check my calendar here. It was on...
Yeah, see that real quick. Let's see what that day was.
Yeah, actually, it was the... well, no, it was the 27th, actually. It was the 27th our time. It would have been the 28th over there, though.
So it's been about 5 days or so, roughly, that this war has been going on, 4 to 5 days or so. And we've been running a hell of a lot of streams. Like we've been running like probably double the normal amount of streams we usually run, and also doing short war videos on top of it as of the last 2 days. So honestly, not too bad. Like slowing down a little bit. I kind of like it. But this one here, our first super chat, is going to go to none other than BC Skyman. He puts in a $60 support. And thank you very much, BC Skyman, for that support. And we do appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you massively for the support, BC Skyman. Folks like you help this channel to keep on running and make this thing possible. And I gotta say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative that folks like you have been here with us since the 4th day of the war in Ukraine and are still here with us as we're covering major news that is happening around the entirety of the world these days. I gotta say it's been quite an adventure to get to all of the world news that we've covered over the past 4 years, and I'm happy to know that you've been with us literally every single day, pretty much since the very beginning of our coverage on a daily basis. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that I addressed that incredibly well, and I hope that everyone new and old here who have been here for a while give a huge shout out to BC Skyman. BC Skyman has been an absolute amazing part of our community. He's been here basically forever, and we consider him to be a role model and a key and a key model citizen, if we want to call it that, of what a member of the LSA should be. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from none other than Benizi. And thank you very much, Benizi, for that 50. He said, do you think it's likely that if the Kurds do a lot of the heavy lifting in a ground offensive in Iran, that they may actually emerge from the conflict with their own country? And speak to this a bit, please, because not many non-vets understand this dynamic.
So, interesting enough, this is a lot of people actually don't know this about the Middle East. Now, I'd have to say veterans kind of get familiarized with it a good bit, but a lot of people in America really don't know this. The Middle East is not a homogenous group of people. Like, a lot of people in America always look at the Middle East as what I always hear it to be described as, and it was described as this in the South a lot, just a whole bunch of Muslims. But the reality of it is that it's a very nuanced and diversified group that lives in the Middle East. There's dozens, maybe even hundreds of separate ethnicities and cultures. There's different religious beliefs amongst the Islamic people. There's a lot of dynamics that go on in the Middle East. It's actually a wildly interesting place. I'd actually say that it is as interesting and as rich of a history, culture, and ethnic groups as Europe is, as a matter of fact, which I would say, as far as, the mapped out cultural groups, is one of the more interesting ones in the world historically, at least in my opinion. But nevertheless, the Middle East is wildly fascinating and rich in history and ethnicities as well. And for people who do not know, one of the biggest groups that is, I guess you could say, a power mover within the area is the Kurds. The Kurds is this cult. Let me go pull up the Kurds and see if I can get y'all a map of their cultural region. And let me see.
You know the biggest enemy of the Kurds? You know the real enemy of the Kurds?
The way.
Oh my God, dang it, man! You didn't have to take that away from me like that. Come on, I was about to lay that one down.
Man, I gotta take it. I had to take that one. That one's easy. I was like, man, the low hanging of fruit. But beyond that, here's a map of the Kurdish inhabited lands right here. So y'all can see that this is a fairly big area. It pretty much exists in the entirety of southeastern Anatolia, which is the peninsula that Turkey is on. It also exists within northeastern Syria. That was where the SDF was. It also exists within northern Iraq. And here in northern Iraq, they've actually had a little bit of success in kind of having their own country. They have a semi-autonomous region called Kurdistan within Iraq, where they're technically a part of the Republic of Iraq, but they kind of self-govern in that area. And then you have the western border of Iran, which is also filled with Kurdish people, and they generally live around the area of places like Bakhtaran, Mahabad, and places like that, and also Urmuria, which is also directly along the border where the Kurdish people live inside of Iran. This group is a fairly large one, and generally it has a significant nationalist movement where they want to have their own independent country that includes all of the Kurdish lands, which you can see right here once again. The Kurds are really cool people, by the way. I have to say that they're heavily pro-American. They always like to help us out whenever we're conducting a campaign over there, but I also got to say, because while I'm a pro-American, I do have to say that some things do make me quite displeased with the U.S. historically. We treat the Kurds fairly poorly from, say, a diplomatic level. Militarily, our soldiers on the ground always treat the Kurds well, and the Kurds love Americans, but diplomatically, we always leave them basically out to dry once things are done with. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we're getting some bad news right now in the Middle East again. It looks like an Iranian Shahed drone has successfully made it past the air defenses in Bahrain and hit a U.S. base directly, actually. And we have a video showing the moment of impact, literally from it flying in to the moment it hit. So let's take a look at this. Apparently, it's a direct hit.
We see the drone coming in, and then beginning its dive onto the target right here. We see it getting a gradual slope, and now a much steeper one, as it now lands onto the U.S. facility in the distance.
Damn! What was that? Just the explosion from the Shahed, or was that something exploding on the ground?
Yeah, actually, that was just the explosion from the Shahed.
Jeez, man, what's the warhead weight on that again? By the way, that was incredibly a large explosion.
I think it's like 500 pounds or something like that, somewhere on the higher end.
Yeah, it was loud. That sounded like something bigger than that.
It is a fairly large explosive, but it is unfortunate to see that it hit another U.S. base. Most of the U.S. bases in Bahrain were evacuated prior to the conflict, so we shouldn't be hearing of any casualties or losses, I'd hope, but we'll have to, of course, wait and see for a couple of days and see if any reports of further casualties and fatalities have come out at the moment. We're also hearing that apparently the U.S. is now going to have defense contractors start boosting production, which, I gotta be honest with you, I don't know why we didn't do this before the war. I mean, like, this is kind of something you do before the war. It's called pre-mobilization, kind of like, not really like mobilization of the entire economy, but kind of like preparatory actions to start a war and have sustainment. I don't know what it, like, you know, like, I'm not going to sit here and start like soapboxing, but the whole thing about placing the bid for the MOPS right before we went to war with Iran again, and now this, is kind of showing that logistics is taking a backseat. And in U.S. military planning, logistics is always supposed to be our first and primary consideration. That's what we have been the masters of ever since the interim period between World War I and World War II, is how to work logistics. And I got to say that it is quite disappointing to see that from everything that we can tell from the public, it appears that the current administration and the War Department, or the Department of Defense, or whatever you like to call it, they put more so operations as the foremost of their consideration, and logistics as an afterthought, which is what the Russians do, and it leads to poor results. Logistics is always the first thing that should be considered, and I don't know why in the world we're now having to go around and see if everyone could start ramping up production now. We should have already seen that production was ramped up last year if we were preparing to do that this year, because they said they were planning this for months, which, if we were planning this for months, we should have started upping military production months ago, and we could have used anything for that. We could have said, you know, the threat of Russia, the threat of China, you know, those things are way off in the distance from now. They're a couple of years in the future where they'll become an imminent threat, but we could have used that as a justification to arm ourselves for what we're doing right now, and also have a pretty thriving sort of a war industry to see that they would be able to replenish munitions even going into those conflicts. So, you know, we'll have to see what's going on with that, but they they really need to focus on the logistics side of things primarily, because we're already hearing the little murmurs of, oh, we don't know if we have enough interceptors. It's like, well, shouldn't you have made sure that the war industry was producing enough of them that you could replenish them on demand with a precision scheduled replenishment that could have been done daily during the war from the production we have on the home front, instead of going into this and then having that as like, oh shit, we don't have enough missiles. Like, anyways, moving on from that though, and getting back to the question. As far as the Kurds go, let's see. I would think with the current conflict in Iran, getting back to talking about the Kurds, I don't really know if they're going to be that successful in Iran. There's not a lot of Kurds in Iran, at least compared to the general population. And while they would be able to conduct hit and run attacks, I don't ever think they'll be able to fix in place most, if not all, of the IRGC and the besieged forces within the country to see that that would be a successful sort of an operation. I think that the best thing that we could see is that they'll cause some damage and general pandemonium on IRGC and besieged forces and spread them thin. But I don't really think they'll be able to succeed in, say, holding the whole country down and seeing a successful government overthrow just from their actions alone. But a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Blair Morgan, and thank you very much, Blair, as well, for that support. They said, just being appreciative of your channel's reporting over the past 2 years, and please keep up the incredible and arduous work.
And thank you so much for the kind words, Blair Morgan, and we will, thanks to your support. So a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 from Ronnie Ivy, and thank you, Ronnie, as well. He said, great news, as always.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying the great news as always. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And I see some people saying maybe they thought it was going to be like Venezuela. I think that's actually kind of what it is, because I think because of how well Venezuela went, which was pretty easy. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It was a wildly great and amazing looking operation. Operationally, it went very well. But it was very short, and to be entirely honest, in foreign policy, it didn't achieve what we were looking for. So outside of the military operation being successful, most everything else around it is very questionable or a failure. And so I guess that gave this overconfidence that we could just go into Iran and kind of do whatever, and we would basically wipe them out in a couple of hours. But the whole wiping people out in a couple of hours thing is a propaganda statement. That's not realistic. Like, I could even tell you, I'm a huge patriot of the United States, and our military capabilities are unmatched. But saying that we can defeat an enemy within hours or days, that's overconfidence to the point of carelessness, and carelessness will get people hurt and killed. And and putting logistics on the back burner and being like, we don't really have to worry about if they have enough bullets or bombs to keep this thing going. We'll just hit them first and then figure that out later. You never do that. Like, even back in the medieval ages, you had the keepers of the king's arrows who had to make sure that all of the Fletchers of England were getting enough arrows for the next campaign in France in the 100 Years' War. You never put that at the back burner. That's always the first thing that you consider, is how do we sustain combat operations, and how large can sustained combat operations be? And then you work the whole military operation or the war around that, instead of going, this is what I want to do, and then we'll figure out the logistics later. You never do it like that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $30 support from none other than Marion Deemert. And thank you very much, Marion, as well, for that support. They said, Marion said, we're not very competent. Oh, now, well, I will say this: like in the sea of the global military powers and all the strategists out there, we are still at the top of the heap. But that's not what we should measure our standards upon, because, technically, if we compare ourselves to Russia, we're probably, I would say, 3 or 4 times more competent than Russia. And that's probably understating it a little bit. But at the same time, though, we don't want to start comparing ourselves to piss poor militaries like, Russia's military. That shouldn't be the standard. So, we're competent, but we could be a lot better. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that we're incredibly competent in a lot of ways, but the thing is, like, if I had to say, as far as wherever incompetency could be alleged to lie, it would have to be within the civil administration side of things, because the military, the actual career officers and the career soldiers, are wildly competent and incredibly good at their jobs. But the logistics side of things, like the bigger picture of where do they get their bullets and where do we fly in the food for them to eat, those sorts of things really kind of actually fall a bit on the procurement side, which then gets heavy into the civilian administration, like, say, the Secretary of Defense and the President and such, really kind of going out of their way to remember and make that a clear consideration. And that seems to have kind of been overlooked. And we kind of brought this up before the war when the bid was put out for MOPS literally just last month for the GBU-57s. We said, wait a minute. They didn't do that right after Midnight Hammer. They're doing that now when we're looking like we're about to go to war with them again, and they're doing that just right now. Why would they do that now? That should have been done a long time ago. And people said, oh, it's 4D chess and all that. But now we're hearing, like, even from U.S. officials, we might run out of interceptors for our allies and ourselves in the Middle East, and then the skies are basically wide open. And it's like, why wasn't that a consideration off of the bat? Like, if I knew that I was going to war with Iran in 5 months, I would have made sure that we were already getting bids out there for increased production rates from every defense industry 5 months in advance, and that their increased production was already ongoing before the war began, because you have to sustain the operations. And I don't know why that wasn't, why that isn't being considered the case right now, and why that wasn't ever thought about. I mean, that's like, the truth is that that's where you can tell, like, an amateur from someone who actually has been around the block a minute, because any amateur never thinks about logistics. Anyone who's ever been around the block always thinks about logistics, because if you run out of bullets, you're screwed. So that's kind of the issue right now. Hopefully it can be fixed, and I'm sure it will be fixed, because the Iranians are running out of TELs, meaning that the air threats are going to be a lot less, and that means interception consumption per day is going to be a lot less. So it shouldn't be a doomsday scenario, I'll make that clear. But at the same time, this is something that should have been considered well in advance before we even went to war. But a big thanks to you once again for the support. I hope that this addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we are hearing that an ICBM launch from Vandenberg is imminent, by the way. This is a scheduled test. I want to make that clear. I kind of mistyped that when I first put that in the chat. It made it sound like it was something else. So just to clarify, it's a test from Vandenberg. They're testing the Minuteman III missile system. Obviously, it won't have a nuclear warhead on it, obviously. But they'll be testing it sometime tonight between 11:01 Pacific and 5:01 a.m. Pacific as well. Sometime tonight, like I said. So we'll get footage tomorrow, likely, of the thing launching, probably so. They usually release footage of it, so we'll get to see that probably here shortly. Also, by the way, I did want to address something else. People have been speculating about nuclear tests, underground nuclear tests occurring in Nevada. There is a location in northern Nevada and also in the mid part of the state where they have conducted underground nuclear tests before, meaning the U.S. military. I think specifically the U.S. Department of Energy, actually. They do conduct nuclear tests. There has been some strange earthquakes happening in Nevada that some people think is already the start of nuclear tests. We can't confirm or deny that. We don't have that information, and they haven't made an official announcement about it. So we have heard rumors that they're going to restart the underground tests. Those could be them. We just simply don't know. But Enforcer, what do you know about that? Have you heard anything about those rumors?
I'd have to actually declare ignorance on those. I actually just heard about that when you were saying that right now. I was like, huh, that's interesting. So I don't even know anything about it, actually.
Yeah, and also, there's when that stuff starts happening, like we've been having earthquakes here in Salt Lake City for the past month or so. They're small ones, but they're earthquakes nonetheless, and apparently it's scaring the hell out of people here. I don't think there's a connection between the two, by the way. It's the ones in Nevada are completely disconnected from the ones over here, completely different fault lines to my understanding. But I'm not an earthquake expert, so don't quote me on that. But I don't think it's the same thing. I think people start getting a little bit scared. They start hearing about the test, and they're like, "Oh no, it's gonna trigger the big one," because Salt Lake City's expecting a big one at some point. So I think we're good for now. But moving on to our next super chat here, this one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in the 20. And Robert said, "Good evening, Enforcers and LOSA, and here's a little something for the coffee and the chicken fun."
Thank you so much for the support, Robert Krogan, for the coffee and the chicken. I definitely need some coffee, I'll tell you that. And I need some headache medicine. I've actually had a headache the whole show. Hopefully it hasn't come out in my voice a lot, but I've got a bad headache. I think it's because I've been drinking 2 and 3 cups of coffee for the past 3 days, and then I only had one today. I think that's probably the reason why. So I'll just have to rough it out and get through. But I do thank you massively for the support. I've been helping this channel to keep it running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Robert Krogan, and thank you, Robert, as well. And we do appreciate the support. I just read that one off. I forgot to put a red check mark on it, but thank you. We also have a 20 from Pookie, who said, "Let's go, Enforcer bros."
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and let's go indeed, I'd say. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Full Bolt On Racing, and thank you very much, Full Bolt On, for that support. They said, "Keep up the good work, guys, and y'all are the only source of news that I feel I can trust."
And thank you so much for the support. We try our best to make sure that the news is well searched, accurate, and reliable, and well informed, and of course, pro American at the end of every day. And I hope that we have been able to meet that metric again once more. So, a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Stephen Heathman, and thank you very much, Stephen, as well. He said, thanks for the hard work and the reporting and LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying the work and the reporting. We actually got to slow it down a little bit today, which I got to tell y'all I'm absolutely enthused about, because we were getting to the point today behind the scenes we were like, dang, we just hope like we don't have to go live for 6 hours again, because oh Lord, it is exhausting. It's very stressful actually. We don't say this a lot because usually, like, you know, we have a fairly normal amount of viewership, but when there's 60,000 people who are watching the show, I will actually tell y'all that it does kind of like put me on edge to where I have to lock in a lot more and make sure that things are a lot more perfect because a lot more people are watching. And then we have to do that and just be mentally on top of everything and thinking six steps ahead on the show for like 6 straight hours. And it is actually mentally exhausting to the point that it feels physically exhausting now. Like I am just absolutely bushed. Like I found it hard to get out of bed this morning. I was so exhausted. I was like, damn. I was like, this has been one hell of a run trying to keep the news up to date on this one. But I do thank you massively for the support and enjoying the show, because we do all of that work, all of that effort, and we try and make sure the show is well researched and talked about, so that way people can come onto the show and get hopefully the highest quality news that they've heard on the situation over the day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have also, by the way, thank you, Catherine, for the kind words in the chat. She said, thank you for the sacrifice you're making. And also, could you guys hire a tech assistant? Sadly, we really don't have the budget for an assistant like that. And also, to be honest, or not to, hopefully this doesn't come across as like being like, you know, arrogant or something like that, but it would take too much effort to train an assistant. Like even for us, it's taken us years to get to this point. Like we operate very smoothly now. Like the live streams are smooth. We know how it works. We know each other's personalities very well when it comes to interacting on stream, so it works. But at the same time, like introducing a third person would probably be more trouble than it's worth, to be honest. It'll take way too much management to go on with that whole thing. So it would be nice, but it's probably a lot of work, to be honest. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Truckin' Chef, who puts in a 20. He said, side note, the price of diesel has jumped already, and normally it costs about $500 to $600 for a fill. I filled up today, it's $800. And on the apps, it's increasing about 20 cents to 30 cents a day so far. So we'll see.
Wow, I mean, damn, that is a lot for diesel. I mean, that is insane. Hopefully we'll see that the situation can be managed, but like that's another, like this is another thing. Like I don't mean to sit here and like start pointing out the critiques, but I do have to critique where I see it. And some people are gonna be like, oh well, why aren't you in the Pentagon? Well, I mean, hell, if you put me down as the Secretary of Defense, I mean, I wouldn't really get anywhere right now because the guy at the top won't listen to anyone. He just knows everything. But all these considerations would be looked after because these are just the ones that we know historically are the issues. You have to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Like that's just the #1 priority. Like before we went into this war, and even in the first 2 days, the president was like, I don't really care about the Strait, and honestly, oil prices will be fine. That's just lying to yourself. If the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, 40% of the world's oil cannot be shipped out. So you have to consider that. Like, there's no way to not consider that. That's one of our top priorities right now, because as long as we have destroyed most of Iran's air defense, we have air superiority. We can pick away at the transport erector launchers at our own speed right now. There's really no threat to U.S. Air Forces that are trying to conduct those operations. We have to clear a path with the Navy and the Air Force through that strait. We cannot let the prices rise. If the prices rise, your price is rising at the pump for diesel, and that's also being factored in by your company and yourself, because that's going to cost more to transport goods per mile per ton. That means that at the end point of distribution, which is going to be a supermarket or a store or say Amazon or some sort of delivery service like that, they then have to factor in that increased cost of shipping, and then that means that the prices of those goods is also rising because of that increased cost, meaning that everything price-wise is going up, not just transportation, but everything that's being transported. So you have to keep that strait open, and you have to keep the prices down, because if not, this is going to start snowballing into an economic quagmire we just don't want. And that's why we need to see that the strait remains opened. And so with that in mind, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you massively for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. But we have major news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Turn on flight radar. Something's going on. I'm not sure if these tankers are returning to base inside of Israel or what they're doing. I'm not sure if they're taking off or what. We'll have to determine that. Look at this. It's a bit of a line here. It looks like they're coming in possibly for a landing. Do you think?
Let me see
What's
here.
going on with this? Did they usually land in a sequence like that?
It looks like this might have been a refueling group that's coming back, because it looks like the lead aircraft in the Conga is slowing itself. Actually, no, correction. It appears to be going full speed. Hold up. So it looks like this one has a starting location. So this looks like they're sending him up right now, actually, to go get to an operation, because it looks like this one had a starting point. Yeah, they all had a starting point at Ben Gurion. So this is the tanker wing at Gurion that's taking off right now, and it looks like they're getting ready to go support a sustained op at the moment.
Interesting. Yeah. Apparently they just left. That's a lot of them taking off right there. Apparently. So I would expect we're going to probably be seeing something going down. We have seen that Iraq has been getting hit. We saw some hits in Iraq. I'm not sure if they're going to go for Iran or they're going to go for Iraq. I'm not totally sure where they're heading for. But do you think they got some fighter jets in tow as well? I'm sure they probably do.
The fighter jets might be taking off from somewhere else, so they might meet them somewhere along the way. I think they're just trying to get all the tankers up right now in a line to get them ready to go. But I mean, if this transponder data is kind of correct over Jordan, this is such a long racetrack that they're doing right now. As they keep getting more tankers up, they might have actually already picked up their aircraft and they're already in tow right now. So that could be the case as well. Also, we have to point out that on the side note, it appears that a C-17 has conducted resupply of our forces at Avda at the moment and is flying back right now. Of course, we can't get into what they dropped off, but it's something to support our air wings that are there at the moment. As in the same time, we're also seeing this tanker Conga getting ready to head on out right now, from what we can tell.
Interesting. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. But right now, it's very interesting to see. I've seen some people say it's taking, or it's landing. Actually, some people are saying that they're landing. It appears to be they're taking off. That's what we are currently assessed. But we'll have to see.
Well, I mean, no, they took off recently, because if you look at this. This is the speed indicator, like the colors here are the speed indicators. When it's getting towards yellow, that means it's at a somewhat slower speed. And when it's in the blue, that's when it's traveling at the fastest. So these have just taken off from Gurion. They flew out, then hooked a turn back over towards Jordan, and then have flown back over here. And it looks like they were doing that while other KC-135s were taking off from the ground, so that way they can get them all on their conga line that they're in right now.
Could be, possibly, could be. I'm just fascinated to see. Well, we've been told, let me rephrase that. We haven't been told personally, but I have heard, we've gotten word, trust me, bro, that we're going to be seeing some huge strikes. I mean, we saw big ones today. Like you saw some type of heavy bomber was dropping all kinds of stuff on Tehran. It could have been B-2s, B-52s. It could have been anything. It could have been the B-1 possibly. We just don't know. But we're being told that some catastrophically major strikes are going to be taking place very soon, and apparently the U.S. admin's getting frustrated that Iran's not getting hammered hard enough, so they're bringing in a bigger hammer. That's what we're being told, but we don't know exactly what that means, and we're not sure exactly how large the strikes can really get, because we've seen, those strikes today were huge. Like, in my opinion, those were pretty damn big, very similar to Shock and Awe back in 2003. So, Enforcer, what do you think they're going to bring in? What do you think that possibly means?
I couldn't even tell you at this point. I mean, it could be anything. It could be a Rapid Dragon that they're about to bring in and try and use on them, which I honestly would feel like that'd be a waste, especially against Iran's capabilities. They could be bringing in a larger amount of JASSMs. They could be trying to get a whole bunch of B-52s to fly in and basically conduct standoff ops and just start firing off air-launched cruise missiles at Iran, which we do have a decent amount of, and B-52s can carry a lot of them. So we could be trying to do that. I wouldn't really be able to tell you. Also, I do have to give a correction, by the way, Matthew. These are actually landing. Some people pointed out that the color is not speed; it's actually altitude. And this aircraft appears to be on a descent, and all of them are kind of in like a staggered descent at the moment, as it looks like they're lining up to land back at Ben Gurion right now. So that actually appears to be landing more so than taking off, which is weird because it looked like they had just taken off according to the flight data prior. But anyways, it looks like that might be the additional firepower. But here's the thing about that again, Matthew, like I was just mentioning a moment ago. Notice how logistics is taking a backseat and is all about spectacle and tempo. They're not getting bombed enough, so we're just going to start dropping even more bombs on us. Like, is that sustainable long period? It's like, are we not considering that we might just start running out of bombs for a longer operation, and we drop everything on them now, and then we run out of stuff for later if this keeps going? It's like, like that doesn't sound like I'll be entirely honest, from the civil administration side, it doesn't sound like they really know what they're doing when it comes to a real war, instead of like a Call of Duty grab and go operation like they did in Caracas.
And, funnily enough, treating the situation like that, where you sort of like expend too many munitions up front like that, that seems like that would bring you closer to using nuclear weapons, actually. Because if you start running out of stuff and Iran is still, taking revenge on the entire region, including our bases, our allies. Also, Iran is saying they're going to make Europe burn. So we don't know what they're going to do to Europe. If it might be propaganda. They might be actually planning to do something. We don't know. But it seems like at some point you would have to eventually resort to bigger munitions, and bigger than the bombs we're currently using is getting up toward nuclear weapons, which is something that you don't want to use. I'm not for using nuclear weapons on Iran, by the way. I want to make that perfectly clear. That no country, I don't advocate for any country on the planet to use nukes in a tactical way. The moment that's done, we're in deep trouble at that point if any country does that. So even that's why they gotta like properly manage the situation. Like, don't use too many munitions up front. I would hope that they're managing that properly. I'd imagine they probably are, but we'll just have to trust that they are.
Also, I see some people saying, "Well, how do you know how logistics is taking a back seat? You don't know what you're talking about." Listen, I've been around the block long enough. That doesn't mean squat to me. Everyone always says we don't know what we're talking about, and then exactly what we say is going to happen happens. The reason why we know that they're not considering logistics at the forefront is because U.S. officials are already saying that people like General Kane and others are talking about, I don't know, I don't think we have enough interceptors. So the fact that we don't have enough interceptors going into this thing, and that's already a concern, and we're already hearing about that, shows that on the defensive side of things, the logistics wasn't considered. So if it wasn't considered defensively, we already know that it also wasn't considered offensively as well, because you don't bomb people based off the idea of, I don't think we're hitting them enough, it doesn't look impressive enough on the cameras, so we need to drop even more bombs. That's never how you do that. So the fact that that's even being said by civil administration is giving us an idea that apparently the military leaders aren't getting to say stuff like, well, the tempo might not be able to be sustained, and we might start running out of munitions. Instead, it's just about how impressive does this look. We need to bomb them more so that way it looks better for the cameras, and that's not how you do this at all.
I think it's more about pressure. I'm not sure it's for the cameras. It's more about for the Iranians to see it, because I think you have to, and I hope people don't take this political, because I think everybody takes everything political now. But the current president has a very strong sense of bravado behind his personality, and once again, I'm going to be as objective as possible with this. I'm not trying to get into politics, so take this objectively if you can. But he's very much into bravado. He's very much into showmanship, and he's very big on that. So he wants to make a scene when it comes to this situation. He wants to really show off strength. And the way to show off strength in this situation, in a war, is you go in hot and heavy on the situation. They've already gone in pretty hot and heavy, but I think he's believing in his head that he hasn't properly gotten that message across yet, which I don't think he understands. There is no way to get that message across to extremists. Extremists don't think with logic like that. An extremist can see hellfire right in front of their face, and they'll walk straight into it. That's why they're an extremist. That's why they're considered that. So there is no magic solution here to make the Iranian people decide to back down, or otherwise they wouldn't be extreme. That's simply in the definition of it. So I just don't think ramping this up dramatically this close to the beginning of the war is probably wise for the reasons you're stating. Because you don't want to use too many important munitions up front, or otherwise you're going to run out.
And here's another thing that people have got to think about. Just be like, if we say like the civil leadership says, okay, it doesn't look like we're using enough bombs, so we need to bomb them more. Right now, because they're trying to get people to produce more bombs, that means that right now we actually have something along the lines of a finite number of bombs, and the replenishment is not meeting the, I guess you could say, the use of them. So we're in a deficit right now of bombs. There's only so many before we start to run out, before production meets the demand. So at that point, we're saying, okay, so we just want to bomb more targets. So we don't have high priority targets to just pick and start bombing, probably. So then they just have to start bombing low priority targets right now just to increase the pace and go, oh, it's really big and impressive. And so then later, when we start running out of bombs, when actual moments of opportunity arise, like, oh my God, look, Khamenei's son, he stuck his head out of a hole in the ground. We could hit it with a JDAM. And then we go, well, we don't have a JDAM. So we have we have a small diameter bomb that we could try and land on the guy, but that might not do it. And then you hit it, and then it's a miss. You don't get him, and then he runs away. You missed a moment of opportunity. And that's why you don't sit there and just go, oh, we have to just increase the bombings. Because what if there isn't enough high priority targets we can find right now to drop the bombs on an actual target that's worthwhile of dropping a bomb on at the moment? That's why you always, gotta kind of consider that into the equation. And I know a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, 4D chess, 4 steps ahead. But I mean, we've been right on almost everything so far with this conflict. So, it's like, you could say that it doesn't really mean much, because generally our analysis will end up panning out true anyways. So, with that in mind,
the good news. The good news is, even if the U.S. has bitten off a little bit more than they can chew here, we're still not going to end up in the same position as Russia, because
No.
the difference is geographic. That there's a huge difference there. Iran is not on our border, so Iran can't retaliate by launching shot heads into the United States. It's too far away. They can't do that, and they have no way to power project that far out. All they can do is try to activate sleeper cells, and as long as our FBI is on top of things, we should be able to keep that under control for the most part, where it doesn't become a huge problem. There might be some isolated things here and there, but if they're properly doing counterterrorism, they will keep it down pat, and they'll prevent that stuff from happening, which so far it seems to be they're doing that for the most part. There's only been a couple of little instances around the country that we've seen so far. We're far away. So luckily, this will not turn into our version of Ukraine, thankfully, because Iran can't reach us.
Also, one more thing. If you think, like, just to say this really quickly, if you think that these criticisms are saying that America's lost, then you're just deaf. Like, you don't know what I'm saying. We want to win, but we also want to win in the best way possible. And that usually requires criticism. Now, in military strategy and in war, doing things wrong can get people killed. And there's always going to be someone who dies in a war. Right now, there's been 6. We want to try and find a way that over the long period this war is going to last, which at this point is probably going to be months, that we find a way to use our resources as efficiently, to operate our logistics as best we can, and to also make sure that our forces are deployed in locations and positions that mitigate casualties and see that our resources are used most efficiently. Now, if there is no room for criticism for the current administration and any sort of strategies or tactics that they are using right now, and saying maybe we don't need to do this, maybe we do need to do that, maybe we need to prioritize this, then you're saying that you would rather see more Americans die because we have some sort of point of pride or ego that the current political administration can't be incorrect on how they're fighting some aspects of this war. We're going to win regardless, but it's a question of how many bombs do we not have when the war in Taiwan starts, and how many more American service members might die to us overstepping our hand and overplaying it. That's the questions we're trying to ask and answer here, and I think that some people are kind of missing the boat on that one when it comes to this sort of military planning. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to none other than Bad Skipper. And thank you very much, Skipper, for that 20. They said, I'm in the 27 years of service in the Army, Navy, National Guard, and Reserves. I've lost a few, but they were never remembered. One even was a POMO from Hillsgrove, California.
And that's unfortunate here. I always like to see that whenever we talk about deceased service members of the U.S. Armed Forces, especially in the present day, I always like to make sure to mention their names and show who they were, because I currently actually have a great deal of friends of my own that are in the armed services currently, people who are my age, that I know that are out there putting their lives on the line in the Marines' brand new combat tactical groups, the ones that operate the boats, or the littoral combat regiments is actually what they're called, those in the Space Force, those in the Air Force, those sorts of things, like knowing people in the service it puts it a little bit more priority that these are real people. Like I grew up with some of them, and they're one of them is my best friend. I've known him ever since second grade, and the idea of them dying in the service of the country, which is unfortunate, but very, very honorable to say that one laid down their life for their nation and its well-being. To think that their name and their face won't be remembered by the public, I don't like the idea of that. So whenever we get the chance, I like to try and show the faces and names of those who have died, because there's a lot of background behind them. Those people had hobbies. Those people liked things, disliked things. They had their opinions. They were characters to be around, probably fun to be around. You know, they cracked jokes that everyone would probably laugh at, and all those sorts of things. Those folks are gone, and it's a bittersweet thing, because they have died and they will no longer be around, and their families are going to be broken over that. And of course it saddens the nation, but at the same time they've died for the interest of our country, and they fought valiantly until the last, and now they will be interred somewhere in some military cemetery, possibly here in America, and basically be forgotten by many. And I just don't like the idea of that. So I always try and make sure to mention their names. And it's unfortunate to hear that the folks you knew who died in the service didn't really get to remember, but I'm trying my best here on this show, along with Matthew, to make sure that the folks who died today will hopefully be remembered for some time, at least by many. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, someone said, let's see here. Someone said, my Chinese professor says we will lose. Well, I mean, that means basically nothing. Let's be honest here. I would assume that he probably adores, is my assumption, by the way. I don't know this for a fact, but I would assume he might adore the CCP possibly. So, I mean, China hasn't taken Taiwan, have they? I wonder why that is, possibly. So, also, by the way, China hadn't really gotten any more modern warfare experience, by the way, so they don't really know what they're doing for the most part. And also, their equipment seems to not work that well either. So, I would say I wouldn't take that opinion to the bank, just me personally.
I wouldn't really take it to the bank either. And also, I gotta say this one really quickly. I saw someone say, "So you know more than the generals and the leadership?" No, but at the same time, didn't everyone just elect a president that never served in the military, and have most presidents never served in the military, and yet they're the commander in chief of all armed forces of the republic? They don't know anything about the military. So why the like? Well, so you sit there and say, "Oh, I vote this guy," but he doesn't. He's never in the military. He never served. What the hell does he know? Like nothing. Like when he's elected, he knows damn nothing. A whole bunch of generals and a whole bunch of advisors have to tell him what to do, and then he doesn't even have to listen to them. He can just say, "Whatever, screw you. I know everything." And he doesn't know any more than I do. I mean, like, you know, that's where a lot of people really aren't clicking together. The current president and the last one never even served in the military. What do they know? They don't know anything. I mean, hell, they don't know anything from Adam. Like, they would know less than me, to be entirely frank with you.
Also, by the way, apparently people are referring to somebody whose name is Chinese professor, not like somebody's Chinese professor like at a university or something like that. So apparently this is somebody they're referring to. I don't know who that is, by the way. So I thought somebody was referring to like they were going to university. They have like, you know, a Chinese professor that might have connections back to China or something like that. That's what I was envisioning. I didn't know you were talking about somebody specifically. So I have no idea about that person's opinions. I don't even know who that is. I've never heard of them, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I've never heard of the guy myself either, but a lot of people say all kinds of stuff out there. You know, there's the Alpha Chads who say that, you know, it's a war for Israel, and, you know, there's like, you know, basically being an Alpha Chad these days is having some muscles and then being a bitch, basically, and just letting everyone stomp on America all day and then acting like that's the Chad thing to do. And then you got, you know, people out there who clearly have a lean towards our enemies, and then they want to say, oh, you know, like they're going to beat us. When? Where? Like, you know, like we're going to win. Like, I can tell you that right now. We're going to win in Iran, no matter what. But my critiques are about how successful we can win and how we can mitigate losses and necessary use of resources. That's where my critiques come in. But people who say stuff like we're going to lose, those people are living in fantasy land. I mean, we're fighting a nation that can't even protect its own skies right now. If you can't protect your own skies, you've lost the war, basically. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Zyper Sniper, who puts in a 20. And Zyper said, coffee fund for the enforcers. And with all the wars going on right now, isn't it quite similar to what happened right before World War II? So are we expecting to see World War III soon?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, the chances of a world war are definitely increasing, and we've noticed that over the past years. But I don't ever want to say that it's just a definitive guarantee, because hopefully we can avoid it, and hopefully we'll have great leadership that can avoid it and, you know, negotiate the situation when it happens. But I don't know. I mean, like, this could be the precursor to a world war, or this could be the rise to a crescendo, and then it starts to de-escalate. I would hope that that would be the case instead. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
You don't think this Iran situation is going to trigger the end times, do you?
No. No.
I've heard that they might be telling that to commanders, but I don't know if that story is accurate or not. It sounds kind of like bunk, just off the bat.
Yeah.
But
Also,
these days I never can tell these days.
Also speaking about that really quickly, if that was the case, wouldn't that make the current president the Antichrist? Because that's what it says the Antichrist would do. I mean, it's like that doesn't really seem to be lining up all too. I think that whole thing's a bunch of crock, really. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Krusty. Thank you very much, Krusty, for that 20. They said, amazing taste, gentlemen. In big picture, do you believe that Israel and U.S. interests align in this conflict? In any case, to what extent? Also, it's Professor Jiang, Predictive History. He thinks the U.S. can win, but at great cost. Also, by the way, I want to make something perfectly clear, by the way. I don't know Professor Jiang. I didn't know who people were referring to, by the way. So no shade toward the guy. I don't even know who he is. So I have to check him out. So hopefully, if he hears this, someone clips it, hopefully hears the context as well. So no shade being thrown his way. I'll have to check into him. But in my opinion, I would say I think Israeli and U.S. interests align. Now, Israel always has its own little thing going on when it comes to their agenda in the Middle East. But in this case, the U.S. interest is we need to get rid of that nuclear threat. We need to get rid of that regime. That's our interest, and Israel happens to line up with that right now. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that as far as it's going right now, U.S. and Israeli interests align a great deal on this. But I'd have to say, because I would be completely amiss in not saying this, that Israeli and U.S. interests in the Middle East hardly line up on anything except for it being against Iran. So in this particular case, because we're fighting Iran together, our interests align. But if it came to anything else, like our interest in Jordan or Saudi Arabia, generally we are never going to see eye to eye with the Israelis. And to be entirely honest with y'all, we don't have to. We're Americans. We support American interests. If the Israelis don't like what supports American interests, it's unfortunate for them, but a sad reality of foreign policy is that we're not going to do everything for them. But in this particular case, they have an issue with the Iranians because the Iranians want to destroy, well, the Islamic regime wants to destroy Israel. And we also have a bone to pick with them because the Islamic regime wants to destroy the United States and our interest within the region. So we definitely have aligned interest with the Israelis in this particular instance right here. Other ones, not so much. And generally, intelligence-wise and technologically, the Israelis are actually considered to be a security threat. So you have to put that into factor. You have to factor that in as well. But at the same time, though, with the Iranians, the interests line up 100%. We're both looking for different aims, probably, but as far as taking out the current Islamic regime, we're both lock and step on that one. But to answer the other part of your question, really quickly, let's see here. And that's the extent. And I would have to say that I don't really know a lot about what Professor Jiang is saying, but generally when it comes to people who say the U.S. will be defeated, they usually say that the U.S. will be defeated all the time. And there's very few cases that I could even see that it would be a close fight. Like, the one thing I could tell you that would be a close fight would be a war with China, because we're fighting that on their littoral, I guess you could say littoral ranges with them, basically on their coast, which gives them a home field advantage, at least logistically and firepower-wise. So that would be a toe-to-toe fight, because they're a significant regional threat. But with the Russians, conventionally, the Russians can be steamrolled, and the Iranians are in the process of being steamrolled right now. And as far as significant costs, I mean, if the Iranians run out of transport-erector launchers and drone launchers before we run out of interceptors, the losses are generally frozen to where they're at right now, as long as we don't go in on the ground with physical U.S. soldiers. So I would have to say, generally, that sort of a take really doesn't stand to me. I mean, like, there was another guy out there that said that Iran had the capability to destroy our carriers in the blink of an eye, and he's been making the rounds on social media, and so far I haven't seen that both carriers have not had a hair harmed on their head, and it doesn't seem like the Iranians even have the chance to even hit them. So, people just say stuff out there, and a lot of the times they really don't know what they're, really saying. They just say it because it sounds good and it feels good to them. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Danny, the official chef of the LSA, for that $30 support. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. I hope y'all got some well-deserved rest. And do y'all think that China would try and sneak an invasion in while we're preoccupied in the Middle East? And LLT LSA.
And thank you for the support. And I don't think so. The Chinese are still trying to build out their amphibious landing capabilities for the People's Liberation Army Navy, and until those are completed, they generally are kind of a little bit kind of hung up right now on actually conducting an invasion of Taiwan. We think they'll be ready for that by middle of 2027 or even towards the beginning of 2028, but it's not going to be happening right now. Like they're not opportunistic in that degree. They're actually waiting to be logistically ready themselves to do something, and that's going to take a little bit more time. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, it appears to be those tankers that were taking off were apparently replacing tankers that were already airborne. It appears that they're doing a change or a shift change or whatever they call it, because it looks like those two are heading out and there's two heading in. So I think that's what they were doing.
It does appear that that is what they're doing. So we're seeing the tankers just doing a little rotation. They're clocking out and the others are clocking in. So with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Bad Skipper once again, and he says the POMO won the Silver Star in Canyon because he would rather fight than be in a TOC. Also, he founded the Winton tribe, and they walked into a forest in 2010 after I got his 100%. Ahoo.
That's really cool to hear, Bad Skipper, and that's really interesting that to hear the story right there of POMO India. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one. Also, I saw someone say, well, so-and-so said that we're underestimating Iran. Yeah, but that guy also says that Russia was going to win the war in Ukraine in 3 days. Like, it's always funny to me. Like, I got to say this. There are two types of analysts out there in reality. The ones that are paid by our enemies and the ones that are paid by the U.S. government. And so depending on which source of money that they're getting, they're going to tell you a totally different story that's going to lean one way or the other. So someone who's paid by Russia, they're always going to tell you the Chinese are going to kick our ass, the Russians will kick our ass, and Iran could kick our ass, and North Korea could do it single-handedly with one hand tied behind their back. And then the pro-American analysts that are paid by the U.S. government, they're going to say that America can defeat everybody in the world simultaneously all at the same time within 2 hours, and neither one of those people are correct. It's just not true. And like that's the funny thing about it is that people will be like, well, this guy said, it's like, yeah, but he's been wrong on everything in the war in Ukraine. And it's like an analyst is only an analyst if they're, majority right most of the time. Like if they're wrong 98% of the time, that's not an analyst, that's a bullshit artist. It's like that's why we consider analysis on this channel to be incredibly important, that it's realistic. Because if it's not, we're just bullshit artists. We don't even have any real sauce behind what we're saying or what we're covering. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Mitchell Halverson, and thank you very much, Mitchell, as well. And he said, hey, Enforcers, and I love the channel. I've been with you for a few years now. And also, just so you know that the Preston Stewart channel gave you both a great shout out, a few video of his. And also a huge shout out to Preston Stewart, by the way. He does follow us on Twitter. I see him over there liking the comments and stuff every once in a while. So a huge shout out to Preston Stewart. So recently, Cappy Army recently shouted us out, which we appreciate a whole bunch. And also Preston Stewart apparently did as well. So a huge shout out to the both of them, by the way. Two really solid channels.
And I got to say, it's really cool to know that a lot of folks have been giving us shout-outs. Huge shout-out to Preston Stewart. Preston Stewart and Cappy Army are really cool folks. I appreciate their work a lot. I actually watch their videos from time to time, and a lot of people have been coming over from Cappy Army. They've been like, hey, Cappy Army said, y'all are pretty good. And I got to say, we're massively appreciative. And not only that, we've had Civdiv. Many of y'all know Civdiv. He's, I think, still here in the live chat tonight. And we've known that Civdiv likes the channel for a while, but it's always cool to know that a lot of people really do enjoy the show, because we really enjoy all of their works. They run top-notch channels, very well informed, very good videos. They're very good at what they do, and it's a high honor to hear that folks who are very good at their craft on their own channels really enjoy ours. We thank them greatly for the compliments, and I have to say that we have to return that in full. Great channels all the way, and we heavily recommend that y'all go over there and take a listen to their videos and subscribe to them. They have great content. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much for the support, and a big thanks to Preston Stewart for the kind words as well. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address it incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from John Tango, who said, you guys have changed everything in real conflict news, and you guys are now the standout and have set the news reporting standard in Bravo.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the kind words. We try our best, and I'd hope that we're definitely giving the mainstream a run for its money. I'd hope. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Oblivion, who said opinions on the whereabouts of Larijani and Vahidi, and who of these top figures is actually running the regime on the military and other side, and how is the IRGC regime able to even be run under this kind of pressure? 3 times donate.
Generally, right now, they're actually running kind of on autopilot to where nobody is really centrally in charge. It's just a bunch of disjointed but highly connected actions from what we know. That's kind of what we're assuming at the moment. But sadly, I wouldn't really know the locations or whereabouts of Larijani and Vahidi. I don't know the locations of all the top figures right now. And sadly, I'd have to declare ignorance on that for the larger part. So a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Mitchell Halverson. Once again, he throws in another 20. He said, do you think that surrounding countries will commit ground troops to invade and help Iran's new government take control and transition a new government that will be friendlier to the U.S. and everyone else around them?
I would say it's probably unlikely. If anyone goes in on the ground, it's just going to be the Turks, and it's going to be because Turkey's doing their own thing. Turkey does Turkey things. They're going to move in and create an occupational zone to stop refugees from getting into Turkey because they did that in Syria. But I don't really think anyone's going to be going on the ground and trying to shape the future of Iran. I think a lot of people probably want to be a little bit removed from this at the moment, at least anyone who shares a direct border with them. The Taliban can't do it. They're being beat to hell right now by the Pakistanis. The Pakistanis don't want to do it because that's just, they just don't want to get involved in that from what we can tell, at least on foreign policy. Turkmenistan is highly neutral. They stay out of everything. And then Armenia and Azerbaijan just don't really have the force to do it. Iraq is too decentralized to be able to do it, and Turkey would just do it to stop refugees from flooding into their country. And they would only take a small chunk of Iran and then hold that for who knows how long. So I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and also let's see something here real quick. I got a new little video clip right here. I might want to show people this real quick. It looks like we have a new video from the Department of Defense, Department of War. Right now, the Department of War, because they are at war. But let's take a look at this video. We're seeing a drone here apparently get vaporized by a guided bomb for an American fighter jet. That's a strange looking Iranian drone right there, actually.
Yeah, that's weird. It's got like a swoop wing design to it. That's really interesting. But they slammed it.
Yeah, I hadn't seen one like that before. Oh, damn, man. What would you use on that thing?
I don't know, but it really didn't do a lot of damage. Like, do you see that? Like, the wall's still there. The ground it's not cratered. It was actually kind of like.
Did we just spend $1 million to take out a $30,000 drone? What was that thing? It looked like it was what was it?
I don't even know. I have no clue, actually. I think we just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, though, to take out a hobby shop drone.
Oh, man, that was crazy. That thing was massive coming in there to take that little bitty thing.
It didn't even leave a crater. That's the weird thing about it. Look at that. The ground is still perfectly flat. It's just got little remnants of the explosive and the drone. But it's still like.
Do you think it was just like a missile without a warhead on it or something?
I don't know, because I mean it did explode after all. I mean, there was an explosion right there. But I mean it was really small. Like, what is that actually? Let me see here. Let me see if we can get a freeze frame. Oh, man, it's going to be hard to get well, I mean, that's the best we've got. And I mean, the kind of blur. It looks like a little small diameter bomb. Like, it's like a little itty bitty bomb. I don't know what that is, really. And it's hard to say because it's really low res right there. So it's really hard to, like, get an outline and a shape to work with. But weird. Really weird.
Yeah, see, some people saying a Hellfire hit. I don't know if that is a Hellfire. Like, I don't know. This video is actually kind of interesting, actually. First of all, I'm not familiar with that form of Iranian drone. I've never seen one in that shape before. That's very fascinating. And also, I don't know what this thing is here. It didn't leave a crater, the thing that hit it. And it just seemed to obliterate just the drone and nothing else, which is fascinating. This is a strange clip.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what to make of it, but very interesting, though. But with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
We also have a 20 from Joppy, who said, because super chats are read late, I'm clarifying that I caught up very fast and wasn't far behind. And about the Japanese decoupling versus global reaction to the war, Japan is also facing the turmoil from decoupling on top of that.
That's very interesting to hear, Joppy, and I got to thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Trevor Jaster, and thank you very much, Trevor, as well. He said a gun barrel type of nuclear weapon is very easy to build, and all Iran has to do to pull that off is end up 90% enriching the uranium, and then they can try to assemble it. And it's in that little time as a week. They don't even need a nuclear test, and the U.S. tested, or well, the U.S. never tested it, the one they made in 1945.
And I assume that you're speaking about the Fat Man or the Little Boy that we used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I mean, we did test that, though. Like, we tested that at the Trinity test range, like the concept of that, to make sure that the fission would work properly inside of the weapon after the bullet type, I guess you say, reactant hit the fuel within the bomb. I mean, we did test that because, you know, like, the Manhattan Project wasn't just done as, you know, nothing that led to nothing. I mean, the Manhattan Project and the tests that were conducted at the Trinity testing range were to ensure that the Fat Man and the Little Boy were working off a sound principle. So, you know, like, while you can't test the Little Boy and then bomb it on Hiroshima because the bomb is gone, the tests at Trinity was what we then used to build the Fat Man and the Little Boy that we then dropped on Japan. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Kevin Sullivan, who put in a 20, and also Mike Barnes, who also put in a 20 as well. And thank you to the both of you, Kevin and Mike, for that support, and we do appreciate that. We also have a 20 from Yenya Tolls, who said, I haven't seen a tackler like that since listen, let me pull this up. Let me see what this is real quick. Let's see here. So, it's the actual quarterback. I thought it was like a sneaky one right here. But they said, I haven't seen a tackler like that since Joe Montana.
And that's interesting to hear. And I got to thank you so much for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Joshua Bogert. He said, this may be off topic, but the way I see these wars popping off is it almost seems as though the remnants of the Russian Empire are getting divided between differing nations. And this view is vindicated in my book with the Polish.
And possibly, I mean, that could be the case. Dugan is saying, our allies are getting picked off one to one. It's like, very observant of you. And yeah, that's right. Like, it's kind of a nice thing to see. But a big thanks to you so much for
the strange thing is that Russia's actually benefiting from this ally getting picked off. They're actually benefiting from it because the oil price right now, by the way, it just jumped up again. It's risen another 2%. It's now sitting at $83 a barrel of Brent crude. So that's actually assisting Russia, actually, at least in a financial sense. It's assisting them. And also, I see that Russia's trying to swoop back in on India. Did you notice that? Like, Russia's trying to jump back in with the India situation, and they're trying to start selling oil back to India, which India had previously said they're only going to buy oil from the West. And now, all of a sudden, it seems like that door might be opening again. So the oil thing, actually, I'm sure Russia's actually kind of like half and half on this. They're sad they're losing Iran because that's one of their geopolitical allies, but they're kind of like, this actually might save Russia, at least in the temporary.
Yeah, it definitely could. We'll have to wait and see generally. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from none other than Ibis, who said, enforcers, please explain why you accept Russian nukes in Belarus and Kaliningrad pointing into the EU, but not the Poles trying to protect themselves while the USA is not a trustworthy ally and can't get over it, but love you so far. And the reason why I say that on my end is because Poland does not need nukes in their territory to be protected. France, even if the U.S. is being a little bit waffly about the NATO alliance, I mean, the rest of NATO is still intact. So forget the U.S. for a minute. Look at France, Germany, the rest of them. I mean, France alone can protect Poland. France has offered to extend their nuclear umbrella to Poland, and they currently do that as we speak. So, I mean, it's not necessary for Poland to have nukes. All it does is cause Russia a pretext to start war. That's all that does, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, the reason why there's a difference is because Russia is forward deploying their own nuclear weapons operated by Russian nuclear rocket forces in Belarus. That's very different than Belarus developing and fielding their own nuclear weapon. Because then those weapons are under the direct control and direct answer of Lukashenko, not Putin. Right now, those nuclear weapons on Belarusian territory are still under Putin's orders. They're just in a different country. If Belarus had those nukes, they're now under the command of Lukashenko, not Putin, inside of Belarus. Very different situation. And that's why I'm saying that Poland should not have nukes. If they want nukes, they could ask the French or they could ask us to forward deploy nukes into their territory, which then at that point gives them a nuclear umbrella. But generally it would be a bad idea to say, okay, well, the world looks a little unstable now. So Poland, Germany, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Italy, Croatia, Slovenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania, Greece, Spain. Also, let's see, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Yemen, Oman, India, Pakistan, which already have them, Thailand and Cambodia all get nuclear weapons because they're kind of a little scared because the world's going a little hairy. Like, that's not a good idea, because once you open up the door that people can just get nuclear weapons like Poland in violation of standing international treaties and nobody does anything about it anymore, we're begging for everyone to go get a nuclear weapon. And then there are now, instead of, say, like right now in the world, there's about 7 or 8 people that have the ability to make the call if they're going to use a nuclear weapon or not. Now we're going to have at a minimum 80 different people at any given moment who can make the call to use a nuclear weapon. And that just means statistically, probability-wise, the chance of one of those people making that decision to use a nuclear weapon is rising rapidly, because there's just that many more people who could issue that order and have the ability to do it. So that's generally why we don't want that to happen. I mean, it's not just a Polish thing. It's an overarching, what example does that show to the world? And then also, if we let them do that, what is that saying about our campaign right now against Iran? They're developing a nuclear weapon, regardless of the internal government situation inside of Iran versus Poland. If someone is allowed to develop a nuclear weapon outside of international treaty, that means everyone can at that point. It doesn't matter who it is. So why in the world would we be going to Iran, going to war with Iran, to stop them from developing a nuclear weapon while turning a blind eye to everyone else who's trying to make one? And then that looks hypocritical in foreign policy, and the foreign policy falls apart because it's rules for thee, not for me sort of a thing on the nuclear side of things, which in foreign policy, it's fine to have rules for thee and not for me. But when it comes to nuclear weapons, the rules have to be standard across the board and truly fair. Otherwise, we're just begging for everyone to start making nukes all over, and then that could be a bad result. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address my kind of line of reasoning there with that well, because I'm totally fine with the Polish wanting nuclear protection, but I don't think that they should develop a nuclear weapon on their own. That wouldn't really be a great idea. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Lil Dip Can, and thank you very much for the support. They said, thanks for the great reporting and unbiased news. Me and my buddy, Vital Smasher, really enjoyed the streams, and LSA Army.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Lil Dip Can, and long live the Late Spring Army. And with that, we're on to the next one.
The next one goes to Howard Mendelson, who puts in a 20. And he said, as far as munitions go, usage forecasting and inventory management are the jobs of career professionals. A lot of them have been doged.
I've heard a little bit kind of about that. Like, I'm not entirely sure on that at the moment, but I do know one thing, like, and this is something that people don't want to admit. The president has a lot of say in whether that's a consideration or not. Like, if a general brings up, Mr. President, we might not have enough munitions for a sustained air operation or air defense campaign. I would recommend that we start conducting some sort of Defense Production Act or something along those lines to make sure that production quotas can be met for sustainment. Shut your mouth. I don't give a shit. We'll win anyways. Go bomb them. And then that's it. Like, that general can't sit there and go, I'm going to go do that anyways. Because you know what happens? He's relieved from his post and a new general will be assigned and then approved by the Senate. That's what would happen. Like that. So, a lot of people always want to say, oh, well, that can't happen because the generals are very competent, sure. But that doesn't mean that they just get to sit there and go, well, the president said we shouldn't give a shit about that. I don't care. I'm going to go do it. He's going to get removed from his post. So that guy isn't going to want to do that. And if he does get removed from his post, he's going to be replaced from a guy who then goes, yes, Mr. President, we're going to go ahead and bomb him, just not worry about the logistics thing until we start running out of bombs.
The logistics is pretty much automated these days. You know that?
Kind of still, but it still requires human oversight and someone bringing up something like, hey, we need those, and then going out of our way to start working on that.
I think if I understand it properly, and if anyone in the chat is in logistics in the military or something like that, obviously, like, don't say anything like crazy or anything like that. But generally, the way I understand it is these days, logistics and also procurement is largely handled through it's augmented by artificial intelligence, but largely automated to a certain degree. And they simply get alerts and then they place the bids on the open market. I don't know what that platform's called that they put out bids for this stuff, but they put out bids for it, and then the companies obviously submit their bids. They go with basically the lowest one that's quality to a certain degree, more like really just the lowest one, and then they get what they're supposed to have. But most of it's just automated though. Like, it's not really like people having to sit down like a spreadsheet and having to figure it out. It's mainly automated.
I mean, they still do have like the Army Board of Ordnance, and they have procurement and research and development programs and all those things that still have to be overlooked by people. And and if that was the case, then why weren't they replacing the mops that were used after they were used immediately? Why did they wait for so long to start doing that? If it's all automated, that should have just been picked up instantly after the bombs were used.
I'm sure there's an override. Like I'm sure they can override the system as well. They can probably put it off or delay it. I'm not sure why they would do that, but I mean, I'm sure that it's probably like a human final order that can be given or vetoed.
I think it's most like it's automated to a degree, but it still requires significant human oversight. Because like right now they're going to have a meeting with the defense industry heads tomorrow in person to talk about ramping up production of weapons and ordnance and such. So I mean, that does show that there's a lot of human involvement there, and the fact that the president's going to be the one having that meeting with the heads of the defense industries, that also kind of gives an indication that there's a lot of human oversight in that regard.
You really think that's what they're meeting up to discuss is ramping up production?
Well, yeah, I mean, generally that's what's been done in most prior wars is that there's usually a meeting, we need to ramp up production, and they start working on that. I mean, it's not like they're going to start talking about the orb of judgment or anything.
I just feel like since those defense companies are in business to make money, and obviously they would love to increase their output because they're making more money if they increase their output. It seems like they would see the need for it and they would automatically start increasing it. Why does a meeting have to take place with the government in order to see that coming? They know what orders they're getting, and all the government has to do is simply ramp up their orders. So why the meeting? That's my question.
I mean, it could be like a press event. The bombs are beautiful. And then it's all that, and that could be the reason why they come and kiss the ring. It's great bombs, wonderful bombs, kiss the ring. And all that. It could be something like that. Or are these guys agree? Anthropic and Claude terrible. It could be anything. Everyone sat there and said, "There's no way they're bringing all these generals to Quantico and putting them all in one building to where they could all be taken out just to have a pep rally." And then it literally was just a pep rally. And right after it ended, all of those army and all those VIP transports started flying out immediately, telling us there was no meeting after that. It was literally just done for the optics, and then everybody went back to their command. So I mean, this could be the case of what's going to happen tomorrow, I would assume.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I'm always a little skeptical about these things to a certain degree. But anyways, though, we got to keep moving. I just realized we're at already 11:21, and we still have a load of super chats to get to. So we're going to speed up a slight bit here. But let me grab two things out of the super chats here. And there we go. So our next one here is going to go to none other than Dark Hooded. And thank you very much, Dark Hooded, for that 50. He said, I just want to let you guys know that earlier you guys wondered how you compete against mainstream news. My dad and I think you guys are miles ahead. And I love and appreciate your guys' work. And also your use of the GIS and GMAPS illustration along with the LSA and the Republic.
And thank you so much for the support, Dark Hooded. And I got to say, thank you for the wildly kind words right there. Thank you. We love to know that people think we're miles ahead of the mainstream news. I mean, honestly, we're a day ahead of them most of the time. They'll be like, Tehran just got bombed, and that'd be like a day after we cover it. And we'd be like, wow, it took him that long. But I do thank you massively for the support and help this channel to keep running. And thank you so much for the kind words. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Oblivion, who said, which Iranian regime leader is most critical and valuable on the other side of conflict? Ari Larijani, who seems less talked about, or Vahidi, the IRGC boss, or whoever else? Elaborate on the regime military leaders, please.
Sadly, I wouldn't know a lot about the current ones because generally all the ones we kind of knew about are dead. So sadly, I won't be able to talk about the ones who are currently alive right now. But I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
The main one. Do you remember the main one, though? What was his name? Soleimani? That was him, wasn't it? Soleimani. You remember him? That was the one right there. And if anybody was ever spotted with Soleimani, that was basically like they were screwed from that point forward. The curse of Soleimani. That was a deep running myth, and it turned out it wasn't so much of a myth after all. But anyway,
I heard Matthew. I heard Matthew that inshallah he became red smear on the pavement outside of the Baghdad International Airport.
Ay,
caramba. But anyway, so that we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Oblivion, who puts in a 20. And they said, question. I think I might have duplicated this one right here. But thank you once again, Oblivion, for that $20 support. We also have a 20 from Zachary Luke. He said, hey there, I love listening to you guys. And when do you think Iran will run out of rockets and missiles?
Oh, I think they're not going to run out of rockets and missiles. I think they're going to run out of abilities to fire them off before then. So as far as that answer, I would say they're probably going to run out of most abilities to fire off rockets and drones probably within the next 2 weeks. And after that, it's going to be a literal trickle. It's going to be maybe a couple, maybe a few missiles a day, maybe a few drones a day, but not much more than that. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from 79 Flower, and thank you for that support, by the way. They said, thank you for the great coverage of the news and the happenings, and I can go and cancel my other subscriptions, LOL, and also Military Moms Rule.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And we are happy to have you here, 79 Flower. And thank you so much for the support, and help this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Jim Hallbrook, and he said, when the U.S. bombs a nuclear site, is there a dangerous release of radiation that poisons that area and beyond? And I'll say forever. Also, that depends, by the way. They said after Natanz was hit for the second time that it's not releasing radiation. So that's obviously good. So we don't see a release from Natanz. Also, when they hit the Iraq research reactor, there was really no significant release there either. I think there was like localized residual radiation, but nothing widespread. So for the most part, it's been contained, thankfully. But Enforcer, what say you?
That is entirely true, and I hope we addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kagan. He said, I missed you again, and it's been some crazy talk going on in the EU.
And thank you so much for the support. And I've heard that is the case. Hopefully the Iranians don't end up attacking the European Union. That would be unfortunate to see. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Sadanta Osoda, who said, Hoorah.
Hoorah. And a big thanks to you for the support. And how about the channel to keep rolling? And we're on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Robert Krogan, who said, I don't have to read. I'm just thanking for the work.
And, we have to read it nonetheless, Robert. I think you've answered for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Dan Brooks. He said, looking for an exciting job in leadership, early retirement, and excellent dental identification program. Become the new Ayatollah in Iran. Positions open daily.
I think I pass. I think I'm good without that job. But I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Siri, who said, wait a minute, hold on here. Wait a minute. Hold on. This one got mixed up. Let me go grab Siri's comment real quick. Let's see here. Something happened in the spreadsheet. It took one other super chat and it mixed it up with this one. So let me go back and find Siri's. Give me just a second here. I'm stalling. I'm scrolling up the spreadsheet, by the way. That's currently what I'm doing. Let's see here. Where in the world? There's a lot of super chats in this list right here, by the way. My goodness. If Enforcer, stall for just a second while I look for this.
And we are stalling, folks. Whoop, whoop.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry,
didn't mean to pull a fast one on you. But Siri said, quote unquote, as we act, let us not become the evil we deplore. Representative Barbara Lee, Evergreen Advice. Thank you, Enforcer Bros, EXO from Oslo.
And a big EXO to Oslo, and a huge thanks to you for the support. And I'd have to agree. I always say that America is really most Western countries. Our only argument that we're better than our enemies is because we do not act like our enemies. Something that a lot of people forget these days. Like a lot of people say, like if we ever catch, say Khamenei alive, we ought to dunk some water on them or something. It's like, well, it's like at that point, it's like, are we any better than them? As we were like, look how brutal they are. They torture their civilians, and then we capture them, then we torture them, and it's like, well, it's like then there's not really an argument for us saying, well, America's really the place to be, and a great group of people because we're a step above our enemies. Then we're the same, really. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Two Vikings. He said, have you ever seen Dr. John Campbell's new video? Apparently, China's been experimenting with a new... can't talk about this. Can't talk about that right there, sadly. But I don't even think I can comment whatsoever on that. But
have you ever had some of our delicious sewer soup?
Don't talk about the sewer soup. That's off limits.
Oh, man. Beyond that, sadly, we can't talk about that. But there's always word about something like that out there. I'll just say, it's I don't really put too much stock into it. You ought to know what's being held down in Atlanta, by the CDC. You would be terrified of what's down there. It's like that in every country, though. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Man, honestly, that's one thing right there. Like, there's a couple things like on YouTube that you just don't mention. Like, I think YouTube allows it now, but I'm still scared to touch the topic. Like, there's a few topics on YouTube that you just don't touch with a 10-foot pole, or you're playing it risky if you do it. So that's one of them right there. But our next one goes to Joppy yet again. He puts in a 50, and thank you, Joppy, for that support.
Hey.
Very generous of you. They said World War III is inevitable in their opinion. The strategic importance of TSMC is too high to allow the CCP to take control of it. The CCP is already increasing their imperialist ambitions more and more, and both the US and Russia are also acting imperialistic again.
And thank you so much for the support, Joppy, and helping this channel to keep it running. And I would definitely agree with you. The strategic importance of TSMC is too high, and generally we cannot allow Taiwan to fall for strategic purposes as well. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Dark Galaxy, who puts in a 10. They said, do you think it's safe to say that World War has come back for its third season? This is a popular topic tonight. Very, very optimistic. They said, when will the draft happen in the USA? Also very optimistic as well. Jeez.
No, you don't understand. It's not World War III. It's the end times. Get it right. Like, I'm just kidding.
Oh, damn.
Oh, man. You know, I got to say, though, I've never seen any actual confirmation of that story. It's just like, word in the wind is, it's like, if someone said that, though, like, you're all going to die to bring around the end. Like, don't you think, like, doesn't everyone think that there would be a lot more word about that coming out rather than someone said? You know, it's like, wouldn't everybody be saying something about that at that point in the military? You know, like, I feel like they would. But beyond that, I would say, let's see. World War III coming back for a third season. Oh, you never really know. I mean, it's a very unstable time right now. We'll generally have to see. I mean, the chances are getting on up there at this point. But I also don't want to be like some people who say that the nuclear bombers are flying and the codes have been issued and we're all going to die. And they say that for their whole career for like 2,000 straight days every day. I don't want to be that person, but it is getting on up there, like the chances are. But the draft happening? No, go ahead.
It really is getting up there. Like, all jokes aside, like, you know, I'm sort of joking when I'm saying that's not optimistic. Truthfully, you know, it's good to keep an optimistic view because you don't want to operate like with pessimism every day or your life's going to suck. So you got to be optimistic, kind of to a point of delusion sometimes to stay in a good mental state. But World War is really close. Like, I hate to say that, it really is close. There's too much going on right now. Like, if someone looked around at this and was like from a different planet or something, and they looked around at what's happening, they would probably be like, "Whoa, this is bad. This is not good at all." And I think we like to delude ourselves a little bit about how bad it truly is. We don't want to accept that the fact that it is going sideways, so we kind of like gloss over it a bit. But it's pretty rough.
Yeah, it is pretty rough. And with that, we are on to the next one.
This one goes to Bad Skipper, who puts in a 10. He says, is that Russian Corvette still stuck in the port?
It apparently slipped away at some point. We don't know where it went, but it's not in Iran anymore. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kachulian, who said, among hazard pay and other expenses, losing a ship means losing all business it could bring while you wait for a replacement to be made. And ships aren't the only expense here. That barely covers the top.
That's true.
Now, I don't know ship insurance all too much, but doesn't the ship insurance also cover like lost profits or something, or is that going overboard?
It doesn't. It just accounts for like the injury and death of the crew and the loss of the vessel. So any payouts to like family members and stuff, it covers that and the loss of the ship, but not lost profits. That would be too much for insurance to cover.
How much do they get for each lost crew member?
I don't know. I don't know the policies are negotiated ship to ship and company to company, so I wouldn't know the exact rates or numbers.
Now, you don't think any ship companies would tell the people to go into the strait because they got like a policy and they got like, $1 million a ship member, do they?
Well, I can't lie. That's been kind of done before.
Whoa, for real?
Yeah, I mean, there was a famous ship, a sailing ship that actually wrecked itself on the coast of Oregon just to collect on the insurance payment, actually.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I mean, it was like, dude, it's like 100 years ago. Everyone's dead. No one's going to sue us. Okay. No one's, all right, we're suing. Sure. Bro, someone's going to stick their skeletal hand out of their grave and go, I'm suing. It's like, nah, man, everyone's dead. They have it in like 1909 or something like that. Like, that's so long ago, we can talk about it easily. But Like they legitimately wrecked the thing for the insurance purposes. Like the sailing ships were out of like obsolete by that point, and this guy just wanted to get rid of the thing. And so it was kind of common at the time that everybody would sell their like ships into bad weather and get them capsized and everything to get the insurance payment so they could buy a newer ship. So that guy did it, and it stayed wrecked on the coast for a while. I wish I could find the picture of it. Let me see. Let's see, wrecked sailing ship. Oregon. I'm sure there.
It's okay. You don't have to show a picture of it. You don't have to show a picture. I'll take your word for it.
No, here it is. The Glenneslin. This is a famous picture right here. There it is, wrecked up on the shore for the insurance claim. Here's another one of it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not unheard of, but in the modern day though, that probably wouldn't go over too well. That was like 100 years ago. It's a very different world these days. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from none other than Joppy once again. He says, still catching up with the 2-time speed, but Japan is decoupling supply chain and equipment from China altogether, and this year will be the riskiest period of that. I don't know about South Korea, though.
And I hope that it goes well for him. And I got to thank you massively for the support, and I hope this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another 10 from none other than Kachulian343, and thank you, Kachulian, as well. They said, well, here's what's going to happen because of the president's action in the Middle East. Iran will collapse and be filled with Reza Pahlavi, and in 10 years' time, at absolute most, Syria will be the new Iran, but worse.
And possibly that could happen. We apparently heard today from the president that the worst case scenario is that we're in a worse situation than we were with Khamenei. And that's that. So I was like, oh, well, that doesn't really sound like, any worse.
He said he won't allow that to happen.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he said he's not going to allow that to happen. So
okay.
I don't know what that means in practice, but that's what he said.
It's like if that happens in 5 years, it's like he won't even be the president by then. So what's he going to do about it? It's like, that's my question.
He's expecting it to go faster than that.
Oh, well, I mean, Venezuela is a great example that, just trying to kind of throw the dice at the current regime and just hope that it turns out, well, it doesn't really prove to be fruitful. Like, if anything, in the worst case scenario, I would say this isn't the greatest thing, but in the worst case scenario, we should try and see about installing Pahlavi because at least we know he's American aligned. I mean, he might end, there's a chance with everyone that he might end up, being a dictator or something, but at least he's American aligned. But in reality, it'd probably be best to see an interim government form in Iran and then set up actual proper referendums and elections to see that the government is shaped in the way the Iranian people want exactly, and then just have Pahlavi run as a possible candidate either for a sovereign, if that's what the Iranian people want, or for a president if they want that as well. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Paramecium. He said the IRGC will have to either move forces to the west, leaving the rest of the country less oppressed, or let the Kurds take local control, making them appear weak if the Kurds rise up.
And that's an interesting idea, Paramecium. Maybe that is the case. And I thank you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kachulian once again. They said, exclamation point, money sign, exclamation point, money sign, will rebuild and get involved in the Syrian government. I know what they're saying. They're saying ISIS will rebuild and get involved in the Syrian government, either through infiltration or being welcome, like Lebanon or Hezbollah, and they'll be a bigger problem than ever since we rolled out the red carpet.
There's a possibility for that. There definitely is. I hope that does not happen, though. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Costa Man, who puts in a 10. He said, God bless the USA and the military who kicks ass.
Thank you so much for the support, and I would have to definitely agree with that. And a big thanks once again, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mitchell Halverson once again, who puts in a 10. He said, should the U.S. or other countries send in troops to secure ballistic missiles or nuclear sites? They already have.
Where?
We were told, here's the report. We didn't get footage of it, so we usually like to have footage, but I don't think there would be footage of this. The Israelis are claiming that Mossad agents, and in addition to Israeli special forces, have gone in on the ground in some locations in some cities, but they didn't specify which ones it was.
Oh, well, that's cities. I mean, that's not ballistic missile sites or nuclear facilities. So I mean,
I'm sure they're trying. I'm sure they're trying to probably go for that. I mean, surely they're not just going to cities just to hang out. Like they're probably going there to probably stage for something like that.
What do you mean? Mossad would kill to have a coffee in the streets of Tehran, man, outside of a cafe. What are you kidding?
Nah, they don't give a damn.
Well, I mean, maybe not. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Lou Dog, who puts in a 10. They said, I hope Grandpa Buff got in on the fun, but did the Raptor get an intercept yet?
We do not know yet, but we do know that the B-52s got to have fun again. And so big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
This one goes to Cass, who puts in a 10. They said, do you think the UK will join a ground invasion? And considering that our leader's response is, we don't support a regime change by sky, and thanks for the daily updates.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't mean to get involved in like saying whether I really like someone in a foreign country because it's really none of my business as an American. But I gotta say that this Starmer guy is really getting me unhappy. I mean, the British airbase at Akrotiri came under a direct attack by Hezbollah, so this guy is still going to play the stupid game of, well, I don't really know, you know? It's like, well, you came under attack from this country. They're about to attack the whole of Europe, not just the UK. Maybe it's about time, you know, to reconsider the position. That's what I would think, but that's me.
He's not the worst. I mean, Spain topped him. Spain kicked us out of their country.
Well, you know, I mean, we did operate out of a air base called Moron. I mean, that could might have, you know, given some indications, you know, like, you know.
You heard that got nasty. That got nasty real quick. The U.S. president said cut trade with Spain, and also it's getting nasty. Honestly, like, really, shame on Spain for kicking us out of their country like that. That explains why all of our tankers left in one big conga line and went to the U.K. is because Spain told us to get the hell out. So that's pretty lame.
Yeah, that is pretty lame. And I think they all flew to the UK right afterwards, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
They did.
So, you know, that's kind of interesting. But, I mean, you know, the Spanish, I mean, you know, the Spanish, though, you know, we have the Azores with Portugal, so we're fine. You know, no big loss there with Spain. But still, at the same time, though, I don't really know what the British are doing because it's like British service members did just come under fire. Is this Starmer guy of the idea, of the concept that British service members' lives are not that important, or the risk to their lives are not that important, to not even mandate a counterattack or some sort of an offensive response at a minimum, at least against Hezbollah? It's like, you know, that's not really a inspiring message to send to the citizenry that even the armed services can be attacked and it largely will be overlooked. You know, that's not really a good message to send. But beyond that, I would have to say I'm not really too happy with that guy's actions. Like, if I was a Briton, me personally, I wouldn't be happy with him. But that's just my 2 cents on it. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to, also, by the way, someone said Spain is compromised. I'm just saying. Well, I hope Spain doesn't expect us to protect them, like, if something happens. Because, I mean, that's pretty lame. Like, that's a stupid move. It's like, one day if Spain, let's say Spain, like, gets attacked or something by Iran. I'm not sure if they have a range for that. I think it might be out of Iran's range for most of their weapons. But let's say somehow something happens to Spain. Spain better not be crying out for help, talking about, oh, help us, help us. It's like, well, you kicked us out when we needed help. So it's like, you know, are we going to be helping you later? I doubt it. So that was pretty stupid. But anyways, moving on to our next one. This one goes to Shauna, who puts in a 10. They said, many thanks for your continued dedication in providing us with the most accurate war news, and drink plenty of water.
And I will definitely have to. And a big thanks to you for the support. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cachulian343 once again. They said, boars are terrifying and no joke. In the Middle Ages, boar hunting was done by the nobles, and a lot of them got bumped off. And it was also great cover for assassination plots, too, with bow accidents in the woods.
That's true, Cachulian, actually. Boar hunting is a very dangerous sport, and that usually was the kind of like cover. It's like, oh no, His Majesty was killed by, you know, his close confidants, sadly, because the boar was charging him and they accidentally shot him, and in reality they were going to go out and kill him. But boar hunting was so dangerous that thing could happen just normally. But a big thanks to you for the support and help us channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Bryson Beck, and he said, anywhere on the condition of the carrier strike groups in the region and any attempts of attack from Iran?
They're in great condition. We haven't even heard of any attacks getting close to the carrier strike groups, and that's what we generally expected from the onset. So a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have one here from DPM, who put in a 12. And thank you very much for that support, by the way. They said, if everyone is acting like this again, it's time for, wait a minute, hold on. Is this one okay to read? I don't know about this one. Germany, I don't know about
Oh
that.
yeah, I do know about it. It's a First Reich thing. This is like the 1700s.
Uh,
Like they Matthew, come on now. It's the First Reich. It's like the 1700s. Totally different than the other one. It's a totally different thing. It's from the 1700s. It's 200 years before failed painter man showed up. Like I promise you, it's totally fine.
I won't talk about the war.
This isn't even that one. Like, this is 200 years before. But DPM 2937 said, is everyone acting like this again? If everyone is acting like this again, it's time for Friedrich Merz to become Friedrich the Great and lay claim to Königsberg. Just kidding. The guy is too busy complaining about his own country 24/7. Listen, you better not talk about him that badly, all right? Merz is tall enough that he's 2 steps away from your house. 2 long steps. All he has to do is kind of pick up his pant legs a little bit, and he'll be over there at your house in no time. So you better watch out. The naughty kids of Germany, they do get picked up by Merz, and he flings them like a booger with his finger into the North Sea. But beyond that, big thanks to you for support. I'd have to say, as far as leaders go, at least in foreign policy, Merz is a fairly level-headed sort of a person. Like, I don't mean to speak on their domestic policies, and I'm not, but he's fairly level-headed, a lot like the Polish leadership. So I don't really have too many gripes with him. But the guy is freakishly tall, folks. The guy is 6'7". Imagine if you came up to this guy. I mean, like, no, like if you tried to swing a punch at him, all you'd have to do is extend his arm out, and you'd just be swinging into the air. But anyway, so that a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
This one goes to Telemosaic, who puts in a 10. They said, Dome of the Rock. The same rock is the one that Abraham went to sacrifice Isaac on, and his West Wailing Wall is the holiest site in Jerusalem, along with the rock. Israel would never bomb a site like that.
I don't really think either side would. It's fairly religiously significant to both of them. But there's always the chance that an interception and falling debris could land on them. So there's always the chance for that. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Frustrated, who said, you guys are doing a great job with your coverage, and keep up the great work, boys, and LSA.
Hey, and we will try and keep it up, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Frago Medic, who said they are coming back, and that's when they came back online in country.
And
that's about the tankers.
Oh, good. Thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Tony. Tony, he said, did the intel about Khamenei and striking early lead to not having all the equipment staged in theater? Now, I heard about that, by the way. I heard about that. The allegation, here's the story about how the Iran-U.S. war started. This is allegedly how it started, according to sources. They're saying that Netanyahu got intelligence, actionable intelligence from Mossad, that Ayatollah Khamenei and also all the other top people were hanging out in one spot. And they said, oh, he's going to be hanging out in one spot with all these other guys, all these aides in one spot in the next coming days. We're going to go get him. So he called up the U.S. and said, hey, we know where he's at. And then the U.S.-Iran war kicked off right after that because they knew he was in one spot and they wanted to get him in the first 30 seconds of the war. So that's the story. But Enforcer, what say you?
It sounds like a fairly credible story, but I would say that they might have held off and postponed the attack for a little while to get that window. But it's always hard to say. It's really hard to say. But I do thank you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Stun, who said, can you explain how the U.S. is trying to fight against China, A2D2? I'm kind of worried. I have family based in South Korea.
And, let's see. Also, that really won't be a consideration for now. That will be a good ways down the road, so they should be fine. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Krusty, who puts in the 10. He said, you guys are Utah natives. I was born and raised in Salt Lake City, Lehigh area. And also, do you have a business email? I'm looking for trustworthy analysts and journalists. Base takes, gentlemen. Also, we're not a Utah native, by the way. We were brothers. We were both born and raised in Alabama, in a small place called Wetumpka, which is outside of Montgomery. Montgomery is an absolute war zone, by the way. Very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Wetumpka was a suburb of it, but it was extremely country. Most people would consider it backwoods, actually. And that's where we went to school and grew up and stuff like that. So that's where we came from, was Wetumpka. But we are Alabama natives. We've only been in Utah for 5 months, and I plan to stay here a lot longer than that. that. I like it here quite a bit, actually. I do like it a lot. So you have a very beautiful state. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say, Utah's a great place. We aren't Alabama. Well, we are actually not Utah natives. We're Alabama natives, born and raised out of Wetumpka, Alabama. Great place, really. I mean, I cannot say it enough. Montgomery was like, what do we call it? Let's see here. What would it be called? Montgomery, Baghdad, kind of, or Chirac, kind of, it's kind of like that. Very dangerous place, really. But beyond that, Wetumpka was a little less dangerous, although by the time we were kind of getting out of Wetumpka and moving to Birmingham, it had basically become an extension of Montgomery and the violence there. Slightly better. But every time we tell the story of our upbringing on air and like how school was for us, a lot of people are shocked and even traumatized hearing the stories of what life was like for us on the day-to-day, which tells us that it wasn't that great off. Like, it was better than Montgomery, but Montgomery is a horror beyond human comprehension. So, that has that going for it. But beyond that, I do have to say that Salt Lake City is an absolutely amazing place. It's incredible. I cannot praise the state of Utah enough for how great of a place it is. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and thank you so much for enjoying our based takes. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, let's see here. There's someone in the chat that said, I'm actually from Montgomery. I know about that. I work for the news here. Actually, I think I know the news channel you're talking about, by the way, WSFA, because that's the one we used to watch when we were always there when weather would break out and stuff like that. So I know exactly which one you're talking about, by the way. So that's pretty cool right there. There's actually like several people in here that said, I lived in Wetumpka for a little while and stuff like that. That's like, that's wild. There's actually people in here like that. It's a weird, small world, actually, that people are watching that on here like that. So that's pretty cool. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to none other than Cybele Games. And they said, do you believe that our withdrawal from Afghanistan has a direct correlation with our current situation, needing to go to war with Iran? And we were a much greater that being staged to their east.
I would say no. Actually, this situation with Iran is largely separate from Afghanistan. Afghanistan was a thing unto itself. Iran is a thing unto itself as well. As far as Bagram, though, and losing Bagram, that's something that I don't think we'll ever be able to replace, even if we could base inside of Iran with a pro-American government, because Bagram literally is right on China's western doorstep, basically. It's right there, and air operations could be conducted at a high tempo. At the distance we would be in Iran, even if we were a place like Mashhad, it would be a more medium tempo sort of an air operation because of the distance. So not really the greatest sort of a basing. Maybe that would be a thought in the background, is that maybe we could base in Mashhad, and that's kind of like Bagram. There's definitely the possibility for that. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Dreamies O'Dreamy, who put in a 20 and said, thanks, gentlemen, from Georgia.
And a big hello to Georgia. What was the nickname for Georgia? I think it's like the Goober State because of the peanuts or something like that. But a big shout out to
the Peach State.
Oh, yeah. Which one's the
Goober? What are you doing calling Georgia the Goober State? What the hell are you doing,
Hold
man?
up. Let me type this in. I gotta go find this. Yeah, the Goober State is a nickname for Georgia. See, I wasn't wrong.
Right, but it has a picture of peaches over there and says the Peach State.
But you can call it the Goober State.
I feel like that's messed up.
Let me go pull this up. Let me go pull this up on the side screen, folks. Nickname for Georgia. Nickname for Georgia. So let's see here. Let's see. Georgia's primary nickname is the Peach State, but also it is called the Goober State and also Empire State of the South. So there's a couple of them, but Goober State does work. So I gotta say, big shout out to the Peach State, aka the Goober State. Really cool state. Georgia's an interesting place. Atlanta, not so much. But everywhere else, it's a pretty cool place. And I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Chris Feilbach once again. He said, what does roll tide mean? And if you live in the South, you definitely know what that means. So I know you're not from the South, because that's something that's very famous down there, or infamous, depending on who you ask. That's the catchphrase for the Alabama football team right there. And then if you're for Auburn, you say War Eagle. So as a young one, you will learn what that means quickly, because even the kids in elementary school know what that means right there. It's that deep in the culture. But Enforcer, what say you?
I can't even begin to describe to you the pain and anguish I feel from hearing War Eagle, Roll Tide. It basically is just a slogan of F every after-school event but football. Football! Football! You want to be a smart kid? Screw you, kid. Throw that ball. But Papa, I want to be a rock. Shut your damn mouth and throw that ball, boy. Like, that's basically the South. So I can't even describe that phrase. It has a lot more of a meaning behind it than just Roll Tide. But also I saw some people say, like Georgia's nickname doesn't even make that much sense because we don't even produce that many peaches. Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing about Alabama, because Alabama's nickname was King Cotton. We don't even produce cotton hardly anymore in Alabama. Our main agricultural agricultural export, if you want to call it that, is lumber now. So it's not like we would be like King Lumber instead of King Cotton if we were being like accurate. But for some reason, Alabama's still like King Cotton and all that stuff, or the heart of Dixie and whatnot. And it's definitely the heart of Dixie. That's no doubt. But the whole thing about King Cotton is like, we don't even make that much of it, though. It's like California like beats us in spades these days. And I think Texas does too. So it's like, why do we even have that still? But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Oblivion yet again. He said, I donated 70 bucks tonight. Also, thank you, Oblivion, very much for that support. They said, I love the channel. And shouldn't Kurdistan absorb Iran eventually? And it seems like the nation of Iran is sick of autarky. And is the U.S. basically at war with the IRGC or who and what else?
We are at war with basically the entire Iranian military and the IRGC, which are technically separate, and the Islamic regime. Those are really like the three big things that we're going up against, and they're all kind of interconnected but somewhat separate. And also, as far as the Kurds, it would be nice to see them have their own independent state, but the problem is that they have no access to a port. And so that would become an economically depressed state once it was formed, basically permanently. If the Kurdish state was ever formed, they would have to have some sort of a port rights treaty with one surrounding country, either Iraq, Syria, or Turkey, because if they didn't have that, they will never be able to economically prosper because they won't be able to trade with the greater world. But that's just my 2 cents. But a big thanks to you for the support, and I want this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Joe Zanella. And Joe said Fat Man and Little Boy were 2 different designs. We did test the plutonium bomb design because it was fairly complicated. Little Boy was designed on the drive to the Manhattan Project and never tested.
Interesting. I actually didn't know that, and I thank you for sharing that information and knowledge with me, and I'll have to put that down in my head to memorize and remember. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And also, I see a lot of people being like, oh, the football thing couldn't have been that bad in Alabama. I do, like, even though we're late for time, I have to give you on the side. The football thing was pretty damn bad in Alabama. Like the education system in our specific school system was abysmal. Basically, any good teacher that showed up there, like, would be there for 1 or 2 years, and they would literally tell the students, this place sucks and it's screwed beyond belief. There's nothing I can do here. And then they'd leave. Like, the teachers that were like, there were a few teachers that would stick around there for a really long time. They were good, but the large majority of them were like transient teachers that were not of the highest of quality, and generally, like, also, like, the bathrooms, like the doors on the bathroom stalls would be broken or like off the hinges or hardly working, or they wouldn't lock or anything. But when you went into the football's little gym, everything would be perfect. Like, the bathroom's top notch, gym state of the art, football field state of the art. Like, it's a ridiculous thing, the obsession with football in places like Alabama. Everything else is literally sidelined for football. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Rafael Sayo, who said, do you think the French will send the famous Foreign Legion to Iran and LOT-LSA?
There's a possibility of it in the future. I think for now it'll be the French Air Force and air arm of the Navy that'll be operating over Iran for now, once they get involved. But a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Eric, who said, do you think this all has anything to do with AI and the Beast system coming into play?
Mr. Beast?
Beast system.
I am going to Iran. But anyway, I'd have to say, I unfortunately...
We are starting this war, and we're going to win it in less than 10 days, or else you win the trophy.
I have given these 100 mullahs $500,000 if they can survive in the building. Like,
oh, not the mullahs.
The last one to be alive will win the $500,000 prize.
Oh, this is a travesty.
Oh my lord, man! You know it's sad. I didn't even hear that there was a winner from that one. But anyways, it's sad. Beyond that, though, I'd have to say, unfortunately, I'd have to largely declare ignorance on the AI side of things. We did get to hear that some AI has been used, but I don't know to what extent at the moment. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Koti Moore, who put in a 10 and said, "Roll Tide."
And I gotta thank you so much for the support in Roll Tide. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a shout to I Am Brent, who put in a 5. He said, "Will Iran become the next Yugoslavia? It seems possible that the country could break apart into several smaller states, at least in my eyes."
Well, I mean, there's a chance, but generally, it would be very hard to see a lot of those countries succeed if they don't have major access to the sea. Most countries that don't have access to the sea or a major riverway that makes it to the sea, they generally don't have a high chance of economic success. So probably for the economic longevity of the people of Iran, it'd be better for the nation to remain intact because everyone would be able to benefit from port access in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. But that's my 2 cents on it. It might split up regardless. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from Joppy yet
Dang.
again. A huge thanks to you, Joppy, for all the massive support tonight. We do appreciate that. He said, "Regarding my super chat about Starmer, I know you don't cover politics, but the answer to what you keep asking about the topic is due to the domestic politics. While there's a lot of support for stopping the RGC, they have a lot of people against Western involvement in general."
I mean, it kind of, yeah, like I know what you're getting at and saying, but the thing about Starmer is that Starmer doesn't make any damn sense at all in foreign policy, if I'm just being completely frank. I mean, to be entirely honest, Starmer is the flip side of like the president of the United States and kind of how erratic he's been in foreign policy over the past year. He's just basically the complete opposite, as erratic, but in the opposite direction. And it doesn't really make any sense at all. And I look at it and I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like, not even speaking on the domestic policy side of things, which I know that many Britons talk about that and it's quite a heated subject. But on foreign policy, I have to say that most of Starmer's actions, except for the ones that pertain to Ukraine, which is basically a united front at this point in Britain for both the Tories and the Labour Party, his foreign policy actions make no sense at all, and I find them to be rather erratic and not really measuring the greater picture of what would happen in the future for Britain and its allies around the world. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, Joppy. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one here goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a 10. And Andrew said, "Northeast Tennessee fought for the Union, and his ancestors were part of the resistance. And why is the South being exploited? The Confederacy was one of the worst ideas in history. The South isn't so bad." In LSA.
The South isn't so bad. Like it's not horrific, but our experiences in Alabama basically like painted a stain on the South. I mean, like, you know, our upbringing, like we went into great detail, which we won't do here now because we're running really late, but it was not really the peachiest. It was pretty bleak, really, apparently, according to when we tell people in the chat about it. They're like, oh my god, like, and we're like, yeah, you know, that was what it was. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have an 8 from Shauna. Thank you, Shauna, as well for that 8. They said the clap emoji, BC Skyman.
Hey, and BC Skyman is a real legend here. And a big thanks to you for the support. I hope this addressed it well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Winston Smith, Vander, and Mark Dixon for putting in a $7 support and 2 $5 supports. And we appreciate all three of you very much. We also have a 7 from Armit Safa, who said, "Thank you for the great coverage from an Iranian woman, and let's go for Ayatollah Jr. now."
And thank you so much for your support and help this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And also, they might have Starlink possibly, maybe so. But I'm not saying nothing. I'm not a snitch. I'm being serious about that, by the way. I'm not a snitch. But we also have a 7 from D Bass DRMER, who said, "Amazing work in stamina, boys. And here's half a Chili's burrito from the LSA in Canada. And I appreciate y'all telling the truth on the Kurds."
And thank you so much for support, D-Bass. And I'm pro-American, but I will recognize America's failings and things that we need to work on. Because if you can't recognize failings, you can't be the greatest. You know, you got to recognize what's going wrong and the errors in our ways and correct them to always be ensuring that America is able to try and lay the claim to being the greatest. So a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $5 support from Ryan H. on Orbs, who said, hello, Orb Forcers. Does Europe have enough operational air defense in place if Iran were to launch missiles toward the continent and LSA?
And yes, they generally do have enough air defense. It's just that then a lot of them use American air defenses, and then they're going to be going, can we get more interceptors? And then, no, like, no, you don't. Weak Europe, and then that'll be a whole deal. And then everyone's going to buy French probably after that. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Truck and Chef, who said diesel has jumped a lot in the past couple of days, up almost $1. In some areas, $1.50.
And that is pretty wild to hear about, Truck and Chef. And I do thank you for the support. And we are on to the next one.
And also, let me check something here. Let me see if I've missed a super chat, possibly. Let's see here. So hold on a second. Stall for just a second so I can see if I've missed one.
We are currently on the lookout for a super chat that may or may have not been missed. We're trying to find it right now. And I'm trying to make sure as well, at the same time as Enforcer Matt right here, that we did not miss it. And at the moment, I would have to say that it appears, from all things that I could find, that it doesn't appear that you threw in a super chat. I am Brent04. I just looked for your name, and I do not see a $20 super chat right now on YouTube's end. I just looked through all of them, and I don't know about you, Matthew, but I believe that there is not one.
So I believe we answered the one from earlier. It was a $10 super chat. I think we answered it. We can go over it again though if we missed it. So this one goes to I am Brent, who put in a 10. He said, not sure if this is the right time, but I can't imagine Turkey allowing a Kurd Persian state next door, and they have to be mad, right? And could this push them to align more with Russia if they feel threatened?
Generally, you know what? We actually did miss this because, like, I never heard this one before. But I do thank you for the support. And I would have to say, sorry about that, by the way. You said 20, and generally they're all colored a certain way, so I was looking for the orange ones, not the yellow ones. But to answer your question, the Turks don't like the Kurds, so yes, that is a given. But generally, there's not going to be a Kurdish state that can form out of this scenario right now. The PKK surrendered to the Turks a while ago. The Kurds in northern Syria are now under the control of Jelani. The Kurds in Iraq are in their own semi-autonomous region. They kind of do their own thing. The ones in Iran won't be able to create that Kurdish state that includes the Kurdish lands. So I would say it's fairly unlikely that that would happen. So the drift of Turkey towards Russia would probably not happen either. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, if I see some people asking right here, we still have a bunch to go. So if yours hasn't been answered yet, if it was like a 5 or something like that, we answered them in order that they come in when it comes to the amount. So for example, if someone throws in like a 500 or something like that, the spreadsheet automatically organizes it. Excuse me. It automatically organizes it by that number. So that's the way it goes down the spreadsheet. So if you've thrown in one, by the way, we're probably coming up to it. But we also have a 5 from Kevin Reed, who said, thanks for all the coverage.
And thank you so much for enjoying it. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Chickadee. And also, You Misunderstood, who put in a 5. And thank you both for that support. We also have a 5 from Steve Hagen. And he said, with advancement in tech since Iraq, can the USA, after gaining supreme air superiority, use surgical strikes from drones, etc., to win from the air only? And thank you.
It's definitely possible. Generally, air-only campaigns have a little bit of a dubious success rate, but it is possible. So big thanks to you for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Spooky, who said, concerning Europe, will the British start waving a piece of paper from Iran saying peace in our time? Just asking for a friend.
We'll have peace in our time. Next year, the Germans invaded Poland. But anyways, a big thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from It's That Guy, who said, could Iran invade the United States? Maybe in their dreams they could. Possibly. They might have a good nightmare about that.
No, they could never do that. Like they may have officiated the jihad by putting in the papers in the courthouse today, but that ain't going to be happening anytime soon. There's never going to be an Iranian invasion of the United States. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from none other than a Doom Wizard, who said, do you think that Putin is counting the minutes until the boots are on the ground to start messing with NATO again? And LSA rules and long live the orb.
And I would say probably not. They're like most everyone's kind of working on their own timetable when things are most advantageous to them. And right now, the Russians starting a larger war with NATO wouldn't be necessary yet, because the implications behind that is even if the U.S. is gone, the Europeans are still a major and significant force to be reckoned with. And not only that, they're still nuclear armed because of the British and the French. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to, it's that guy once again. He puts in a 5 and said, who would become the next supreme leader of Iran for $10 million in cash? But it would be useless, though. Like, the cash would be useless. In fact, Israel just said, whoever becomes the next supreme leader, we're hitting you quick. That's what Israel literally just said a second ago. You can go grab this tweet right now if you want. Israel's defense minister says any new supreme leader appointed in Iran will be an immediate target for elimination. That's what they said. So the 10 million will be useless to whoever takes that position. But Enforcer, what say you?
It appears that they definitely did say that. So I don't think they'll be around for long to enjoy that 10 milli. But a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to none other than Andrew Honeycutt. He puts in a 5 and said, I've never been to Bama, but Western North Carolina and Eastern Tennessee isn't that dangerous and has lots of good people that are willing to give the shirt off their back in LSA.
And, you know, I can't actually speak for that. We never were really in Western North Carolina or Eastern Tennessee a lot. I bet that's true. But Alabama was a different animal, like, really. But I do thank you for the support in LSA. And also, I saw Donna Walker say, I'm from Alabama. I spent 22 years at Wetumpka. I'm so traumatized from having been made to watch Alabama football that I cannot watch football to this day. Man. Honestly, that's kind of our experience. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Brandon Kaiser. He said Kurds won't be used as a force primarily, but as an intermediary between U.S. and Israel and rebel forces that I think.
It's a possibility. We really don't know how they're going to make that offensive work, so that's definitely a possibility. So a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to K. Will, who puts in a 5. And thank you, K. Will, for that support. We also have a 5 from the big fella. He said, any news on Dubai flights?
From what we know, most flights in and out of Dubai right now still appear to be generally out of the picture, from what I know. Actually, what do we got here? Oh, they've resumed.
Resumed in the middle of this?
Yeah, you want to go to Mauritius or Guangzhou, China, or Hong Kong? You want to go there? I mean, you can. I mean, like, you know, flights are departing. I don't know if they're arriving, but they are, well, actually, they're even arriving. This one's coming from Mumbai.
Mumbai?
Yeah, you know, Mumbai, India, right here.
Right there. Look at that. Honestly, would you rather be in Mumbai, India, or would you rather be in Dubai, UAE?
Nah, here's the bigger question. Would you rather be in Baghdad, Iraq, or Karachi, Pakistan?
I'd rather be in Karachi, Pakistan.
And why is that?
Because, like, have you not seen Baghdad?
Man, Baghdad is a war zone right now, honestly.
Have you not seen Baghdad? I mean, Pakistan's no walk in the park. Like, I'm not saying that by any means. Pakistan's dangerous. Karachi's dangerous. But I would rather be there than Baghdad.
Yeah, I think I'd rather be in Karachi right now than Baghdad. I mean, in Karachi, they kind of dispersed the crowd. In Baghdad, the crowd's staying pretty strong no matter what. So, you know, this is a pretty concerning sort of a situation. Also, what do we got going? Oh, look at that. If flights are still even coming in. Oh my, look at the flight from Lebanon to Jordan, bro. I think it'd be quicker to walk that instead of, like, flying it. Look at that.
That's a bit goofy right there. I don't know if they had to do that for, like, security reasons or something.
I think they did, honestly. That's kind of crazy how civil airspace is back up and running in the UAE and Jordan, even while there are attacks going on. That's wild. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Rusty Bell. He said, can we get a Top Gun parody with that Kuwaiti pilot?
Maybe one day. I'm just happy to hear that nobody was actually hurt in that, honestly. But a huge thanks to you for support. I hope that addressed it well, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Omni Lab Official. He said, the orb has no politics. It just wants to orb you.
The orb is an orb in being, and I got to thank you so much for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Joe. He said, this simulation is a trip.
Oh, I'd agree. With that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Connecticut doesn't exist. Who said, did you know that the state of Connecticut doesn't exist? It's actually a void, and it's all a single bridge and a hologram. It's really a fake place.
But I have a whole load of firearms that were made in Hartford, Connecticut. Like, you know, nearby, because of the Colt factory. I don't know about that. I mean, there's a lot of cool things that come out of Connecticut. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Well, let's have a 5 from Lou Dog. He said, War Bar.
The War Boar. And a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Stunboy, who said, I don't think this is going to happen, but there's no way China's going to invade in the midst of this chaos, right?
I don't think so. And I thank you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Nick. He said, we have over 300,000 JDAM bombs in inventory. We aren't running out. And Boeing can make JDAMs faster than we can drop them.
And I thank you so much for the support, Nick Shops. But, you know, I mean, I'm just saying, though, for broader munitions in general, you know, say like higher end ones that aren't produced in incredibly large numbers, you know, like what if you fire off all of our Tomahawks right now that are available for our warships there, and, you know, we go to China in in maybe a year or two, and then we have about several hundred less Tomahawks we're working with, then, then that starts not panning out too well, you know? That's what I'm trying to say. I use JDAMs as the fill-in example, but that was really just talking about munitions in general. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Paz, who said, do you think they could possibly just be saying that they don't have interceptors, knowing that the media will report it and then throw Iran off?
Not really, because even if that is the case, Iran is running out of TELs. So even if they wanted to try and fire overwhelming attacks, they're running out of the ability to really do that. That's why we're seeing that right now we're not hearing, oh my God, they fired another volley and another one and another one. I mean, we heard about one during the whole show, and then a second one that was kind of a part of that first one that then extended to the rest of the Middle Eastern states. And those attacks are getting so small at this point, we're not even really getting a lot of news of impacts out of most of these countries at this point. So I do thank you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Vincent Hawkinson. He said, if Iran were to develop a nuke, do you think they would be effectively to send it off or transport it? The problem with it, the problem with it is this, sending it off or transporting it. I mean, technically speaking, if we want to get really technical here, the 60% highly enriched uranium, they could use that for a weapon too, but it wouldn't be a traditional nuclear weapon. It'd be more of like a dirty weapon of sorts. So they could use what they've got, which is dangerous in itself, but I think they have a delivery system for it. I think they've been working on that longer than they've been working on the actual nuclear warhead itself, I think.
Generally, they actually would, at least for short range and intermediate range purposes. So I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Kyle Holland, who said, on a shortage of munitions, how many times has the U.S. said one thing and then complete opposite is the truth? False flags.
Not really that common, actually, at least in this whole situation. Like, we were kind of getting to the point, we have to bomb Iran, and then they got bombed like a couple of days later. So, there's not really been a lot of false flag kind of stuff. Like, false flag is like a big thing to people, but the honest truth is that false flags are actually fairly rare from what we've seen so far over the entirety of 4 years of coverage of news from multiple different conflicts in different areas of the world. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Zachary, who said, is it possible that other countries may use more of their power where we may be running out of ammo, like Saudi, Qatar, France, etc.?
There's a possibility for it. And we'll generally have to see, but there's always a chance that they're about to hop in here really soon. And I think they're still in the middle of deliberating that right now. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Origin, who said, what is a win? Regime change? And to say we didn't partially do this because Israel, I feel, is a bit naive.
I would say
it is true, by the way.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. I mean, I would say that a victory would be overthrowing the Iranian government and putting up a big banner on the aircraft carrier that's coming back home that says mission accomplished on it, and then staying there for another 70 years. That'd probably be what we consider it. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. I would say that a regime change is really what we're looking for right now, and as long as that's achieved, we would generally consider this part of the war to be a success. Whatever comes afterwards, that's basically an entirely different animal, but if we see regime change, this war has been a success at this point. So I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a £5 donation from Dan Scotland. He said, your president said you guys have unlimited weapons, so what's the problem? The problem is this is not Olive Garden. It's not like unlimited soup and weapons or something like that. So it doesn't work like that. So it's all about production. And of course, I think they'd already ramped up previously, because remember, the Ukraine war situation has got the West on edge. So they had already started ramping up like artillery shells and things like that, because we had to replenish our stocks after we sent off a whole bunch of stuff to help Ukraine out. So I think on a lot of fronts, we're already ramped up in production for the most part. But there are some things, though, that we have not given to Ukraine that we have not ramped up production on. So it really depends on the weapon system. But Enforcer, what say you?
The problem is that we live in this thing called the real world. And while the president can kind of live in la la land, the real world would mean that we don't have unlimited amounts of weapons. and that we can't do literally anything and everything in the world without consequence. Because if like, here's the thing, like, I don't mean to say this, but I have to kind of be frank here. If America was truly this omnipotent creature that the president claims, then we wouldn't have taken any casualties or fatalities in the war so far in the Middle East in 4 to 5 days. It wouldn't have happened. You know, and it's like, that's kind of the reality of it, is that, you know, that it's living in fiction to say we can go to war forever, like was said today, and also we have an unlimited amount of bombs. Those things just are not true. It requires.
We don't want to go to war forever. It's like I thought that was the one thing we were supposed to avoid at all costs was a forever war. I thought we were getting out of all those.
Well, now it's up to the discretion of the president, plebe. So, you know, like, get in line.
What'd you call me?
Plebe. I called you a plebe because that's what we are. Remember, Matthew? That's what they said. That's what they said at the.
What the hell's a plebe?
A plebe? You know, we went over this before, Matthew. The plebeians and the patricians. You know, the lower class peasants are the plebeians, and the patricians are the upper.
Hey, you called me a lower class peasant?
Well, Matthew, we're both plebeians. Like, Matthew, we're both commoners. Like,
you call me a lower class peasant? What the hell's wrong with you, man?
Man, well, we're both plebeians, man. We're both low class pleasants. Or peasants, whichever way you want to put it. But you know, that's kind of what we're seeing right now at this point. Honestly, is that the president kind of just lives in like to be entirely honest, a little bit of a delusion. It's like, you know, it's like, if the U.S. was capable of everything, why isn't Iran gone right now? Like, we're still bombing them. It's like there's still resistance on the ground. You know, if everything that this guy said was capable and possible, we would have seen this war lasted for 30 minutes, and it's still going on 5 days later. So, you know, that is what it is. But I do thank you for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Pretzel's Garage, who said, thank you for the great stream tonight, and long live the LSA.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you for enjoying the stream tonight. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And I also saw someone say, oh, someone's new to the game. They said, well, the lack of politics was fun while it lasted. This is politics free. Because, I mean, if the last president had said these similar claims, we would have said the same thing. Because the thing about not being political is that it doesn't mean that if someone says something that's just really dumb sounding, that you can't say that it sounds dumb. Because when I'm saying that, I'm not saying this guy's dumb, so go vote blue. And I didn't say that in the last administration, this guy's dumb, so go vote red. That's political. But saying that something sounds dumb or something's not being done right, that's not political. That's just pointing out things that need to be addressed in the best interest of the country. Because I would like to see that we win in Iran, and I think that we will. But that also means that people need to be paying attention and pointing out points of error that could end up becoming major crises in the future, and making sure that we avoid those sorts of situations instead of just sticking our heads in the sand and going, long live the great leader, you know, and then seeing that, you know, more service members die than necessary and we use more bombs than necessary, truth be told. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Rune, who said the munition is a laser-guided rocket. Look up the APKWS. It's U.S. military's new low-cost retrofit to Hydra rockets to make them guided.
I know, and it's a really cool little system, isn't it? And it's a big thanks to you for the support. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Vesper, who said, greatest of work, gentlemen, as always, and thank you for the service to the Republic. And also love from Tennessee, Appalachian, LSA, where you at?
Hey, and that's really cool to hear. A big shout out to Appalachia in Tennessee. And I also got to say a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to thank you for enjoying the work. And with that, we are on to the next. Also, someone said we have an unlimited munitions compared to them. Before we move on, I got to get this one. Matthew. They say, oh, we have unlimited munitions compared to them. Yeah, but how many munitions do we have compared to the Chinese and the Russians, which we might be going to war with within the next 2 years? That's what I'm saying. That's why munitions have to be conserved. This isn't the only thing going on in the world. There's bigger fish to fry still. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Bunsen, who puts in the 5. He said, any good shortwave station frequencies to listen to? I do ACARS monitoring as well. Now, if you want to be like the preppers out there, you know those prepper channels, they're like, the bombers are flying, the bombers are flying. You can always tune into those high-frequency channels for EAMs, those emergency action messages that the military puts out. That is like schizo fuel. That is schizo fuel for people when they listen to those EAMs. They hear all kinds of stuff in those EAMs that nobody else is hearing because, of course, it doesn't even exist. So it's a little bit insane with that. But honestly, like shortwave, I actually have a shortwave radio, but I rarely ever use it. I used it like years ago. Sadly, I don't know any good frequencies. I hadn't used it in a long time. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you so much for supporting. Sadly, I wouldn't know anything about that. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Vincent. He said, do you think some of this is wordplay and projecting dominance from the president?
Maybe
Oh, yeah.
there's a high possibility of that. But with that, we were on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from some guy who said it's just a naive view of the position of the president. He's saying these things about might and quantity to sow seeds of little seeds of confidence. He has no intel. He has intel that no one in the world has. He's not delusional. Well, the catch is though. Here's the catch though. Every leader can get delusional. Technically, Putin had intelligence when he invaded Ukraine. Remember that he had intelligence as well. He had allegedly he had the best people advising him on how to proceed with the Ukraine. They led him right into destruction. Now Russia is paying a huge price for going into Ukraine because the people that gave him that intelligence didn't give him good intelligence, and now Putin is paying the price for it. Just because someone's in a position of power doesn't mean they're infallible. It also doesn't mean either that somehow they know everything. Like sometimes it's just simply the system isn't working well. That could be part of it. It could be they don't have good intelligence. It's something like that. There's a lot of factors that play into it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, I see. So the president, I'm just too stupid to understand the president. I think, and I'm saying that I don't mean to be harsh for that. I know what you're trying to get at, but I have to say it in the simplest of words here because we do have to keep this thing rolling. But I'm just stupid compared to the president. Okay, so if a president is always smarter than me and they know a lot more than me and everything, and they're never going to fail, then why in the world does everyone look at Iraq and Afghanistan, wars started by the Bush administration, as a failure? And why does everyone look at Vietnam, which was started in the Kennedy administration, as a failure? Or the Johnson administration, if we're talking about actual armed combat on the ground? And why in the world was the Bay of Pigs a failure? And why in the world did the Cuban Missile Crisis happen? And why in the world did we see that the Iranian government was overthrown? The Shah of Iran was overthrown during the reign of Jimmy Carter, or the presidency of Jimmy Carter. Why, if the president always knows everything and they can never be wrong because they just have so much knowledge more than me as a simple common peasant, why have so many presidents like these examples made bad decisions? Also, why in the world was it the current president, if we're, speaking about one failing that we can easily point out, why in the world was it that the current president withdrew from the JCPOA, stating that that would ensure that Iran would be set back years for creating a nuclear weapon, and then we're bombing them today because they're still making a nuclear weapon? Or why was it that last year, after Operation Midnight Hammer, the president stated time and time again that Iran's nuclear capabilities had been completely destroyed at the hands of the U.S. Armed Forces, and they would never be able to develop a nuclear weapon, and then that was further changed to be, it would be multiple years before they can create a nuclear weapon. And now the president has stated just recently, oh, actually, they're very close to making one. That's why we have to bomb them now, and we have to make them promise that they're not going to make a nuclear weapon because they still have the ability to. If he knew everything, then that wouldn't have been a failing from just 8 months ago, and there it is. So, there's, the president can be prone to error. We watched the last administration do plenty of those. So, it's not like this guy is just exceptional and walks on water. He's a man like anyone. When he's buried someday, he will decay into bones much like any other man. He is a man like any other. So why in the world is it that he is not prone to error, but everyone else can be? That's my point. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Joppy, who said, I doubt strategic nukes will be used in World War III, but tactical ones will be. Russia and China rely on them too much to rely on their little crappy army they got.
Yeah, that's honestly something that we've been thinking. That's why we say that that's going to be their last gamut in Europe. It will be the start of a conventional war that will lead to the possible use of tactical nukes, and that'll be the pressure point. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does rest that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Oliver Klasov, who said, would you say we are having fun with chat? And also, it would be really appreciated. Also, any ideas on Turkey's ambitions for the area?
Turkey's ambitions for the area would take a long time. That is a video worthy thing. We could do a 5-hour video on that, and I would be able to explain it all. But I do thank you for your support. And also, I'd say,
son of a, oh my God.
What?
Do you get the name?
No.
All of her clothes off.
Congratulations, you got us. They got us.
I didn't even see that one coming.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. You know what? Matthew, don't ban them. That was good enough. They deserve to be here. They got that one by both of us. I didn't even realize it. I think I'm just really tired at this point, but that was still pretty good. Congrats to you. You got us. So with that, we're on to the next.
This one goes to Eric, who put in a 5, who said, what about AI and the beast system coming into play over this?
Um, I would have to declare ignorance on that once again. I do thank you for the support, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from some guy who said, I truly appreciate the response, but that's not what I was saying. Of course, they aren't infallible, but in modernity, their intel is far better. Well, I mean, we do have very good intel apparatuses in the United States, very good intel, but there's still mistakes can be made. Like the system of war in the country is very complex. There's a lot of moving parts to it. So even if you have good intelligence that you're working with, like before you make the decision to go to war with Iran, you still have to hope that everything else falls into place. Like for example, procurement, logistics, and all these other aspects. So I mean, there's a million different ways that something could go wrong, and sometimes it does, unless you have good people really monitoring it closely and making sure that it is working well. And it's up for debate. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, uh, like, I would say the thing is though is that if that was the case, why in the world did Venezuela go the way it's going right now? I mean, for the Venezuelan government to have now been cleansed of its radical socialism and Maduro, I mean, it is kind of weird how they went and openly condemned us and stated that we're a vile imperialist regime just about a couple of days ago. This is what we're doing in Iran. It's like, is that really like the kind of regime change? Like, is that really a success? I mean, they clearly hate us still. And the government down there is still that of Hugo Chavez's. It's like, so did it really change? Not really. It's like, is that a foreign policy success? I'd say not. Because it's like the oil companies are going to go down there and have the rug pulled out from under them again here in a little bit. I can tell you that now. So it's like, like generally a lot of the foreign policy that's been going on recently hasn't really been that good. And also on top of that, it's like, like with the tariffs and whatnot, which are also another foreign policy thing. How well did that go? I mean, that didn't really go that well. And if he had such great intelligence, he should have known that wouldn't have gone too well, and it didn't. But I do thank you for supporting Enable this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
I don't know why, but I'm sitting here right now and I was like, what is that smell? I'm smelling hot dogs for some reason. Like I'm smelling like somebody's like boiling hot dogs or something. I'm like, surely somebody's not cooking hot dogs at 12:30 in the morning. It's like, I don't know where that smell's coming from. But anyways, our next one here goes to Joppy, who puts in a 5. It said, Starmer is walking a fine line because there's sadly, we can't read this one, Joppy. Sadly not. This one does get very political about the whole UK politics situation, but we do appreciate the support, though, very much. I wish we could address it, but we try to stay out of that mess. We also have a 5 from Andre, who said, some of us wanted chocolate, but most of us wanted vanilla, and it's a party, so it doesn't matter.
And I thank you for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Hutch, who said, awesome work, guys. Aussie here, and would love to get your opinion on the Australian Prime Minister, if you even know who he is.
Oh, now look now. I don't get involved in people's proclivities. Let 1,000 blossoms bloom. But I ain't going to spend another minute on it because there's an alligator eating someone in the outback. I don't know who the Australian Prime Minister is off the top of my head, unfortunately. I'd have to look into him a little bit and do some research. But a big thanks to you for the support. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 3 from SMG Morgan, and thank you very much, SMG, for that $3 support. Someone said, stroke. Trust me, y'all know if I'm having that because you'll start hearing me mess up my speech a lot. So y'all know that. Also, a stroke at 25, I'd be in foul shape to be having a stroke at 25. That'd be pretty rough right there. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Romeo Oscar Bravo Rob, who puts in a 2 and said LSA.
LSA, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from M. Sant, who said, shout out to my third ID boys, miss y'all.
Thank you so much for the support, and that's sad to hear. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Smarzig, who said, is Chris Cappy watching?
I don't know if he's watching tonight. But we always have we always have some really cool people watching from time to time. Like, the guy over that runs Real Engineering, if you've ever watched that channel before, I think he has like 5 million subs. He watches from time to time. And then Dennis Davidoff watches from time to time. He's actually been in here a couple of times recently. And Civdiv was watching tonight. And funnily enough, folks, I always find this one to be really interesting. Funnily enough, I believe Keemstar, if y'all remember Keemstar, he's still pretty big. He actually watches the show from time to time too. And let's see here, Cappy Army watches and Preston Stewart watches. We have a lot of people who watch the show. We're always honored to know that a lot of people love the show and really enjoy it. But I don't know if he's watching tonight. I don't know. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from ZS who said, are the Kurds coming from Iraq and things?
And no, they're coming from inside of Iran, actually. And so I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Vincent, who puts in a 5. He said, one more, by the way. I know one of the soldiers' friends that was killed. It hit somewhat close to home, but sad to see it happens nonetheless.
I definitely have to agree, Vincent. It's always sad to hear. Of course, like one thing that I always have to say is that a soldier that dies in the service of the nation has always died not in vain and with a larger purpose in the interest of the nation. Because one is true. Secondly, I also don't like how people sit there and then say that they died for nothing, because it's like, it's largely desecrating and disrespecting that death to basically just say they died for nothing at all and they didn't achieve it. It's like I don't like hearing that at all. Like I hate to hear it and see it, because I know friends who are in the armed forces and I think, oh, that'd be terrible if I heard that they died. But that's generally a part of being in the service, is that it's a dangerous job, but it's one that generally is in the best interest of the nation, and one that is selfless for that and honored for that reason. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
That's a 5 from Marmot, who said, LSA, baby.
And LSA, baby. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Mike, Plazoth, and Andrew for each putting in a 2, and we appreciate y'all very much. We also have a 2 from TK Lou, who said, where and how will the U.S. insert ground forces even into Iran?
We really wouldn't be able to get into that at this point, because it's an ongoing operation, and there, who knows who's watching, so we really wouldn't want to give any ideas on that, at least for now. But I do thank you for the support and help the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Don Hayes, and he said, these guys are the only ones I trust speak truth.
And thank you so much for the kind words. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from El Composta, who said, has China responded at all?
They actually started telling Iran that you need to open the strait, please, because they're getting worried about the oil situation on the home front for themselves. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We're also seeing a 2 from Dan Randall, who said stocks and crypto might crash badly if oil hits 100. We're already seeing pretty bad situation, by the way. Dubai's stock market apparently just opened and crashed 5%. Also, Spain and Italy just fell 5%. Germany's down 4%. So it's global at this point. It looks like people are finally realizing this situation might get out of hand in Iran, and they're starting to panic. I'm not sure if that panic is justified, but nonetheless, you know how it works with investing markets. Sometimes there's no logic. Sometimes it's just simply you have people doing a bunch of stuff like sell-offs, and other people see that. Then they do the same thing, and it compounds. It gets worse, and then you have a crisis. So it looks like it's kind of going that way. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say, I wouldn't really know how crypto is going to react, but generally the economic situation is already looking kind of a little grim at the moment because of this. But a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ugly Alien, who said, howdy from your neighbor in Nevada.
And a big hello to the neighbors in Nevada. And so big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And also I saw Casey Coven say, I know one enforcer couldn't serve crooked spine. And for myself personally, because of my crooked spine, I'm not suited for military service, but a future in politics does await. Oh, but anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
A crooked spine would probably make you perfect for politics.
Man, I'm already crooked. Oh, boy. Oh, man. But anyways, I'm just kidding around, folks. With that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Oblivion. He said, any word or update on that extremely expensive drone that went missing over the Strait of Hormuz before the start of the conflict, the MQ-4C Triton?
I didn't hear about an MQ-4 Triton going down at any point. I did hear about them conducting recon orbits in the Persian Gulf, but I never heard of one going down or disappearing. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from Vincent, who said China.
China. But a big thanks to you for the support. We're on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from Red Russell. And thank you, Red Russell, for that 2. We also have a 1 from Plazoth. And thank you, Plazoth, as well, for that support. And we also have a 2 from Stack, who said, have you guys experienced a tornado?
Several times, actually. Not like having one pass right over us, but very close to us, yes. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mr. Light Rail, who said, any news on the condition of the Iranian Navy?
they're suffering pretty badly. 17 of the ships have been outright destroyed. Their most active submarine has been destroyed. And we understand that at this point, their mine laying capabilities would be non existent. So generally, we have effectively destroyed the Iranian Navy. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that just addressed that well. And with that in mind, folks, we've made it through all the super chats. So we have to get the Morse code decoders, and due to extreme time constraints, because we're sadly an hour over the length of a normal show, we'll be getting 3 live chats and then rounding out the stream. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our Morse code decoders tonight were Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroy, Fluffiness, Coach, Captain Cy, and Brian. They said the Morse says Iran is continuing to see what happens to the enemies of the USA. Long live the Republic.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that dent on the nail. A big congrats to the Lee Springer and Signal Corps for always getting that correct time and time again. Truly incredible stuff. And so with that, it is time for us to get on into our third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Value Radar, who said, what about American air support and intel allowing Kurds to be 20 times more effective?
To a degree, yes, but that would generally require air-to-ground coordination, which might not exist with the Kurds on the ground. So I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And we also have a $2 super chat from a Pickle, who said, will the U.S. insurance incentivize Iran to target them?
No. It will incentivize ships to try and pass through the strait, which will get them targeted, but it won't incentivize Iran to try and target those ships, most likely. But I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to AF Kaplan. He said, should there be any concern that U.S. forces may overextend themselves being involved in both Iran and Ecuador? So also, by the way, I got a little bit of an update about the Ecuador situation. Apparently, it's kind of like the situation with El Mencho in Mexico. The U.S. provided intelligence, but the U.S. is claiming that they didn't have any operators currently in that situation. So they're claiming it was fully the Ecuadorians that pulled that off, but we're not totally sure. That's what they're claiming. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's what they're claiming at the moment, so it doesn't appear that there will be any personnel diverted to Ecuador, at least for now. And it did appear to be a largely Ecuadorian operation from what we could see on film. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And also, let's see here. Also, by the way, real quick to say this, by the way, Andrew Honeycutt, we actually did address that $10 super chat earlier about the one about the Confederacy. We actually did address that one that came in earlier, just to address that one real quick. Also, let me check one more thing real quick because there was a lot of smaller ones that came in tonight, and I was yapping during some of them. So let me see if let's return back to this one real quick. I think I missed this one. This one goes to Laura Rogers, and also sorry for missing this, by the way. They put in a 5 and said oil breaking $100 a barrel causes instant inflation and energy spike margin collapse, and stocks about to crash as liquidity drains fast. Huge crash coming.
And I would say that a huge, it's going to not be good. It'll be a lot like the oil crisis back in the 70s, probably, is what we'll see as the outcome of this. Not really great, but it won't be, say, like the Great Depression levels of bad. But a big thanks to you for the support, and hope that it does address that well. And we also got a 200 rupee super chat from Quantum Modality, who said, watching from India, really enjoy your content, spot-on analysis, and high-quality stuff. And a big thanks to you for watching from India and enjoying the show and enjoying the news coverage. And with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to get on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Sean Stevenson. He said, would you please address Iranian regime change and Iranian policy change as they are different?
Iranian regime change would be a complete change of the government. Iranian policy change would be the same government, just changing its ongoing policies to be more pro-American, probably. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And we are on to the final question of the night. And so, Matthew, who was the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is, let's see here, the doctor. He said, can either of you offer any insight into the potential impacts on the Russia-Ukraine war if and when the Iranian regime collapses? Please and thank you. And on my end of things, I would say it really doesn't have that much of an operational impact on the Russia-Ukraine war because Iran actually licensed out the Shahed drone to Russia, and Russia built factories to build the Shahed domestically inside of Russia. So that was the main commodity or the weapon system that Russia was importing from Iran. That's largely been settled, so they don't really rely on Iran for developing that weapon anymore. The main issue is it's psychological. It's putting Russia in a corner and it's leaving them without a major ally. So it's more of a psychological psychological thing that will likely put more pressure on Putin to go probably harder on Ukraine and probably harder on NATO. But Enforcer, what say you?
Generally, that Matthew is absolutely dead correct on that. It really won't have an impact because the Russians are licensed producing the drones. Honestly, it might be a little beneficial to the Russians because they won't have to pay royalties on license production fees any longer due to the country that licensed out the design no longer existing. So generally, it won't have that much of an impact from what we would be able to tell on the war in Ukraine. So with that, folks, it is time for us to round out tonight's stream. I've got to thank each and every single one of y'all so much for being here with us tonight and watching over the course of about 4.5 hours, another long stream. We were able to see that 40,000 people were here at the peak and 350,000 people have watched this stream since it started. We're wildly honored and highly appreciative to know that so many of y'all have considered this channel to be your primary source of news, and we will see you all tomorrow, probably at 10 p.m. Eastern time, to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, and hopefully we'll have a lot more positive news to cover on the ongoing war in the Middle East tomorrow. So with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, and long live the Leaf Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And a big shout out to all 350,000 plus people that were here with us tonight. And we will see you all tomorrow on the next stream and short war video that comes out. And we look forward to covering the news once again tomorrow. And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again. And we will see you tomorrow. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest and good night.
Army shall stand.